Red numbers to start this morning. Futures back in negative territory, unfortunately extending some of the declines we saw yesterday ahead of the minutes from the latest Federal Reserve meeting coming up this afternoon. Typically not a market moving event, but could be, depending on the language in the actual meeting minutes. A bit of a move as a result. Coming off yesterday, we saw a little bit of a reversal late in the day, but it was short-lived overall. The NASDAQ down 2.4% at the end of the day. The S&P 500 slid 0.8. The Dow ends the day positive yesterday, 0.2%. After that late day rally, it was all about social media stocks yesterday. They are all, for the most part, back in negative territory. Digital advertisers under pressure after Snap Incorporated with the revision to their latest forecast and earnings guidance. We'll talk about that coming up. More retail earnings this morning as well. Actually, not that bad. I was actually a little bit surprised to see Nordstrom's in positive territory, although it is sliding back to the downside. And as I mentioned, the big tech version of the digital advertisers, Google, Alphabet, under pressure a little bit here to start things off once again this morning. It's Wednesday, May 25th, I should say, 2022. TraderTV.live starts now. There we go. As I said, more red, unfortunately, to look at this morning. 0.5% currently for S&P futures. Dow down about 0.4, 0.6 for the NASDAQ there. TSX, Brazil, list goes on and on there. Only crude oil in positive territory right now. 1% for crude. I saw XOM having a nice start to the day, back in positive territory. Ethereum 1.4 to the downside. Bitcoin little changed after a big move to end the day to the downside yesterday. For crypto, I mean, overall, we're still kind of stuck in that range for Bitcoin, back and forth around that 30,000 mark. Good morning, guys. Here we go. Tuesday is going to be interesting going into today, where we saw the Fed coming up this afternoon. So Tuesday red, a little bit more red coming in today. Again, Fed meeting minutes coming 2 p.m. this afternoon. Last time it did move the market, as we saw, because some language did change in those comments, but we'll have to see this afternoon what happens.
Yeah, we get to see what kind of a landing we get, according to our Fed chair. That's what it's all about, like soft landing, hard landing, crash landing, I don't know. But that's the terminology change that happened, I think, most recently when Chairman Powell talked, and we'll see what happens here again today. It's going to be unavoidable to talk a little bit about retail, obviously. You're going to be looking at something like Nordstrom's. It was an okay report. Dick's was not a great guide, and we'll get into them as well. However, tonight we get NVIDIA, and I think that's, of the big tech names. We do get Costco tomorrow. That's a big one, of course, as well. But NVIDIA tonight is going to be big for the chip names. And Micron is on a monstrous level, the same way Intel was on a pretty big level. Micron's just sort of sitting on one there. So it should be a pretty interesting day here today. A lot of times you get that crazy action in the morning, get the stocks right, make sure you're trading what is moving, and then 2 o'clock, usually the fireworks hit. It's not like a rate change where 2 hits and then bam, the market starts going. But usually it picks a pretty distinct direction sometime after those Fed meeting minutes are released. So it should be an exciting one. Buckle up.
Yeah, it should be pretty exciting. I'm not super excited about it because I feel like they've already sort of told us where we're going. But yeah, I mean, for something to look forward to, why not? The NASDAQ right now, though, I mean, get excited right now. It just bumped up a little bit there. I don't know what's going on, but a nice little move up there in the NASDAQ. And we'll look to see if we can hold some of these temporary bids, see if we can get back to green here as the NASDAQ's motoring a little bit anyways. Ethereum 19.5, Bitcoin 29.5. Look, I was talking with Baxter yesterday and I was like, why can't Bitcoin right now, if you think about the sort of the catastrophic moves here in some of the equity names, why isn't Bitcoin absolutely falling off the face of the earth right now? I mean, people think that Bitcoin's backed by nothing, right? So why is it not falling down? I mean, I'm feeling like Bitcoin maybe here has found a little bit of a base as some sort of an asset class around this 30,000. Like I'm really, really impressed with how Bitcoin's staying power at these levels. So I don't know, like I'm really debating that if the market does bounce back up. We've had Frank Caberna on talking about the correlation between the NASDAQ and Bitcoin, but it's completely decoupled over the last couple weeks, I feel like. So I wonder if the NASDAQ starts to bump up again, does Bitcoin easily start to retrace northbound? So I'm starting to think about some more serious investments in the coin itself there, Brendan.
It's an interesting thought, an interesting idea. I want to continue on that. At 8:30, guys, we got durable goods for April, so a little bit better than expected on that durable goods number, caused that move back to the upside. It's worth noting as well, we mentioned natural gas yesterday briefly. Another 3% to the upside today for natural gas and natural gas futures. Crude oil up 1% to kick things off. So we'll talk a little bit about some energy names. But before we go too much further here, let's jump right into a couple of things. Continuing on that kind of crypto topic there, Coinbase, guys, Fortune out yesterday with their latest list of companies to be included in their Fortune 500 list. Yeah, Coinbase joining the roster of Fortune 500. Obviously, you know, not a huge deal overall for the company itself going forward. Things, you know, are what they are. But interesting note there for a coin, down 1% this morning.
Yeah, look, you got to separate the equities here from the actual space. Sometimes this is not that big of a deal. I don't really think, like you just sort of said there. It is a pretty big deal, and this is going to be a pretty common theme for a lot of the charts today. It is a pretty big deal, the level that got taken out, but somehow was managing to hold pretty well here on Coinbase. It got through that 60, which had been a pretty big shelf. And I mean, I have Lucid looking pretty similar. It's got a big battle being waged here at $17. Coinbase, very similar here. It just didn't really follow through. Maybe it's because a lot of selling exhaustion had come in. But you know, if stocks like this can't hold a bid, now it's day two where we maybe retest a price like 60, and there's just these huge gaps. If you go back for like a month ago or like a couple of weeks ago to the downside on some of these names, we do not hold this consolidation. We keep talking about needing that secondary breakout, and you're just really going sideways. Like overall, we get these crazy whipsaw days, but we're still managing to channel a range. So that hasn't really changed too much. However, a lot of names broke the bottom end of that range without actually following through yesterday. Coinbase is one of them. And I'm going right back and looking at the same level. Like it was a nice long off 60 initially, and then the 60 break didn't really work to the downside for the short. But that's right back into play here today and possibly for the rest of the week. We've been sitting in this channel for 2 weeks, and it's been giving you some good trading opportunities both off the top and the bottom. I hope that continues.
Yeah, I haven't traded Coinbase at all recently, and I think that, yeah, you break through the 63, that's definitely going to be something to look at. That was yesterday's high right there. You're down the same as the NASDAQ. You know, I've been saying this for a while. You want to be in Bitcoin rather than Coinbase. Yeah, you want to be pretty much as far away from this thing as possible. But, you know, it is starting to base out here. You do have that bottom of 60. You have the top of 70. So, you know, you're in this little bit of a range. To me, there's just way better companies right now. As far as in crypto, I don't know. Like I've talked about HUD, we've talked about Silvergate, we've talked about Mara and Riot blockchains and things like that. But I don't know. Like I guess 75 is really the break higher, but that's so far away. Like I hope this stock even sees 75 at some point. But yeah, as far as a day trade is concerned, you know, you're looking at the name, big huge tank down yesterday. I mean, that was like, this is how bad this stock is. $66. Down 10% plus in the first 15 minutes yesterday when everybody was looking at social media, right? And still, Coinbase still gets absolutely killed to the downside there. So I don't know. I guess the really the only trade probably is this 59 break to the short side. I'm not super excited about that long break, but if that's what you want, then fine. There's no way I'm trading it in the middle anywhere. So I think you got to look at a 59 to break to the downside. But like I said, like I haven't really looked at Coinbase. Look where it is. I mean, there was just a few weeks ago when we hit this 40. You know, maybe that was a buy on a capitulation downside move there after 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days. And then you get a little bit of a bump up the very next day. So that could have been the bottom for a while, but that's 40. Like if we were at $40 on May 12th, it's May 25th now. You're up 50% from that bottom. So I just, Yeah, they were talking about, if you're on exchange with them, then you could get liquidated if they go bankrupt and things like that. Not that they're going to go bankrupt, but they were just talking about that your assets weren't safe there. We were talking about cold storage, things like that. I just don't really understand the value of Coinbase until they can start to lend and things like that, introduce a few new products. They're talking about the corporate side of things and whatnot, some investment from corporations coming through and holding coins on their exchange. Look, I just don't see why Coinbase needs to go up from here. So until there's some sort of a catalyst, for me, it's just a short.
Just watching DKS, Dick's Sporting Goods, out this morning with earnings, guys. Back to the downside here. Some volume coming back into DKS. If you're watching it, a heads up. Let's get this out of the way because one of the top stories floating around so far this morning, Wendy's and Nelson Peltz disclosing, it's Trian, but Nelson Peltz disclosing a 19.25% stake in Wendy's as of Tuesday. This morning, we learned that they could just buy the entire thing. He's already the chairman of the board, so I'm sure he has support to do so. Wendy's, as a result, up pretty big here this morning.
Yeah, you get 20%, you might as well go all the way. But look, Wendy's is going to be upside. You can buy a lot of Frosties with that, and I still love the Frosty. It's an absolute classic. It's the reason why you go to Wendy's. Well, that's not true. They make a good burger, but it's one of the reasons why you go to a Wendy's. Something like this, to me, it kind of puts a floor on the stock. At least that's what I'm looking to have happen to it. So I just look at where it was before, say to myself, can anybody react to that news saying, here's a beat-up name, and should say, very well beaten up, much like a lot of other names in the space. However, it hasn't had a ton of volatility. So when you see it break down off a channel like that 24, and then it's been making one off of 16 to 17 recently, it breaks back above. Yeah, I just want to be a buyer in front of 17 here and think that that's a bit of a floor that can be put on Wendy's. So that's what I'm going to be doing today. I don't know if it's going to do a crap ton of volume. In fact, it might not. But at 400,000 shares or 500,000 shares pre-market is pretty solid for Wendy's. You always want to see significant activist investors who have a track record of doing solid things for companies that have a reputation jump into names like this when they're depressed, and it gives you a little bit of excitement for it. So I'm just going to be trying to buy the dip here in front of 17 even. Nothing too complicated. Not really looking to fade it anywhere. I suppose if it got to $20, that would be something because it's a round number. Otherwise, I just want to be buying in front of the previous top channel.
Yeah, I just think it's an 18 break. Obviously, if it dips down in, you buy that. But I think, on this kind of a news, their PE's not huge. I think it was it 6 or what was it? Hold on a second here. Wendy's. I don't know what it is compared to McDonald's. So it's 16. So their forward PE is 16. Their current is 18. Let me see what McDonald's is right here. And I guess that's going to be before this little bump up. So McDonald's is 22. Yeah, so Wendy's I feel like is just a good value anyways at this level. Obviously, shout out to Russell Jackson if you're there. Shout out to Bears versus Bulls. We're talking about bacon, the Baconator now. Wendy's also just released breakfast here in Canada, which I think is a good move. I remember when McDonald's was expanding their breakfast menu. That seemed to have helped their stock as well. So let's wait to see here what I don't know if you guys can clarify what's going on with my throat. Every morning I have like a frog in here. But is there Wendy's breakfast in the States?
That's a good question.
Because
but usually it's in the States before Canada.
There we go. Yeah, so if it's in the States, then I feel like, we have a lot of potential here for Wendy's. So let's go. I already have the bid to go through 18. If it takes 18, great. I should be long. I don't really want to get long in the pre-market, but if I do, then I do. And we'll be long Wendy's there. So I think it's a good call. It's also on the sticky note today, hashtag sticky note at TraderTV. Sean, you can go find that out right now as well. But yeah, I like Wendy's through 18. I like it down here at 17. I just think it's going to be a stock that should be traded today, especially to the upside. And yeah, why can't it get bought out? We saw QSR go after Tim Hortons here in Canada, amalgamated it with Burger King and Popeyes. So yeah, Wendy's probably could go private. I don't see why it's not a great opportunity here. Look at the stock; it's been beat up, obviously. So this might be a good opportunity. Nelson Peltz, with Trian there, they know what they're doing. It was down here 22, 23. It did have those social media bumps not too long ago, back about a year ago in June, where it got going. So we know that's possible. It only has a 4% short float. These bottoms of 16 probably don't get seen again. So yeah, I like Wendy's here as a buy, and I like it through 18, and we're ready to rock and roll.
No other further details as far as the actual numbers in the deal, but we'll keep an eye on that, see what comes from it. You guys mentioned this quickly. We touched on some of the chip makers yesterday. Back on watch this morning, I noticed Micron a little bit weaker than the rest, but yeah, NVIDIA to come. A little bit quiet here for both NVIDIA and AMD this morning, but always worth a look on this group.
It's not going to stay quiet, I don't think. There hasn't been a quiet day in the last few weeks in any of these. Well, in these particular chip names, a few others have maybe had some sideways days, but NVIDIA was an absolute roller coaster yesterday, and there were a good. I mean, if you came in yesterday, you were probably thinking those retailers, you wanted them to the short side, right? Like that's what it was all about. But Snapchat, Pinterest, Meta. There was so many names moving that it kind of slipped under the radar. Some of the moves that happened in NVIDIA, 166 down into the double bottom. There were good longs at 158. Now, if we retest that level, it's worth going back just to zoom out a little bit further, back to March 12th when we had that big capitulation bottom. So that's a 155 in NVIDIA. And we know they report after market tonight. Understand this is a big-time growth company, so the expectations are always pretty high, although given the way the rest of the space is gone, I think that gives them a little bit of cover that, some people aren't expecting it's going to be absolutely gigantic, but it's this name that sets up really interestingly. You mentioned Micron there. Yeah, like there's your 60, 65, 80, 66. That's like a triple bottom on the daily chart just the last month. But if you go back a little bit further, you can find support back into October of last year at the exact same price. So, you're getting to significant levels in some of these names on things that haven't really broken down yet, right? So it gives you an opportunity, hey, long in front of it if you really want to. It happens to be sitting literally at that price right now. So, in the pre-market, I wouldn't be sitting on that long, but you hold an offer below that at the open or can't get back above that in the open here in Micron. And that's a stock which has a ways to go to the downside. And they're pretty cheap themselves. Like this is not, Micron has an absolutely sort of a great PE. It's just in the single digits and has been for quite some time. But there's no ignoring this to the downside. It's a more cyclical company, so any downturn in the economy is likely to affect them a little bit more than some of the other names that you have in that space. And it's just, you see a level like that, I don't care what you think of it. If it gets broken, there's usually a lot of stops that run and some sellers beneath. So look out below if Micron can hold here.
Yeah, and actually, yesterday, so NVIDIA, forget it, if you take away the first move, which every stock just tanked down, NVIDIA yesterday was actually really, really calm. Like it only had a $3 range. So I feel like it's the calm before the storm here for NVIDIA. Yesterday, again, the NASDAQ kind of moved a little bit off the open, but since then, you had this bottom of 59 and a top of 63. I mean, a $4 range for NVIDIA is very limited. So I think that people are going to be waiting for that report today and just to see what happens. So I think they're going to blow it out, the report. I think it's going to be a monster report for NVIDIA. They know what to say to sort of calm everybody down. I feel like this is an opportunity to buy these guys on the cheap right now. And, you want to buy the best. So that's why I think you got to go with NVIDIA. And I've been saying the SMH for a while if you don't really trust any of the individual names. But this could absolutely rocket ship tomorrow. Like even taking out this 180 possibly tomorrow, and we'll just see. But for today, for a trade, like I said yesterday, it was a pretty muted trade, so not much there. But if you do look at that bottom, which was 158, like I said, there's the big move off the open, and then you get that bottom. So this. Every tech stock looked like this. So that 158, if you maybe violate that, then fine. But, it was really doing nothing all afternoon. Looking at 159 maybe is where we're at right now, could be a level. But for me, I'm just going to wait for the report to come through, see what happens. And yeah, I'm obviously a bull, but I like SMH. Like I said, if you're not certain of picking some of these names, which I don't think this is really a stock picker's market right now, because you could swing and miss on any of these names. The chart's not loading here for SMH, but anyway, this has been beat down a little bit as well. So I think I'd go to SOX or SMH instead of individually picking, but I do think NVIDIA is going to beat tonight.
Okay, let's talk about a couple of little ones here. We had I saw a few people mentioning this ELEV, so Elevation Oncology. with an FDA fast track for a tumor diagnostic treatment they're working on. And then this one I wanted to mention as well. Yeah, Singing Machine shares. So this is 700, this is ELEV, but so this company makes karaoke machines. 760,000 share float on this, made its debut on the NASDAQ yesterday. There was a $4 million uplisting from OTC, 760,000 share float, guys.
You had me at karaoke machines. And like this is, in no word of lie, this is a direct quote from Brendan as he was typing this into the free watch list this morning. He's like, I cannot believe I'm typing the words, the karaoke and music entertainment machine maker. And there you go. That is Mike's. Dropping the mic with an interesting debut. But look, the reason why we'll talk about these is because there has been a recent phenomenon. I think everyone's been sort of seeing this, right? Where you get, it's not just that it's a low float company with some kind of a, whether it could be a biopharma, they got a new drug, or maybe they got like phase 1 or phase 2, or FDA clearance, whatever it might be, good trial result. All these types of things are known catalysts. In this particular case, all we're seeing is recent uplistings, new IPOs with super tiny floats, and then they just catch a bid. A lot of the inventory gets bought up. Anyone that actually takes initial shorts gets completely blown out, and you get these sort of squeezes to the upside. So we're going to have these on our radar from time to time. And this float, I mean, that's about under 1 million shares. You don't really see that too very often. So it's incredibly tiny. It's already done more than that in the pre-market. It wasn't a good first day. We've seen this happen on day 2. If it starts going, watch out for halts. I'm not making this up. It's got a 420 top on it right now. So I guess that comes into play as well. For now, it looks like it's selling off here. I paid for shorts, so I'm willing to sort of short off that high if it wants to make any kind of fades here on Mike's. But it looks like that ELEV, for now, is doing a little bit better volume, looks a little bit stronger. Just don't sleep on this because of how tiny that float is. And be very, very careful around it because it'll go up fast if it starts halting and it comes down just as fast. We've seen that happen before, but got to watch out for that 420 top.
Yeah, I mean, I don't trade these names. I don't even, you're just guessing on them. If you're going to use real shares, go ahead and try it. But honestly, for me, it's a hard pass on these kind of companies, especially when we got, the big stuff going on. I mean, I've been, trading big cap tech. I'm going to stay away from Mike's. But yeah, I like the karaoke stuff. And some people talking about their machines that they're pretty good machines. Some people have them. So, hey, if you want to trade that name, go ahead, MICS, and I think Neil mentioned that, if you have to pay for shorts, make sure you do that. If you do want to go both ways there, watch out for shorts if it does blow a little bit higher there. So make sure that your broker does have pay for shorts available or maybe shorting. And how you can do that is just by putting an offer out right now. So you can put an offer out like at $10 so you don't get filled, and then make sure it accepts and so on and so forth. So if you need shortable shares, get a hold of your broker for MICS. Brendan.
Yeah, the interesting part on that is we've seen these really teeny tiny low float IPOs, uplistings, things like that have crazy moves over the past couple of weeks. So definitely worth a watch. Anyways, here we go. Upgrades and downgrades today. Energy. I mean, we mentioned natural gas, oil, both to the upside today, 1%, 3%. So we'll take a look at some of the energy names. Nordstrom's on here. Nordstrom's higher, trying to hold right now. Abercrombie and Fitch, we talked about yesterday. Urban Outfitters reported into it. And even the dollar stores getting downgraded now.
Yeah, I mean, that's a sign of what it looks like. And this is probably, we didn't bring up any of the dollar names of Dollar Tree, Dollarama, a little shout to Canada there, in this recent, I guess, carnage, whatever you want to call it in the retail space. But yeah, Dollar Tree, it's not doing a heck of a lot today, but it already got absolutely crushed last week. It did 160 down to a 130 level, and you tend to think of these as okay, but even if you get a recession, they're gonna see decent volume because people have to penny pinch and certainly going to be using them a little bit more. But yes, rising tides lift all ships, but the reverse can also be true there. And not all are alike. You have to watch out because some of these have an expensive PE. It doesn't have the volume here, but anything that's resting on a 200 period moving average is going to be on the radar for that and that alone. Because once you hold below something like that, things tend to get pretty bearish pretty fast, and you're just cresting on this 130. 200 period moving average. It's going to battle in this range. You know, if it breaks to the bottom end of a channel like this, you're going to want to watch out below. And we said this before with something like a Micron. Like when you get levels like that, that's when you want to get into a stock that you might not trade on a daily basis, but when it actually makes that kind of a move, you want to be there. You don't really see us trade Snap every single day, but we're going to be trading it yesterday, and everyone on the floor was. And that could be true of something like a Dollar Tree if we can't hold this 200 period moving average. It's just not a great look for retail. Although Nordstrom's, they did get the upgrade on that side of the board with, and we'll talk about them. They actually had a good guide, which pretty much no retailers are guiding positively except for them.
Yeah, Nordstrom's on the sticky note. The third name on here with Snapchat, Wendy's, Facebook, Apple's on here as well. You can take that MICS at 425. You know, I just think why even bother if you're going to dance in retail at a lower cost area and you're looking for a certain move, why not just go back to Walmart? I mean, Walmart's already gotten killed here. Their PE is only 17. They're not going anywhere. The dollar stores are great too. I mean, I don't know if they're great or not, but Walmart off that bottom of 118. I just feel like more money is going to flow into this name, especially if the economy can start to bump up. I mean, the economy is not bad, but if inflation can get under control a little bit here, then yeah, maybe Walmart starts to go back up. They talked about inventory issues. We know the supply chain. And I just feel like Walmart's going to get it figured out. And I would just go to Walmart or to Target or the retail ETF that's been absolutely smoked as well. So there's a lot of opportunity here. Instead of looking at Dollarama or Dollar Tree or anything like that, why not just have a look at Walmart, possibly breaking this 126 bottom right there to get back going? You still have a long way to go here, but if you're going to start dollar cost averaging or something like that, Walmart's a really great name, I feel like, at these levels. And then I go over to Target and I think of almost the same thing here, that, you know, you're again, you may want to wait for next earnings report to see what winds up happening. You're now on, I believe this is the third day. This might be the fourth day. Oh, no, actually, it's already Wednesday, so I think it was Thursday. Yeah, this is like the fourth or fifth day off their earnings, and still kind of, you know, heading southbound here. Didn't really get too much of a bump on Target. But again, I mean, and you can always zoom out, and this is why I hate doing this, because I don't believe in looking back this far at levels, especially when we've just gone through a pandemic and what everything's happening right now. But you know, it's holding this 140, holding 150 pretty good here on Target. So for me, in the retail space today, it's going to be all about JWN. We already have the plan of action ready for that one. But yeah, I'm looking at this 145 area or something for Target. I just feel like these names have already been beat down. You go into a Dollar Tree, things like that. As long as they've reported and you're comfortable with what they've said, then fine. But at least we sort of kind of know. I mean, we could get Evan Spiegeled again, but at least you sort of know where Target's head is at and Walmart and what they're looking at. So for me, a better investment would be these two names, just because sort of you know what's underneath the sheets right here, and you do have some kind of levels. You could just play off the bottoms that were already put in. So, you know, like Target has that bottom there of 145. It's at 150 now. I mean, you could go long 150, hold it down $10 against you. If it breaks, you're out. I mean, it's not the end of the world. And the same thing also for Walmart as well. If you want a bottom pick, you have the bottom of 117, give it to 115. That's $8 from here. Again, you know, you put in a decent amount of coin here, and it's not going to hurt you if it goes down $7, $8. So I like Walmart. I like Target at these levels for retail, but I think I like Nike and Lulu better. But if we're talking about big box stores, why not go with Walmart?
Quickly, guys, on the EV space, before we get Arun in here to have a look at the overall market, it's worth noting Lucid announced a small recall today. It was about 1,200 vehicles, something of that nature. Pretty quiet for Lucid. Tesla, on the other hand, looking a little more weak here. Just saw that's not going to help. Huge wick up there, but just saw Tesla trying to roll over once again. Another couple of price target cuts for Tesla today.
Oh, it just keeps happening. And look, Tesla, it's been super weak. I was going to look at Lucid today because I like the 17 area that it's at. It's kind of going back and forth, but it's a pretty key one. And if it wins out to the upside, you've got a great base to bounce off of on Lucid. Small recall. I don't know if it's going to be gigantic, but it can be a catalyst into that downside as well. Tesla, 650 has basically turned into the level. Yeah, that wick is still going to be there, unfortunately. 650 is sort of turned into the level to the upside. It rolled over there yesterday, and then it rolled over again in the afternoon at the exact same price, right? So I think you're kind of looking at that as a line in the sand. It gets below 600, and it's going to be there's a 550 level, like 568 and change back into the downside, where you start getting some significantly long consolidations on the daily chart where it just hung out. And I remember when the market was bouncing off those levels and Tesla was just barcoding. So there's a lot of people that were buying at that particular price area from 540 to about up to here, like about $100 higher. There's a lot of people that had the longs in that channel and saw the breakout. So I just suspect you're going to see some serious consolidation if we get back there again. For me, I like Lucid a little bit more today, just because I think it's at a much more interesting level around that 17 even.
All right. I didn't even look at anything. I'm sick to my stomach here because honestly, I said about getting out of Tesla that day at what was it, 7:30 or something like that, when Elon was going off the chains. And I mean, this is not a great name to be invested in right now. I feel like it's really the worst one out of the bunch, honestly. There's so much downside coming, and there's so many bets against this name right now that sometimes that could be a good thing, but you're getting very, very close here to just becoming even more of a disaster. Like if you break through $600, and then you're going to see this 570 level right here, like that's going to be disastrous when that breaks. Like I honestly, let's hope that Tesla can rally a little bit today if the NASDAQ goes, and then I'll probably just get out of it and then go into something else. I was talking about Ford. I like Ford as better play. Baxter likes Volkswagen. I just think that there's a lot happening outside of Tesla, and you don't really need to be worried about what's going on with your investment there and what the leader is doing at all. So I feel like that's sort of where I'd be. Is just get away from Tesla now, and then if it breaks back to the upside, maybe you can get in. It's been under so much pressure. But then I say Ford, and you look at the Ford chart as well, and I mean, a lot of these have been under crazy pressure. I mean, we had Rivian Day, which got Ford really going, or like Rivian Week when Rivian was coming out. And then, that valuation went up to like 150, 180 on Rivian. And now you're down to $30 on that name, 40, but I don't even know what's that now, 30, 40, 20. But yeah, Ford all the way to the downside as well. And I feel like it's catching bottoms a little bit at this 1230 or so. But again, like I don't think like there's the same. And look, Shanghai's opening today or yesterday, or whatever day it was. So Tesla's finally getting back on track. Here comes this frog again. Finally getting back on track, but I'm losing faith a little bit. Their PE is high. The cars are out there. A lot of people already own the cars. And the thing about Tesla is they need new people, new customers to buy their cars. The problem is that their cars are too damn good that you're not even trading them in. Like you have them, there's no oil changes. There's very little maintenance involved with these cars. So once Tesla sells them once, and maybe I'm wrong here, I don't know. I don't own a Tesla, but are you really looking to upgrade that Tesla? I mean, where's the Cybertruck at? So I just feel like there's going to be limited options. They have 3 or 4 models that are there. And Ford's coming, Volkswagen's coming like crazy. Volkswagen with Porsche and things like that. Like there's higher end vehicles, BMW, Mercedes. There's other names, the Rivian truck. Like there's names coming after this. There's the Lucid Air. There's Tesla has a target on them, and it's just like, are they producing the best? Of course they are. You're seeing cars flow out of there every minute, like boom, boom, boom. So they're the only ones being able to provide inventory. That's great. But I just like, are people waiting to get other vehicles? I don't know. I'm not happy with my Tesla investment. And it's funny because I'm up 7,000%. I checked yesterday. But the point is like, still, you've given up the top side there. We were just at 1,200. Like Tesla, here we go. Let's go back to it for a second. Tesla was just at 1,200 or 1,100. Yeah, like 1,100 in April. You're chopped in half, like pretty much. I mean, not half, but pretty much in half in a month and a half here. Meanwhile, Elon's not saying anything about Tesla, and he's going crazy over everything else. So it's tough to invest in a company when you're investing it because of the founder. But hey, he's made some right calls. He's made a lot of people a lot of money, including myself. So nothing to complain about. But it's the upside that we've given up now, holding on to these shares. Maybe your money's better working somewhere else. And I don't really know too many other names, but I just dropped a couple there, Ford and Volkswagen, that I think you could definitely invest in, maybe a little bit ahead of Tesla. And here come probably, I haven't even looked at the chat, but for all the Elon, I'm not going to say fans out there, but I guess that is what it is. Elon has a huge cult following, and I understand that. I just, let's just wait to see. He has Boring Company on his mind probably as well. Starlink is a great, great company. So let's just wait to see what happens with all of this. But hey, Tesla's definitely overvalued, even at 620.
Roku and Walmart just announcing a combination there on Roku TV. So just watching Roku shares here. Quickly, I learned this morning, dethroned as Cathie Wood's top holding. We'll talk about which one took over #1 spot as of yesterday for ARK. Let's get a check, though, as I mentioned, of the overall market brought to you by the Small Exchange. Once again today, guys, we thank the Small Exchange. Check out smallexchange.com. You can use the QR code there. They're making it so much easier to get into futures trading. Very simple to understand, small contracts, lower capital required, no PDT rule either, guys. Sign up today at thesmallexchange.com. Let's bring in Arun. A move to the downside here once again this morning, Arun, but overall, I mean, we're still working in this same area.
Yeah, nothing's really changed. I mean, when I came on yesterday, we were sitting around 25 or 30, somewhere around there, a few points from where we are right now. And we identify the same levels. Even though we got some info yesterday, nothing's new. So we're still going to work with the same levels from yesterday, which is going to be a long south of 3,900. If we can find a setup here, 3,900 down to 3,860, that opens a door for a potential long. And then to the upside, there's not a whole lot you really do have in terms of resistance all the way until we get to 40.50. So two options there, 40.50 up top, where you got the 38.60 down below. And we're just going to wait. We waited yesterday, worked out well. Let's see if we can actually get another trade on today. No bias, though. We're only down 0.5%, but this market is still struggling to go to the upside and doesn't really want to go to the downside. So as we get to the end of the month, we should get some activity, pick up in activity. But for the time being, we are kind of working with a really wide range. And at some point, we'll break out. But until that happens, we're just going to have to be patient and wait for the right setups.
We'll check back in again tomorrow. Just keep my eye on Roku here. There really hasn't been a move from that. But let's get into everything else you need to know. Heading towards the open this morning, make sure you do grab the watch list every single day this morning. We sent it out a little bit earlier than usual, around 8 o'clock. Absolutely free every single morning, guys. Just need your email address. ELEV, that little one I mentioned, just popping up to 450. Also, there was a bit of a spike down in crude oil right now. We went from 111.20 back to 110.5. So heads up if you're watching any of the oil stocks. Let's touch on some of the social media stocks we mentioned yesterday. I just noticed, guys, Snap incorporated back to the top of the volume list this morning, which is good to see, but still in negative territory here once again, coming off of what happened yesterday.
Snapchat, yeah. So let's go with Snapchat. I like Snapchat here. It's the #1 name here today. Actually, it's the #2 name on the sticky note. It was #1 yesterday, where we absolutely destroyed Snapchat on the short. But possible move back up on a breakthrough 13, so we're getting near there. I feel silly because we had it I wrote this when this was at 1270. Should have just gone long, but we were waiting for a 13 break. Now it's going to happen right now. So I don't know. I'm going to have to lower my shares on this break. No, actually it's okay because we don't really like it in the pre-market. But I'm thinking 13 to 1350, small bounce off yesterday. It was down 43%, so you could get that move back up. Tons of shares yesterday. Felt like a capitulation day to me on that name. So let's wait to see here what's going on with this. Like I said, I wrote the sticky note when we were down here at 1270. Should have just bought the damn thing there. We'll see if it breaks through 13. 13 was it wasn't yesterday's bottom. Whoops. It's going to be hard to do that, but there it is. So yesterday, here it comes down in. Obviously, it takes down 13 right there. Has a problem getting back through it, never gets back through 13 yesterday after breaking it. So let's see if 13 wants to go. If it does, I think you easily go to 13. I mean, easily it's 1325, but I mean, I think that if you're really spicy, maybe you get to 1350 there today, and then we'll start to look at a fade. But look, just as I said, this is why hopefully you guys are looking at the sticky note. I mean, yesterday we had all these names, man. Facebook was the trade of the day, or was Snapchat? Could have easily been Facebook off some of these shorts as well. Yesterday we had a 182.50 short yesterday in Facebook or so, and that just tanked down to 176, $6, $7, $8 winner there. And I think we could do the same with Snapchat. Obviously not the same dollar move, but maybe percentage size. You could get a good move here. I just feel like It could easily get back to the upside. If you take a 13, the most risk you're going to have is that 50 cents. So like I said, it's about a 1-to-1 risk. And I just think the upside is bigger than the downside here for Snapchat today. So let's wait to see what happens. The short float probably got a little exaggerated yesterday as well with new positions coming on board, like I mentioned. So, hey, yesterday we were short this thing at 15 at the top here. So, you know, that was a good call, even higher than this right here at 15 yesterday, right when it opened. Then it tanked all the way, like we said, made that bottom of 1270, or I guess it was 1270, it was 1250 there basically. And now you're on your way back up, and here it goes breaking through 13. So we're now long on Snapchat, and here we go. Let's fire off the cannons and see where it goes from here. 50 cents worth of risk, can definitely hold this. We'll be averaging down to that 1250, and then we'll see where we go. Snapchat, your boys long, let's go.
Yeah, yesterday it was, we threw it out because it was the only place. You had to go all the way back to 2020. And it made several lows in the pandemic bottom, but one of them was the biggest significant breakout other than the actual low was when it bottomed off of 1250. And that's where we thought it was headed to yesterday. It ended up going to that price. Until it gets below that, you can't, your upside of shorting it at this price doesn't make any sense, right? Because it needs to get through that 1250 anyways to make the next gap down to $10. So in this channel, it just ends up being a risk to reward long. I'm not taking a breakout. But, you know, I'd rather play in front of that 1250 level somewhere in the channel. That makes a little bit more sense to me. But yeah, you go all the way back and you find that support. If it breaks, fair enough. I think you're going back to shorting it. If it gets to $15, $16, I think you're going back to playing the short. In this channel, you just got to be taking that long. And another name in the space, Pinterest, is very similar in a lot of regards. Although it doesn't have the same amount of volume. This one has already made a pretty big, a larger comeback, I want to say at least. And it's positive already on the session here. 17 is the big level on Pinterest, but the volume not there. You know, Snapchat's doing the volume, Pinterest isn't doing the volume. So yeah, it's relatively stronger, but it's done less than 100,000 shares. There's nothing you can do with that.
Let's go to Nordstrom's. JWN back to retail land. This one better than expected, surprisingly. Back in positive territory. It's definitely not up 9% at this point. When this article was written, it was, however. Back to the downside, as I mentioned, though, currently trying to hold 21, guys. But decent report here for Nordstrom's.
It was decent, and they sprinkled a little buyback action on it too, as well. The key thing is that they actually said that they haven't been seeing the slowdown that all the other retailers have, and that's why their guide was going to be good. Keep this in mind, however, when you're talking about this for any kind of a longer term. They were slower to recover from the pandemic than most of the other retailers. So the fact that they're not seeing as much of a reaction right now, they're a little bit different of a retailer than your other apparel makers and the other related spaces. Like, you can't really directly compare Nordstrom's and their clientele to like Gap or Macy's. Like, I know you can, but it's not always the same thing. So there could be a little bit of a lag, and that's why they're going to be guiding well. But then remember, it's a 20% short interest on Nordstrom's, and they guided well and did a buyback. And if we had gap, I said that's not it. If we gap below this price, I'd be looking short. It's fine on the daily chart, but above here, I want to be looking to the long side of the trade. I did try it once off size. Above this support level at 21, there was someone buying 90,000 share lots. I jumped in. I like that price. I left that price level anyways. Inside of this 21 to 22, like that's the range I do like. But now you have to wait for it to open up. As long as it holds these levels, I mean 21 for now, $20 the aftermarket bottom, those levels on the daily chart, that's where I want to be playing long bounces. Once it opens up, I just want to see it hold this 21 level. If it does not break into negative territory in that opening rush, then you've got your support at that 21 for the long style of trade. I've been staying away from breakouts because they haven't been working that well for me. Although really Oxy was like the only one that we took yesterday, and that was kind of muted. But yeah, just don't forget the 20% short interest on Nordstrom's.
Yeah, this one is definitely a breakout candidate, just like that day that we have Beyond Meat. I think you got to take this 22 long there. So just a little different for me. I mean, obviously, I think it's a no-brainer here that if you get down to 20, I mean, it was a good report. Again, it's on the sticky note here. We like the buyback, so there's no doubt about that. So that's on there at 20. But yeah, 22 definitely a no-brainer break long for me to see what happens. And we're still ways away. I mean, it needs to get going to get up to $22. So we'll see. It could be one of those false breakouts. If it does happen, it's easy to get out. So we'll see what happens here with JWN. But I'm just making sure that I do have it, and I do have it ready to break through $22. So hey, glad it didn't happen already. Let's see if it happens in the middle of the market, and we should be able to make a little bit of bank there if that does come through. So let's see if JWN hits that 22. If it does, you probably get to 23, and then, you know, ideally, we'll see if it can push even higher than that. So if it does break through 22, I think it's like one of those all-day kind of holds to see if it wants to get going. So Nordstrom's rate now for me is a, you know, guaranteed break to the upside on that one. And I don't know if we're going to get to it, so I'm just going to do it right now. AMC here down to $10. I don't even. It's not even. Is it even? It's not even on our watch list. I don't believe so. But you get it's on the sticky note today. We're watching AMC right down here, right at 10. We've already seen this level a couple days ago, and it held. It held down to 9. Well, I mean, it held okay. It held to 968 there. So there is a potential here for 10 to come through one more time. It's only at 10:45. You know, there are days for no reason whatsoever, AMC starts to go. So let's just see. Obviously, you can look at GameStop as well, but AMC down here at $10. I mean, I keep saying this, and maybe we have to wait for a report or some sort of an upgrade or, I don't know, an analyst action on this name, but someone needs to do some work on this because I feel like you're right back into what is a nice level. I mean, we can all say, oh, we'll buy AMC at 5 or at 6, or some people saying, you know, buy Ford at 10. It's just some of these stocks might not get to those levels. So it's just like, if you want to start to nibble in on something that has a potential to go again, just not only fundamentally, but also just meme stock crazy. And I don't know if there's enough money in retail to go meme crazy anymore, but you know, you're down here at $10 again. You're bouncing off some key levels. I think it's foolish not to at least park a bid. So I do have a bid right now, you know, low $10 here to see if we get filled off the open. Hopefully we can get that. But I'm going to say Ape Nation. Let's see what happens today. I'm not in it, so it's not like I'm touting anything right now, but if AMC gets going, we'll see about that break of 10. If it holds, great. That bottom yesterday, you know, and all the carnage was made late, and that was 10:30. So if you did really think about buying this name, you could buy it earlier around there. But I'm in the teens here, waiting to pick up some AMC. Possibly it dips down, and we're able to get a good price on AMC today. So that's just a look that I want to get to before we moved on.
A few different angles we can take on tech stocks today, big tech anyways. More reports this morning suggesting Apple might be trying to get some of the manufacturers outside of China to increase their production and increase their workload a little bit to offset some of the decline that we've seen in China because of COVID-related lockdowns. So there's that. We talked about NVIDIA coming up later today, guys, but always worth a look here. Apple down, though, 1.3 here.
Yeah, I mean, Apple right now down down more than the market, meaning the other way around, that 1%. But it's getting close to that significant 137 level from yesterday. I just picked up Wendy's. That just actually filled to the downside. So it looks like that's starting to come back in. We're buying that dip in front of 17. But Apple, 137, 141, 142. Like, that's where I like it. I don't want to diddle in the middle with Apple in particular. In chip space, I'm more likely to be in NVIDIA or, like we said, Micron today. But Apple, 137 goes. I think it's going to be hard for the market to hold up. For the relative strength name, Microsoft was really strong, and I'm kind of going back into this well. Like we like this one for a break at that 258 to 260 area. It got through that 58 yesterday. It couldn't really chew through that 260, but we're right back on the crest of 258, which is the big level here for Microsoft. So it's pretty much at where the ES and the NASDAQ are. No relative weakness like you're seeing with Apple. I'm inclined to prefer that to the long side. It's so far away from support at 53 that really you're just talking about this now 58 to 60 channel holding, and then eventually we get this break. 15-minute chart doesn't want to load. Oh, there we go. Eventually, we get this chance to break out and then retest some of those mid to high 60s and then really start to get going. But you know, for strength, I'm still looking at Microsoft here. Apple just it's weak out of that big tech group.
Yeah, exactly. So, and that's why I looked at Apple. It's weak on the day, as is the NASDAQ. I do think there's going to be a bounce in the NASDAQ at some point. I almost wrote that on the sticky note. Yesterday, obviously, all the shorts cashed in here. The longs did not. We got crushed early. We made money late. So I'm going to try to stick with that theory right here. Apple has bounced off 140, 141 a lot. We were above it the other day for a minute on Friday. We got to 143 before not being able to break that level. So I really feel like if you wait, and this is yesterday, if you wait for this 141 and you're a little patient with it, obviously Apple's down 1.25%, so you might not get this. So I think it's starting at 140, maybe up to 141, but just be patient with it. Like yesterday, I really thought that we could get going, but like I said, the NASDAQ really failed early yesterday before kind of rebounding late. But, you know, you need to respect this 141 area. So we're going to do that. If it rallies, we'll go short into this. I already have a short waiting here at 140.50 to test that 141 high. But again, you're a little ways away from that. But don't think that Apple can't just spike up $2 like right now. It could do that in a heartbeat, especially if the NASDAQ gets going. So I really like Apple. The number one stock, probably profitability-wise for the whole show this year, is probably Softy. So yeah, I don't think there's any problem looking at that. It's definitely my number one stock. So yeah, I like Microsoft. I mean, look how much I traded it the last couple of days. So again, longs into this 260, but we did dip down to this 250 area. Obviously, if you get something down there, then it's a no-brainer. But let's wait to see what happens with Microsoft today. Not super exciting. Again, yesterday, these bottoms were great, like 256. So right now, you're up on Softy as opposed to the market. So 256 is also a good one. But I'm leaving all of these alone until I can develop some levels. Like I'm trying to trade, like I said this yesterday, I'm trying to trade with bigger shares. So, I mean, I can't just get in when it's doing this. I need to wait for something to happen. It worked really, I mean, yesterday I had one negative name and I had 400 executions. And so that was Apple. So we'll see about trading it today. We'll be more patient. The strategies are changing, man. We've had a great month so far. So let's just keep the ball rolling with that. And we'll continue to look at Apple here, Brendan.
All right, a couple of retail names, or at least one more to talk about. DKS reported pre-market here, down big time. So it was a miss for Dick's Sporting Goods right across the board. ARC, Zoom taking over after another 19,015 shares purchased on Tuesday for Cathie Wood's ARC. So another 1.8 million or so notional picked up by Miss Wood of Zoom. So back to number one for Zoom. Roku goes to number two. Not a big deal, but Zoom coming off earnings anyways.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you can see, look, it's been changing that top spot. Like in the 2 weeks, we've seen Tesla, then we've seen Roku, and now we see Zoom there. It's just whichever one makes the big bottom and gets bought last, that's going to be the one that's to that upside. Zoom was a great report, and it's pretty strong. Dick's actually beat on the top and bottom, but the guide was not fantastic. It was actually a big miss on the guide, and that's why it got beaten up. And it's like Nordstrom's, right? Like it's got the 20% short interest, and you're seeing that rally. Well, I mean, you're seeing that bounce back here probably because of that. Yeah, you can call it a rally because it's 57 to 67. Like that's an insane rally. And I look at it this way. You know, you've seen this before. It's already put in such a big bounce. I just think if it's trying to go green or anywhere into this channel below that 70 breakdown, I think that's where it's an obvious fade. And until it tells you that it wants to trade back below 60, it's kind of like Nordstrom's, right? It's going to try to put in that kind of a floor here. So we'll see. I mean, the 60 level was the one I would have liked if it had broken down. So if it doesn't get below that level, I guess I got to be looking for a bit of a long bounce. I will say this, though. Their conference call is at 10 o'clock. So that means they're going to be on the call while the market is open, and you got to tread a little bit lightly. Like you got to be at least a little bit concerned when you have those calls going on in real time. Like you can definitely get caught off guard. One word here or there, and then you can definitely see that name start to move. Zoom was super strong yesterday. No questions about it. One of the strongest names in the market. It fell with everything else at the open, but a lot of that was just. Look, it just got caught up in the carnage. But overall, good report. It got back into green. You can see here the afternoon support at 93. That is held. If you ignore the aftermarket on the earnings, you've still got this great channel, 96, 97. It was a great short off that price in the morning yesterday, but that was everything going down off that 96. I think if it holds 93, you want to be long. You can see the floor break. If 93 goes down there, you've got a bit of a gap to the downside. But Zoom should be back on our radars once again, Brendo.
Active anyways on that note this morning. We'll see what happens with Zoom today. A few little ones to talk about this morning. That Mike's MICS already falling apart. Pretty impressive to the downside already. Volume, that is, pretty impressive for MICS. This one, an oncology stock. If you missed it, there was positive FDA designation given to one of their treatments for tumors for ELEV. Go to the daily chart. This is 450. Came into play going back to, what is that, the beginning of the year, I guess. Haven't been up here since the beginning of this year. 20% right now, but 450, a huge area. Give it, 20 cents, give or take, either side, and we'll see what happens with ELEV.
Yeah, getting elevated, that stock, that's low-hanging fruit as well. GovX, you guys remember this one? It was obviously monkeypox to cancer treatment yesterday being the news. It's only up 2% today, but it is doing decent volume sort of once again, and it did reject 3. I just showed you the daily quickly there because $3, that was a 200 period, I think, at $3, but it rejected that pretty hard in the afternoon. Below that price, I mean, there's always a chance that you can be retesting this. 170, that looks like a pretty good support for GovX. It's had trouble at 250 both in the afternoon and just now, but that is between $2.50 to $3. Obviously, that's a good rate of return. It's 50 cents, but on a $2.50 stock, that is a decent enough range that if GovX goes, you got some room to run to the upside. Right now, just in Wendy's, and the market made a bit of a bounce there. Didn't get very far. Did we talk about Facebook? I don't think we did. I don't think we talked about Meta. Pretty strong, relatively speaking, if you talk about that entire group, with Snapchat, et cetera. It was down significantly, but given that everybody else was down double digits, Facebook showing some relative strength. It's had this buyer at at $180 pretty much the entire time that we've been on the air for the last hour here, and it's been just catching a bid off 180. So I'm kind of watching this price area. This is one of those, if we can hold it off the open, you're looking longs in front of that 180. But I made this mistake with Tesla. I'm like, allow it to establish a base off of a level and then try to trade it after you've had that opening rush. And then I did the same thing with Tesla a few days ago and then still got in the first 2 minutes. And then 10, 15 minutes later is when it actually held that level and broke out. So I want to make sure that we're holding a base in front of 180. Micron is still below that 66. So I might be short that one at the open in a hurry if it can't catch a bid.
All right, guys, like I said here, just real quick here about this. Facebook is the #1 name here on the sticky note. We've been trading it like a maniac lately, and this might be the #2 stock profit-wise for the show. 182.50 high, 176 bottom. I'm going to wait for one of those to hit. So, yeah, right now you're in the middle, but it's going to hit one of those. So either it looks like we'll probably have to punch through 182.50, especially if this market goes today. So watch out for that one. I mean, Facebook wants to go. There's no doubt about that. They got hit, I mean, in my opinion anyways, they got hit yesterday on Snapchat, so there's 182.50. To me, it's a no-brainer push through long on that one, and we'll just wait to see. If you do take the 182.50, though, watch out for that 180 back test. So you got to watch out for that. Unfortunately, like I said, our charts are a little bit nuts here, but, there's the 180. It's been holding pretty good. The very, very bottom of that 176 came into play. Man, this sucks. Like, I can't even zoom back out. But 179 was yesterday. 176, believe me when I tell you, is another level that we're looking at, or else it would not be on the sticky note. We have Toronto Tony in the building right now as well. Okay, so he's going to be coming through. Just a quick check up on the imbalances as they're getting ready to rock and roll now. NU with the buy. New bag, new holdings there with a nice one. Snapchat with the bid, like we said. We're long Snapchat. I mean, if it breaks through that 1950 yesterday's bottom, then we're gone out of it. So that's fine. CCL continues to get beat up. Yesterday we talked about that. Wow. When I saw that 9 there, I was like, don't tell me it's sub 10. But 1165 right now for CCL. And then as I look on here, Citigroup also. We're into Wendy's now. Yeah, other than that, I think we have a couple plays ready to go. We're waiting in front of Apple. We're waiting in front of Apple 140.50 or so, if that makes a move. We've got Facebook 182.50. That's looking like it's going to come through. Maybe small on that break, but I don't know. I don't want to play breakouts early on that. Nordstrom's, I'm hoping, is going to be the biggest trade of the day if we do take down this 22. But now you see Nordstrom's fading back in, so maybe that 22 is nothing here today. But that was a level that I really liked for a possible long. Digging into it right now is not horrible against 20 bucks, so we could definitely look at that. And then we've already talked about Wendy's. We're long into that one. And that's about it, man. I mean, I don't have too many other ideas for right now. Ford's down to 12. NIO, that MICS was NASDAQ, I believe, 1365. So this has kind of calmed down quite a bit right now. We just went for a run up to that 425. I said to you earlier that that's where my order was, so I'm lucky to have not gotten in because, hey, if I got in at 425, that was a dollar hit right there. So watch out to see what happens here at 425 on MICS. So, yeah, man, we're getting ready to rock and roll today. One more time if I can pick up my microphone. And, yeah, let's go. MICS 425. Here comes Snapchat back in with only 30 seconds to go.
Yeah, 30 seconds to go. Tony's on the bell. That ELEV looks like it's the one that might test the top first. 460, the big level on the daily chart for ELEV getting elevated, obviously. But with now 20 seconds to go, Tesla just caught a tiny bit. I'm seeing a few names try to bounce back into the upside. The first thing I'm going to see is can Micron hold that level? That's a big one, 66. Anything on the daily that looks like that, I'm going to be all over it. GovX as well, 250, a big level. It's going to try and take that out right here at the open. With now 5, 4, 3, 2, and ring it, Tony.
All right. Okay, so we're into Wendy's, we're into JWN, we're into Snapchat, so a few positions that we're into already. Nordstrom's long right here. We just punched long. I just didn't want to wait for it. Who knows? If I like 21, man, I got to like 2080, right? So we are now long on Nordstrom's. Let's see where that goes. Snapchat is bouncing back. There goes Snapchat breaking through 13, but, you know, lots to happen. It opened pretty nicely here, opened early here on Snapchat. We're trying to get longer. We just missed some of those bids in the 60s, but let's go Snapchat and see where it goes from here. There goes Nordstrom's. 40 cents in the money. Yeah, looking to get some out, maybe 21.50, then see if we can hold the rest. But so far, so good here, but pretty muted off the open.
Yeah, Wendy's just bounced back up to like 17.50. I'm going to continue to just be on the bid in front of 17 and catch every single dip. Watching Micron just absolutely hold like a champ at that 66 level. So it looks like it's going to make the bounce off that big level on the daily. It's support till it's not. That's just the way that it goes with a name like that. GovX made a test. We like that rollover trade. It made a test at 250 once again. Not really through that price. So no breakouts just yet in the small cap space, although GovX is trying to be the first at that 250 level. And Nordstrom still at 21. Dick's Sporting Goods here. It's still making a breakout. It just put a wick in at 65. It's got a wick top at 65 for now. If it barcodes, that could actually be a pretty good entry, at least from a risk to reward standpoint. It's also exactly that 10% mark worth trading right now. But for now, just Wendy's as everything tries to settle in at the open. Tesla making a run to 630, but that's not the big level.
We're 3 for 3 early right now. Snapchat, a nice little move up to 13.20 there before stopping. We got some out at 13.16. So that was a nice little play there as we're long at 13. You guys know that play. And then, you know, Nordstrom's is 40 cents in the money, bouncing around. It did make a nice move to 21.33, giving us like 60 cents, but we didn't take it. So we're sitting there to see what happens on that one. And there goes Snapchat again. Wow, man, your boy is on one more time as we continue to go. Can Snapchat be the trade of the day back-to-back days? Let's see if it can go now. Snapchat, the #1 name on the sticky note. And again, taking damage again goes Snapchat. Let's go boom on it for there. Let's go boom on Wendy's as well. A nice little 40 cent win there for Wendy's. We're looking to take out 18 to go long on Wendy's now. So yeah, we're 3 for 3 and doing nice. Here goes Snapchat, nice little move again to the upside as it's going. We're waiting for Facebook to see if that takes down that 182.50. It doesn't look like it wants to, but hey, if Snapchat's gonna go, maybe Facebook does as well. So here we go, Meta 182.50. There goes Snapchat. Everything's working out, man. We'll take a small long. We don't like to take breakouts on these names, but we will try it here on Facebook one more time. Oh, it did. Oh, it bounced off 182.50. Okay, so lucky we didn't get into that one. We're out of 30% of Snapchat. Maybe we get out of a bit more, but a nice little win right there to start the day. So we'll throw some bangs around here as we're 3 for 3 to start, guys.
Yeah, and here comes Lucid as well. We talked about that. 17 was the level it was battling on Lucid. Just like Micron battled 66, but there was no way to get that long unless you were already in it. Lucid did did hang right around, couldn't take out the bottom, and if you hold that support when we're above it, it's a long. You get back below these bottoms, and it's going to be a short trade. So Lucid now on the way to the upside. I did say I like trading this one over Rivian and Tesla today. We'll see if that ends up being the right call, but I see Tesla making some power moves to the upside, or at least attempting to make some power moves to the upside. I did get in GovX. It rolled over. It tested 250 several times. Now heading back into the downside. Going to get some out in the 30s, obviously, and then see if that gets back down to a $2 level. Wendy's now rocketing back up to 18. So, it was simply saying, you got a good activist investor, you got a 17 previous level on it, buy the dip in front of 17 on Wendy's. Now it's really starting to run. Market heading to the upside here. Let's go. I mean, Lucid on the run, Tesla's on the run, Microsoft probably. Is it through that too? No. Microsoft not on the run.
Ooh, there's the money call one more time as Snapchat. There it is, the #1 name on the sticky note. We talked about 13, man. We wrote all about it. I hope you guys have this trade with your boy one more time here. Snapchat rocking to the upside right now. Good trade there. We'll wait. We did step in lightly into Facebook, like I said here, on that move back up. That's another one that's for right now as we go, and we'll see how far it goes up. We'll see if we get some out in the 80s for Facebook. Hopefully that continues to march here on that name. We're in the money 50s. We'll get some out in the 80s, like I said, if we can, for that 30 cents right there. Bang! Right there, a quick 30 cents. As there goes Facebook now, 50 cents in the money on that name. Yeah, the only thing struggling right now, Wendy's went to 18 and stopped. So we'll wait to see what that happens there. And then JWN just coming back in, but we're okay with that.
Yeah, I took Wendy's out. It just made a couple of wick tops there up at that 18 level, so I did grab out of that one. It is making some power moves. Now, Nordstrom's for me.
Go Nordstrom.
We wanted to see that 21 level reestablished. And I said, wait for it, wait for it, wait for it. It's trying to make this power move to the upside, but you're seeing like these false breaks. It's got wick bottoms here, so once we get back above, that's where I'm going to like it breaking back to the upside. And again, it's got to hold these pre-market bottoms. It's doing a decent attempt at doing so, but right now, the sellers are still kind of in control there. Dix, we'll get back to that in a quick second. GovX just pull back into 230. I'm looking 2/4, 215, and then maybe down to 210 on GovX. Lucid just pull back. Thankfully, we had taken some profit out at 17.30. Looked like it just tried to get back to that 17 even area. I want to be reloading in front of 17 if I can get it. Not saying we will, because the market just turned green. I'm not just talking the ES, NASDAQ as well, both in green.
Yeah, there it is, man. The sticky note, we'll send this out again on the snap play as that just went to 50, guys, and we are able to get out. It's like I said, man, it's a good thing that we're playing with a little more shares. It's a good thing that we're trading and making a little bit of cash here. So there goes Snapchat. Look where it is, man. I mean, this is what we're doing every single day. We're doing this here, up to 1350 as it's going. We're rocking right now. JWN, a nice little move as well to the upside. So we'll tweet that out for Snapchat. We're pretty proud of this play for sure, as there it goes through 30. I mean, this was a no-brainer play. I mean, this is what we talked about there. I feel like you had to have this one long. And there goes the NASDAQ blowing up to the upside as well. Let's see if Facebook can go. Microsoft, let's check in on that. That was at 259. Microsoft Q, okay, no. That's not going to work there, but hopefully we go like that, and then we go like that, and then we see Microsoft. Ooh, it did blow through 259. Let's check out Apple here. I don't know if we want to. Let's get out of Apple. I don't want to sit in front of that anymore, so we're going to wait for 141. And again, I'm just respecting the levels here on Apple, but again, I don't want to be in this name if it's, if the market's going to do this. It's a huge move to the upside right now. Let's see where we go. I'm really just surprised that that Facebook's not going right there. We already took a nice 50-cent win, but it has stopped on a dime right now. JWN, a nice play. Obviously, we're long in this one, 50 cents in the money now on JWN, Wendy's, Snap, and Facebook. So far, so good, but the Facebook trade has come way back in here.
The one that's surprising to me is Nordstrom's, because I know it's going up right now, but Dick's is at $67. Dick's Sporting Goods is up $10 from its bottom in the pre-market here, and you're not really seeing any of a push on Nordstrom's, who actually had the better turn to the upside. And Dick's is getting real close to actually being a reversal for me. I did just take some more shares out of Lucid, make sure we're grabbing profit in front of 1750. Tesla's making a run at that 650 level as well.
Oh,
Brendo?
Some of the Chinese stocks starting to go as well. Here's NIO up 2% this morning, guys. Speaking of Tesla, also Alibaba and Baidu popping up on volume.
Yep. It will be. Just telling Neil that Dix is about to get, or JWN is about to get stupid as well. So let's spin it right now. There it goes. JWN 70 cents now in the money and rocking on the reload right there. So whoa. I was just saying that JWN is about to get stupid, and here it goes. 70 cents in the money. Let's see if it takes down 22 as well. Lots of potential here for JWN today, I believe. Anyways, as the NASDAQ continues to rock, man, we did not buy more Facebook down there. I don't know what's wrong with it. It should be climbing and it's not, so I don't know. Maybe Facebook could be potentially broken there. No idea why. The NASDAQ's absolutely marketing upside here, and who knows? No real relief here in the NASDAQ. And there goes AMD as well. AMD trying to take out, not trying, is taking out levels. You're right back up to this 93 again here on AMD. So, hey, if you don't believe the NASDAQ rally is going to last, there are some good shorts here that you can find out. But yeah, it's still ripping now. Snapchat now, let's go again. This is the big trade for us. The money's coming through on Snapchat. We talked about this. I don't know who else is going to give you some of these levels like I do and stuff like that every single day, but there goes Snapchat right to the upside. I put myself out, and there it is. Really happy that that's working out. So we might just sit on this all day now, Snapchat, but we only have 20% left. So, just to say that isn't that much, but let's see if it wants to work to the upside. Snapchat, there it goes. And JWN, I guess, didn't get too stupid. Some good outs there at 50 for us on that reload, and here it comes back down. So, hey, I think there's still work to be done here for JWN, and then also Wendy's trying to go as well. We have not given up on this name. I believe Wendy's goes. So Wendy's in the money, JWN, Snapchat, and Facebook, man, down $1. Let's maybe average into this one, but this one's bleeding. So I don't know. We'll hold this and see where it goes, but Facebook right now, the only sick name out of all the trades that we have, Brendan.
URBN, Urban Outfitters, also with a decent report this morning, guys, trying to get to day highs. I also saw that Wendy's back above 18 on a volume alert, guys.
Yeah, volume on the retailers is gigantic. Dick's, this is the one. Like, we're already back to that 21 level and retesting on the Nordstrom's. I got 60% of it out. I'm looking for a reload that can consolidate, but I'm going to sit there and look at that wick top that just got made in Dick's Sporting Goods. Like I said, $10 from the bottom, and now it's barcoding off of 66. So I'm going to give it this little bit of a range here. If it can take out the top, I think 70 is next. If it comes back down, it's easily got a couple of dollars that it can run back into the downside. Now remember, in 20 minutes, they are going to have their earnings call. So fireworks can happen on those calls. You've got to be cognizant of that. A little bit of a school word there. Lucid came right back in. Is coming right back in. It's not at 17 yet, but I said make sure we get some out in front of that 1750. We did. And then look at the candle back. This is what you get at 9:30 in the morning. You get these breaks, and then it just gives it all back in a matter of like a couple of minutes, and then you're retesting these levels. So if we liked it before, we're going to like it again. I'm jumping right back in on Lucid, right in front of that 17 level. If it gets taken out, fair enough. We're going to be gonzo. But crazy price action. And Tesla, you got to watch that if you're watching any of the EV names. It turned off at 640, and that's when Lucid made its turn. So Tesla, 640, the big level 4 now.
This is why I do it. So we'll floss this off, and it's for guys like you, Kevin. You are welcome, man. Thank you, Sean Catino, Neil Roberts, for these great calls. Snapchat. So there it is, man. I hope you hit your daily goal. Go enjoy your day, my friend. Thank you for playing with us on tradertv.live. There's the win for you. I hope, like I said, man, I hope people behind us made a whole bunch of cash there. That Snapchat at 13 long, guys. That was beautifully set up there. So yeah, obviously we always think we should take more shares, but still a nice trade there for the long side. The only name that I'm really worried about, we have JWN, which is still fine. We're 30 cents in the money. Maybe we'll take another piece out as we do have shares on that. Little bit worried about Facebook. We've talked about that. We just took another long here through 182, but it's not going. Like the NASDAQ went there and Facebook just went early, but then it stopped. And as the NASDAQ was still going, sure, we got 40 cents or whatever on that one. That's, 30 cents on that. But that was a good move. But now you're sitting here in the money out 50 cents. So let's wait to see where this goes. Probably down to 170. I don't have enough shares to be worried about this right now. So yeah, we will be averaging into it, but for now, we have to wait to see what that's doing. And then Wendy's just seems to be stopping at 20. We're long at 18. So if this goes back up to 20, let's put an offer in the teens just to get it in case it goes. But maybe this name doesn't want to go today. So again, we have a floor for Wendy's. I'm fine holding this trade, possibly again all day in case it gets going late. But right now, Wendy's doesn't seem to want to go. We can get out a piece now, sub 18, but I'm going to put one at 18. 18 teens and see if we can get a little bit of a bump up right now. And then what did Apple do? Apple probably failed. Yeah, of course it did. Right where I had my offer at 140.50, we wouldn't have got filled, but that's right where it failed at. So Apple, some more work to be done as well with this market coming back in here.
And we talked about a couple of those small cap names. One of them was ELEV. Definitely got elevated this morning. And 460 was a big level on the daily chart. That you're going to see here, like the last time it consolidated before making the low was a 460 top. It just touched this now as a 3-minute chart here and pull back into 50s. So you can probably guess short of the 50s. And then the stop is going to be at the high of the day on a little bit of a pullback here. Tesla made a big bounce back there. Sorry, no, not that big a bounce. Actually, 635. I just have a bad wick on my chart. But that dragged Lucid back through 17. That is the price that I like on Lucid. That's the price that we're going to be long in front of it. But if it breaks down, I'm stopping out. I'm going to be back to this name. As long as we can, if we hold a consolidation here, instead of just jumping into the long, I want us getting right back above that consolidation level before I think about getting into the long side of the trade there. And now I'm actually thinking dip buys on Tesla. Very, very strong breakout off 630 here. Well, 625, then 630 into that 640 area. If it starts holding a higher consolidation, you might get one of those Tesla up days, and you know what those can do.
Yeah, we like Tesla updates. All right, so yeah, not much going on. Yeah, thanks again, Kevin, for that. We're looking at JWN here starting to get going one more time, back up to the upside. I really think this is, like I said, a hold all day type of situation. So I'm going to do that to see if it gets going a little bit. We talked about maybe buying Walmart off the open. We can have a quick look at that one. No, sorry, not off the open, as opposed to some of these other retailers like Dollars, Rama, Dollar Tree. But Walmart's pretty muted right now, still negative on the day for that one. I don't know, man. Nordstrom's came right back up. We do have shares available to get out, so maybe we'll do that right now on JWN. Let's put an offer on that one right around here, man. If we can get a 27, we'll take it. So we'll sit there in 27s, try to hide a bit, see if we get taken out there. Yes, did we just get it there? Yes, we did. So, oh yeah, rips right through. Bang right now again. Drop the money down. There goes JWN to the upside. We're getting excited, man, because these trades are really working out for us pretty good here today. The only thing we need to get going now is Wendy's, and then we'll be pretty happy with our day. Wendy's going, JWN, a big trade for us. Snapchat, we're out of the last 10, well, we have 10% left. We just got out at 10% more at 13.75, as this is a monster trade right there. I said Snapchat might be the trade of the day, man. Nordstrom's could be the trade of the day. Let's get Nordstrom's going. We still want to break it through 22, so I still have more to go on this name as well for Nordstrom's, but for right now, we can check back in on AMC as well. I'm going to stick an order here for Nordstrom's right around this 21.80 in case we don't take out 22. But hey, I still think we take out 22. So we'll go to 21.80 in case we don't. And Brendan's got some news. What's up?
Speaking of highly shorted names, just saw this one, guys. Carvana popping up here on some decent volume so far today. Don't see a reason for this yet, but heavy volume coming into CVNA.
It's got gigantic short interest. I mean, I don't know. There was someone in the chat yesterday, and I forget the name, actually put out there that they watch Carvana tomorrow, and then something about, I forget what the news catalyst was going to be, but they did say put it on watch. The short interest puts it always on watch. I'm going to get some out in front of this 22 on Nordstrom's. I think that's an obvious sort of price there. It did have some buyers at this price in the morning. In the pre-market, I think it gets to that, and there's going to be a little bit of a consolidation that makes some sense to me. I jumped back into Lucid. I came right back to the level that we like, so we did get into that one. And then I got into Facebook. So I said this, and we're looking at Nordstrom's. It was at 21. I wanted it to shake itself out in the open, not necessarily take the breakout style trade, but then try and catch it when it holds that support and establishes a level. That's what happened at Nordstrom's at 20. At that 20-21 area. On Facebook, it didn't even really test 180. It just kind of went to the upside. So on the way back in, I want to get a piece of this long in front of that 180 level. And it's a similar thing with Microsoft. Like Microsoft there's only one direction Microsoft went. It just went straight up. It's relatively strong. It's now above that 260. The breakout potential is there. I just didn't get the fill there. There we go. That's weird. Anyways, I saw it trade through my price, and the message was like a half a second slow. But I just got into Microsoft at that 260 level. Both of these, I think if the market can hold in green territory, you want to give some room, some breath, because they're strongish stocks relative to the other big tech.
Yeah, we're going to get out of Facebook too. I'm just going to get out if it breaks 180.50. We do have a lot of shares, so we're not going to hold this all the way down to 180. We'll see. Maybe it's a 180 smash to the downside. What's up, Brendo?
FedEx unusually weak here, guys. Just bouncing off 200. Just searching for a reason for this, but not a lot of liquidity at this point. Huge move down to start though for FDX.
Yeah, just silly going long Meta. I mean, we already talked about this earlier that, it was the one that was failing when the market was going upside. So we took it early, took a little bit of profit, and then honestly should not have even got back in this name. So we're out of it. We'll see what happens. It's probably going to break 180. And when it does, we will get out of Facebook and then just move on from it because honestly, it's not, whatever. I have enough shares that I can make this back if it does wind up bouncing from here. But if it doesn't, man, I just want to get out because this name, I already identified this as a pure sick today. So yeah, why are we even in it? We did get out of it for a little bit of damage there, not much. And if it goes back up, we still have shares on board that we can make this all back quite easily on that one. But there goes JWN, ladies and gentlemen. So this is the trade that we talked about it early, man. And again, I hope you had this. Like I was very, very confident. Now we're going to see. We just took another piece out there in front of 22. We'll punch the 22 long and see where we go from there. Hey, it could completely fall back down, man. And if it doesn't hold 22, then we'll get out. But there's an out right there. 21.98, guys, taking $1.30 on that play. So we'll see what happens now with JWN on the reload. We like it so much, we reloaded it down there. So that's a good call for me anyways. We'll see if it takes down 22. And then again, you can hold it all the way back into this area, 21.50, 21.40. It won't be a nasty hit, but it'll be a hit if we take down 21 and I don't do anything about it. So 22. So let's see if that can go through. Wendy's not doing anything. Snapchat, we're holding 10%. Snapchat was a big one, man. That was a big chicken dinner winner there for Snapchat. So really glad they were able to get out of that one. And we'll just wait to see what happens as Facebook right now dancing with that 180. Man, do I feel silly going long on this one when we sort of knew that this wasn't going to be the one for us there today. So we're still long in it. I hate throwing money, good money after bad or whatever that saying is, but there goes Facebook looking to crack through 180. Hey, it could still hold, man, and if it does, that's great, but I'm not putting any more money to work in Facebook until we get down to some key levels, and there it goes, man. That one was a money drainer, but at least we identified that. That's on me for going back in there. Should have never done that.
I like the level. I mean, it broke out from that level, so I'll take it in front almost every single time if it wants to show it. ELEV did make that wick top. It's now starting to come back in. This is riding VWAP, by the way, so just watch out for that as it seems to come through. There's obviously, I'm not saying it's a program buying off VWAP, but it probably is. At least an algo or something like that. So until it breaks through, you're not likely to have any kind of carry through on that name. It just went through 22, on Nordstrom's there. If it does a failed break, I'll want to take some more shares off on Nordstrom's. Microsoft is holding pretty steady, but I just got back into Dick's. Now remember, the earnings call is still in about 5 minutes or so. It just put another wick off top in there, and every single, it's just up so far, and it's just ridiculous because as far as I'm concerned, Nordstrom's had a better report than Dick's, and it's not that close. But I'm going to be on this name to the short side. Every single time it puts one of these entries in, I'm looking for the retracement back into VWAP on Nordstrom's. Tesla still hasn't really given me that entrance point yet, but we are now finally getting right back to where we broke out from that 625 to 630 range. So if it can catch a bit of a base here, Tesla's got a chance. It just went from, it's still positive on the session, but from up a couple of points here to basically flat on the session, looking to see if Tesla can hold. But not much of a rug pull, but certainly a pull back in some of these names.
All right, so we're going to go over to a name that, I don't know, man, AMD. We do know, obviously, this could break. We're looking at 90.50 here. If it breaks 90.50, that day's sort of level there, then we're going to get out of this one. But the NASDAQ has come way back in now. Not way back in, but in enough to give up pretty much its whole day here. So let's see what the NASDAQ wants to do. We were just up 0.5%. The NASDAQ, when we came in, was down like 0.6 or 0.7. So, there is potential for that to retrace back to the downside. But we're going to go long here on AMD. It's not the strongest name. I'm trying to find strong tech names right now. Tesla's up 0.1, so maybe that's the name to look at. Microsoft is down. We talked about Facebook there on that mistake. Now down to 1.7. So stupid. That should have been a short. I'm never going to forgive myself for that one. Roblox, $28. Roblox is nice. Roblox today up nicely for some reason, as Aunt Kathy may be in there buying. Roblox, a New York name, up to $28 right now, up 3%. Why Roblox, Brendan? Maybe there's something there with that. And there goes Nordstrom's, and there goes AMD. Everything now starting to pop upside. So let's get out of a little bit. There goes JWN. Your boy called this one breaking through 22. Remember at the open, guys, I was like, I really like that 22 break for a possible big time move to the upside. And there it is, man. Nordstrom's big time. My number one stock today, as there's the break, man, through 22, giving it to you. And there's the sticky note again coming into play one more time. So sticky note seems to not fail, at least anyways. We'll see there. Snapchat long 13. That went to 1380. We got out there. There's JWN long 22 right there. It's at 2230 right now. The only problem is this Wendy's. The Wendy's long is not working out. I do think it will, but right now, Wendy's just chilling out. Down right now 12 cents on that position.
Yeah, I mean, it's still one of the strongest names in the market, right? So it's up that 10%, but since the open, it was basically just that one level off of 17. If it comes back down there, I think you got to reload this. I mean, anytime a big investor comes in, it tends to put a floor on the stock, especially if you think that they might, and I say might because it doesn't actually have to happen, that they could be buying the rest of the company. And it definitely gives that opportunity. We've seen a lot of consolidation in a lot of different spaces. There's now a big offer on Dick's at 66. Kind of walking it to the downside here in front of the earnings call. I'm sitting on the, give me a break. I was just sitting on the bid and whatever. I was actually sitting at 65.50. So I just went and actually just punched out there some of my shares because didn't want to go to that 50 level. But I want to take some off, and we just did on the way down before the earnings call starts in about 5 minutes. I wanted to curl on Dick's, able to get some there. I definitely want all out in front of 63 or the start of the call. Brendo?
It was actually yesterday, guys, but worth a note for Roblox picking up former Zynga chief tech officer. So a little bit of executive changes happening at Roblox.
There we go, guys. Finally, hallelujah. AMD, spin it. There we go. Sharif knows what's good over there. And there it is, man. A nice little move up for AMD off that 90.50 bottom. We're long at 90.85 right now. In the money, 50 cents, and still Rip City right now on that stock. Doesn't want to stop. Can't stop, won't stop. I mean, can it get back to 92.60? Answer, easily. So we'll wait to see if it can get up there. I'm going to try to hold the rest of this here. We get out too early all the time, but we're already, like, we're long. Look where we're long, 90.85, right? We were going to get out if it broke through 90.50. So it's 35 cents in the money. We're 35 cents in the money on the upside right now. So that's why you're starting to see me take a little bit out. Let's take another piece out right there at 25, and there it goes, right to the upside one more time. Our best out, though, was 91.36. So hopefully we can hold on to this one and it will just keep on climbing. So there it is, a nice move upside for AMD. Like I said, Facebook at some point, maybe I got to get back into it, but I'm going to leave Facebook alone. Apple, the other big tech name, but I'm already in AMD, so I'm pretty happy with all of this. We need Wendy's to go. JWN stopped and dropped. So that was, I mean, our outs 30, 32, 35, something like that. So JWN here, still holding on to shares, but there goes AMD. Look, I might buy calls on NVIDIA, to be honest with you. AMD starting to rip to the upside right now. Let's see if we can get a piece out at 60. Just realizing that that's VWAP. Actually was not prepared for this, but that's what happens when you roll the dice, my ladies and gentlemen. There it goes to the upside. AMD, now $1 in the money on that name as it's starting to get going. So yeah, it's only 9.56. We're doing pretty good. We're near the highest spot all day, despite screwing up that Facebook trade, but that's fine. We got back into AMD, and so we're happy with everything here. Let's go. The only problem, like I said, and we're just now negative on the stock, is Wendy's, because we went long at 17.40, but then we pushed more at 18. So that's definitely a problem there. Good out on AMD as it looks like it's starting to come back. Our best out there, 91.70.
I just put through some more bids on Wendy's, man. If it gets back to below 17.50, I'm just going to be all over it. And ELEV just broke VWAP for the first time here, now holding below. There's been all these dark pool wicks, but this is the first time it's actually traded below, so it looks like it's going to roll over. I'm getting more shares out in front of 420 because that was previous support. Microsoft is making a nice little bounce here. I want to be, if we get an update today, I want to be in softy all day long. It was just relatively strong yesterday. It was trying to make that late day break. It really did, and this is about the long that I had at the close that I had to take off yesterday. Let's see if we can get that one working here today. Brendan?
Redbox, guys, RDBX, recent squeeze, retail favorite, whatever you want to refer to it as, just breaking 6 here on a volume spike where we touched yesterday about this time.
All right, I'm going to start a Microsoft bid here. It is coming down to 259er, so we don't mind respecting that level for sure. But again, like let me take one more piece out here on AMD just in case. Like I don't want to be trying to go long all these tech names. Meanwhile, I have a beauty right here on AMD. I'm going to let it fall back in. I don't think so. So we'll wait on that one right now. Microsoft down to 259 right now. So I don't know. I think that 258 is a level. But other than that, like you're gonna have to hold it all the way down for this trade to work probably. Some of these names just not really coming out. But there's Microsoft, yeah, 256, but yeah, I'm not gonna hold it there. 258, yeah. So this 257, 258 area is pretty important for Softy. But again, we're not in this huge shares. Like I'm in Microsoft 10% of what I was in AMD. So just to give you guys a rough idea there of how I'm flowing through. You guys have asked for some more details on the positions, so that's a good one for me to indicate to you how much more I liked AMD than I do Microsoft right here. But that 258.50 has bounced. So if you're gonna respect any levels today and you like Microsoft upside, then yeah, this is a good trade. You have a limited downside if you're gonna get out at a 258 break or so, and the upside gets you back to 260. So a little bit of movement downside here on Softy, and I think we'll play it off that 258.50.
Yeah, you've now had a real capitulation. The second ELEV broke that 430, that VWAP, it just started falling like an absolute rock. So, I mean, like on the way upside, it was just every time we get to that level, you'd see some algo buying sort of jump in there and support it. Once it broke, falling like a rock. I think it can get to 375 here to that downside. So looking pretty weak. The call's starting any second now in Dix. So we got a little bit of a rollover. It went from 67 back into that 65.5 price. That's all we're able to get. It's back to break even. I'm just going to take it off here because, as I said, like I've been caught in these before. If you're not listening to the earnings call or really ear to the ground, you're just sort of getting whipsawed around. I don't want to do that with a stock with a 20% short interest and you're sitting short in it while the earnings call is going on. I just don't. If I was listening to it, even then I probably still wouldn't want to be trading it. So I'm just going to get out of that Dix flat. I'll get back into it if we can see something in the next 30 minutes or so after they've concluded, however long that takes. Tesla keeps getting to 640. 640, 1, 2, really 2 times. There's a dark pool wick up there as well, but just keeps on barcoding here. So write that one down. If we can hold 30s and throughout the opening rush, you're looking for a 640 break maybe after 10 o'clock on Tesla. Still showing some signs of strength, but it is 10 o'clock as I just mentioned, and that means we need to get to Brendan for happening now.
Hey guys, yeah, nice green numbers to talk to you about. At this point, we had a bit of a red start to the morning. If you joined us at 8:30, everything back to positive territory here at the S&P 0.08. The Dow just right now 0.01 back in positive territory. Strength in small caps here. The Russell, all three of them doing quite nicely today. The NASDAQ as well, trying to hold 0.17, 0.18 for the composite and the 100. A few things to note if you were joining us early on this morning. We talked about Tesla a little bit, just in general, some weakness the past couple of days. Not the case here. Up nicely, back above 620, up 1.5%. Volume high on Tesla today as well, worth noting. NVIDIA as well, coming tonight after market. Nice pop off the open, but struggling to get back to highs for NVIDIA, guys.
Yep, NVIDIA reporting tonight, and we're trading the bad boy here, AMD, its cousin. We just got out at 91.90, so that was a decent play. We still have some shares on board as well. And then Sailor Moon, JWN right now. Let's see if it can get going here. We just got out some at 22.50. Again, this buy 20.50, 20.80, more at 22, more. My number one stock today, net-wise, is AMD, but right behind it is JWN. So, and that AMD trade can get sour real quick. So let's wait to see if that goes. And again, feels so crazy for being long. Stupid Microsoft there. I'm not being patient enough and waiting for levels. So loss on that one. We'll flush ourselves down the toilet. Honestly, I just got to regroup. We're still net positive today. So that's fine. I mean, yesterday was a big day for us. Today is going to be a big day for us as well. But there goes Microsoft breaking back down through that level. So, yeah, big tech not working other than what the names that I'm on, to be quite frankly with you. Snapchat and AMD just continue to be the ones that are working right now. I mean, Microsoft could work, right? There's no doubt about that. But you got to manage your risk. I mean, I had to get out there at 258.50. Like I said yesterday, I lost way too much money averaging into Apple. so I'm not going to do that today. If you're trading smaller shares or you're comfortable with the risk management, then you can do that. I mean, we're just giving you some trade ideas. And on that note, I want to say a big thank you to Lori and Sven. Those words that you guys had for me in the chat were very appreciative. So thank you so much for that. That's why I do this. So thank you to Lori and to Sven and for everybody, man. Everybody that's part of Sticky Note Nation. Thank you so much for everything, guys.
Tesla, I see you guys talking Tesla 640. Yeah, it's still a big level, and there's tons of selling up at that price. It's got to make a jailbreak if it's going to get higher. The Dick's call did start, and obviously we said it's not worth it. You're going to get whipsaw action. Like the candle, it was a $1.20 candle the second it started opening up, and there's nothing you could have said at the opening that would cause that. That's just a risk-off type of event. If it gets to $70, Dick's, I'm gonna probably be back over to this name. I said if it got to 70, we're gonna try the short side of the trade on Dick's Sporting Goods. There's just no way I'm not gonna do it. Wendy's, we might not get 17 again. It's still pulling back, but it doesn't seem to want to pull back into that morning price that we were able to get just in front of that 17.25. I'm still sitting on the bid there, but we hold here long enough, and I'm probably just going to have to tick up a little bit. I think it's got a floor on it today, and I want to be involved to the long side of the trade on Wendy's once again. I don't want to be stuck not in this one again, guys. I feel like it's entirely too good not to. It was just mentioned to me that a firm is making a bit of a move. I'd be short off these levels if I actually saw something here. But for a firm, for me, it's this 22 area. And I want to make sure we're waiting for that 22 if I'm going to play it to the short side. It bounced off $20 in yesterday's trade. So if it gets there, obviously that's pretty key. But diddling in the middle, not the way that I want to go about it with the firm. So I'm going to stay away from it. Tesla just made the jailbreak. Did it get through 640? Yes, it did on the breakout on Tesla. I don't love breakout trades. But I do love when it does the shakeout and gives you the now VWAP on a pullback. So watch 635, 636, actually probably 636 on a pullback for Tesla. It tends to fade these breaks of key levels before it starts to get going again. But it is a green day in this market, and we know what Tesla can do in the face of one of those.
All right, and we're going to go back into Facebook if it does start to take some of these levels out here. 180.50 is what we like. And I know that I was mad to be in this in the first place, but let's just wait to see what it wants to do upside right now. The market is still above the 50 period, and we did, and again, I feel, okay, there we go. If I just zoom in a little bit, it's better. That 179 held. So we'll go long here, 180.50, and we're going to hold this one back to that 179, including in some averages in as well into this name. So we'll see what happens, but if it does fade out a little bit, we can try to respect some of these bottoms by starting to average into Facebook if it does go to the downside. There goes, JWN again. Again, we have shares. Like, this is what I'm saying. Like, we're not trying to take, we're trying to average out of some of these shares. I talked about the new strategy that I had yesterday, right? More shares, but just scalping out, because the NASDAQ has been pretty choppy, and you're seeing no direction again today. Like, it's not that we have this crystal ball, although I do have the lucky 8 ball at my disposal right now, but, it's choppy. We identified that early. We said that the NASDAQ might go for a run, probably not today, but chop central, so that's what you got to do. Take more shares, right? And just get out, that's my strategy, get out as much as you can, hold the rest in case you get, a barn burner of a winner. And that's why I have, a dollar winner on AMD, and that's why you can sit in here and have some of these winners and not worry about it. And that's also why I got out of Microsoft, right? I take more shares, and therefore I can't hold it when it does this. But now you're getting ready to get to some levels. I don't want to buy Microsoft at these levels. I'd want to buy AMD or something, but there goes Microsoft. Look at the out, man. 285.50 for a small hit, right? There it goes. Tank City down for Softy, probably Tank City for everything else. JWN, thank God, is holding out. That's nice. Wendy's, we reloaded right here as well. And Snapchat, we're almost out of. So let's go shopping right now and see if we can pick up something on sale on this NASDAQ move down.
KSS just halted. I'm going to assume it's some kind of a deal news there because it's been speculated that, I don't know that it's deal news. I'm going to speculate that it's deal news. For me, my strategy is always going to be a little bit different. If I take a trade in a stock that I think can go 260 or from that area to 265, then I'm going to give it a couple of dollars in the trade. If I think I'm going to make $2 to $5, I'm willing to lose $2 to $5. So I'm out on Softy because it broke the bottom. It's as simple as that. But KSS, I don't know what the news just is, but they've been shopping themselves for quite some time. That's why I'm making the assumption that that could be the news for KSS. Brennan, I assume you got it.
Yeah, there's nothing firm at this point. There was this report that came out right at 10 suggesting that any of the bidders, there's a few of them, remember, could revise the bids to the downside, which explains the move to the downside. So it's actually a volatility halt to the downside here, guys, for KSS, but nothing firm to mention at this point.
Yeah, that's not good.
All right.
Yeah, that's not good at all.
All right, so we're back into AMD. We're into Facebook now as well. We'll see where we're going. We don't have to look at JWN anymore. I mean, it's my number one stock. We've already made that money on JWN. Let's see if it can go back up to the upside, though. I mean, that's really what we want. We want to have more winners on board. Okay, so Neil just covered Microsoft a little bit. We're back into Facebook right now. 180 is the level. We're long at 170. I mean, we must take another piece out we'll take one piece out here if we can for 40 cents in the money. Like I said, this is how we're trading now, right? Much different environment for me as we go. More shares, less per penny. Try to hold something for the bigger move, right? So there's Facebook. Facebook instantly goes in the money 40 cents, and we took it out. So there's some buys. We didn't take it all out. We took out 20%. Could this fail? Of course. And if it does, it's going to be 179. So we're leaving some room to average in, plus taking profit, right? So again, definitely switching up our game plan here. And there goes AMD. So again, if we're going to do the same thing here on AMD, let's do it one more time. We just missed it, man. It went to 90. It went over 91 there on AMD. We're loaded up at set right here, now at 78. You see how it comes right back in to basically become a losing position right there? So this is hence the scalping that we're trying to do right now. Here we go. Come on. Get me something out here a little bit. Maybe we'll take an 88. Well, let's do that. There it is. Did we just get that 88? Yes, we did. So we got an 88 there. But now it's starting to fall back in. We're still waiting for 91 flat. This is how you stay positive on the day. So although the market's not really working out, we're still positive, and we have a lot of potential here for some big wins. Remember when we talked about on the sticky note JWN? Does anybody remember the price that we had on there? Well, what about 22? Right now on JWN off the sticky note. There it is right there. We even talked about this as a huge potential, was the break that we wanted. We talked about it. There's JWN now in the money 80 cents, but realistically, well, not realistically, it's in the money 80 cents, but we were also long this thing down there. So there goes Nordstrom's right up to the upside. Nice take on that one, man. Always wishing we had more shares, but we still have some on board, and it's a decent amount. So there it is. A nice little win for JWN. I hope you guys had that one.
And remember I said Tesla, watch out for that breakout. Breakouts is just not as good in this market, right? So it pulled the break through that huge level at 41. You saw it, 40, 41, kept on going. Pulled right back in, bounced off 35, grabbed the 636, which on the daily actually was a level way back when, but already scalps them out in front of that high of the day. Now, if it makes the breakout through the high, you've A, got a better price, and B, banked some profit in case we pull back. So it gives you a little bit of a cushion to that upside, or to that downside, I should say. Sorry, guys, to that downside, if it does make another move down like the market is trying to do. My chart just freezes on me. Okay, so anyway, this is so annoying. DIX is getting close to that 70. I just try to quickly flip, and my chart just crashed. But that 70 level upcoming on DIX, remember we got out when the call started at 10 o'clock? This is why. Allow it to settle down. Now the 70 level is coming into place. So instead of being $3 out of the money, I'm now in a position to test another key level here on DIX Sporting Goods at 70 even.
All right, so we're just putting this tweet out right now about that JWN, so you guys can follow it at TraderTV Sean to see some of these trades and you know why we like them. And that's to me what it's all about. Regardless, if you miss this one, that's fine. You can get more. You know, not everyone took a 22 break. You know, you guys might have been looking at it and saying, no, I don't know. But I liked it, and I just want to explain to you guys why I liked it. So there it is, man. We're waiting now in the 99 or 97 to get out of some more as we go. And there goes AMD. AMD's trying, man. The NASDAQ is trying. AMD just went up to, we got some out too, 91.10, 91.7. It just bounced off the 50 period of 91.20 before fading back in now. So maybe this doesn't want to go. I don't know. We'll take another piece out there at 99 and see if it wants to go. Facebook wanted to go, I thought, and then stopped again. So it completely stopped at 180 there. So we got to put another offer. Like, come on, Facebook, man. We want to get more than 50 cents on this play, but if it doesn't want to give it, it doesn't want to give it. But what does want to give you the money is that JWN. And there it goes through 23. So Sticky Note Nation, guys. What's up with that as we go? What's up with Brendan right now?
They're liking the highly shorted ones today, guys. Here's another one. WW, formerly Weight Watchers, just popped up on a volume scanner, up 1%, starting to go right now. This one about 15% on the short side.
I just took out my Nordstroms there at the open. It held 21s. It gave you 23s just now. When I sat down, I looked at a 23.50 gap to 25. I didn't really think once it came into play. We're going to talk about it obviously, but this is what you look at: 23.50. It's got a gap to 25, and when a gap is that large, I'm usually looking for both directions off a level like this. You get above 23 even. I'm looking fail, break, reversal, short side between 23.50 and 25. Those are the big levels. Just wanted this to establish 21. That's all it had to really do, and now you've seen it do that. Tesla made the break. It just tried to pull back again, so it's really like it's everything to this long side is a battle, and I think you're seeing that sort of play out, right? Like Tesla's been breaking this level back and forth, I'd say half a dozen times. The chart doesn't even really do it justice because it's a 3-minute, but I'm looking at that 650 level. We get to 650, I'm getting the heck out of Dodge because it's up 2%, but everything is just so slow grinding into this upside that I don't think you want to get too stubborn. I did get back into Dick's Sporting Goods off that 70 level. It had a wick top, and every time I'm looking for it to test the level, reject it, and then come back in and then get it in front of it. So I'm not really standing in front of the level. I'm waiting for it to bounce and then getting into the short side of the trade. Dick's almost green on the day, believe it or not.
All right, guys. Bang? I don't know. I mean, what do we want to do right now? Let's just catapult our net through the freaking atmosphere here. As there goes Facebook right now. There goes AMD right now. I mean, these things are starting to go, man. I mean, JWN, again, we just talked about that. We don't want to talk about that. It's Snapchat, sorry. Look at this Snapchat play again. Sticky note going to be rocking today as Snapchat up through 14, guys. Like that 13 break there was just so good. Okay, AMD right there, 50 cents now in the money and starting to go. Again, we bought again off that level. So, hey, there goes AMD to the upside. Let's see where it goes from here. Boom, we'll take it out at 23 on the reload. And there goes Facebook. Let's go Facebook, man. We had that 180.50 break. We're starting to really get excited right now about all this. So here we go. Yes, the net is booming right now to the upside as we took that Facebook trade. And here I am hitting keys like a madman again. Remember what the strategy is. It's go long, go short, whatever. Take more shares, scalp the hell out, and that's what we're talking about. Let's go. Spin it one more time before we go to Brendan as the NASDAQ taking off. So is the Nets. There goes JWN through 23. There goes AMD. Yeah, it is Trader Prad. Upside, some big-time movements happening right now. Let's go over to Mr. Wickens.
All about retail. Here's Macy's, guys, to come with earnings. Remember, 6.8%. Huge volume. Just took out 1875 there for Macy's starting to get going.
Trader Prad looking like a stud over here.
What's he wearing today?
I don't know.
He's got a collared shirt on.
They were paying this guy too much.
He's got a collar.
Look at this guy. Look at this. Look at that.
Button
Look at
up,
that.
new haircut.
Look at that.
He's styling.
This guy's killing it. AMD killing it. Facebook
you know why? It's
killing
because he's
it.
got the new cameras.
Let's
That's what it's all
go.
about. He knows what's up. He knows what's up.
He knows what's up.
He's got to look good, fresh and clean. Oh, it might be a wick top on Tesla here. I keep saying it's battling, but am I seriously going to look 10 as a gift horse? That is pretty much close enough to our target of 650. And the thing about that 640 break, it worked. Don't get me wrong. If you took 640, it's got the breakout in it, but every single one of these usually fades back in and then makes the big break to the upside. We did miss out on 625 because it never really got there. We're able to catch 636 into that 650 level. Tesla now in absolute jailbreak to the upside. I jumped into Dick's. Nordstrom's is still trying to put that wick top in off 23. Like it's battling. 23.50, the big level, the next one upside on Nordstrom's. If we get to 23.50, that's the first fade I'll look for on Nordstrom's. I've stayed away from the short side of it, but we get to that price, and that's the first one. 25 would be the second one. That's equally gigantic, I suppose, on Nordstrom's. And I see you, Michael Herbert. I haven't looked at GameStop, and I see you super chat there. It has big short entries. You said as of yesterday, 24%, but it's been big before, and it's been absolutely asleep off these levels. And every time it's come up, it's gotten to 100 and died. This chart doesn't really want to load up, but 100 to 102 has been basically the easiest short anywhere at that price for the last couple of weeks. So yes, it's up. The market's moving. Until it gets to that price, I'm not that interested in it. 100 is a big psychological level as well, but it's just a consolidation bounce on GameStop, and it's done it without any volume. This is still under 1 million shares worth of volume for that $5 or $6 move. That's not super bullish when you have that low volume to cause a move like that to the upside. So it's likely to get sold off here. I think some of the stronger names in the market are likely to sustain this bounce. I don't see GameStop as being one of them. Until it's over 102, it's still in the danger zone.
All right. Wow. I don't even, I mean, right now you can see we're just in chill mode. It's only 10.20 right now. We're almost at 2 times. Facebook right now is 75 cents in the money. We didn't want to leave this one alone. We just had to wait for levels. We talked about that. So there's our bid, 179.60, and there's the push through 180.50. So, you know, we push this thing through there. It goes, it continues to go. So a good trade there for Facebook. Nordstrom's is not struggling, but it's at 23. So maybe we'll take another piece out. We're still waiting for a break higher there, and it got as high as 23.09. So let's see if that can go. I don't really want to take a piece out, so we won't do it. And then, as you know, your boy's sitting here to trade, so we'll see if we can hit that home run on Wendy's. There's the reload right there at 17.80. It's now up to 18.02, so really couldn't be happier with this Wendy's trade, to be honest with you. I mean, I do want it to continue its move higher, but we'll take a little piece out there at 18, or in front of 18, 17.90, as we're back into the money on this name. And we only have, I mean, Microsoft is negative today, obviously, on that move, as that came back in. But there it is, like 257.50, like, part of what I'm talking about is waiting for levels. Like, there was 250. I don't know if 257 was good. Yes, not really. Yeah, because then you got to wait for 256.50 and then all the way down there. But that 257.50, look, if you look hard enough, you could find levels. What the hell? Okay, there goes AMD to the upside. Yeah, I just heard some woos in the background. And there it is. It's 2 times daily goal right now. You spin the wheel with the sticky note, and sometimes, and most of the time, you get some decent results, and there it goes right now. JWN, $1 in the money. Microsoft, $2.60 and going. Damn it, should have held on to that one. Snapchat, $1.05 in the money. AMD, $1 in the money. Facebook, $1 in the money. JWN, $1 in the money. This is funny. Snapchat, $1 in the money. Everything $1 in the money right now, as apparently we just went over to small cap recap, but we'll go there in a minute. But everything right now, $1. 4 times $1 right now. AMD, Facebook, JWN, and Snapchat, and Wendy's trying to go as well. Let's go. Today, another good day. What's up with you?
Oh. The sneak peek. All right, let's do it for real this time. Here we go. ELEV, we were talking about just before the open, 450 on the daily chart. Support ends up being resistance once it finally gets broken. It's the first time since January this thing's been back up to 450. I was saying give it 20 cents above and below just to see what happens here, 460 to 440. So we failed hard off of that area back to 4. It's struggling right now to get even back above 4. So volume a bit of an issue here. Volume already dying off, but let's see if we can't get below 4 again. Still have a fair chunk of that. GovX and SIGA back into the range from yesterday. You can see for GOVX, this is 275 up to 3. I just marked off from yesterday, give you a nice opportunity. So we'll see what happens here back to the downside. SIGA, though, a little bit light on volume so far, guys.
Nobody calls it SIGA. Sega, only ever Sega. I was just a little bit distracted there. Dominic, I saw you VGFC. I saw you talk about that. But until it got to a key level, I don't. Look, it broke the 50 period here at 30, and then 50 cents is a psychological level on VG, very good foods. But once you got up, like 50 so, I don't want to say obvious, but it's obvious. And the next level down was this 45. And it got to 45, and we didn't have locates. So I had to really quickly scramble to pay 1/3 of a cent per share, and then see the wick top through 45, and then try to grab a short all in the same time here. So I know, like, that's the thing. Like, we're live trading, and I barely even got anything short. So even on that wick, like, I got maybe like a fraction of what we're trying to grab, because you're chasing it down, and when it's up 200% and it's on 50 million shares, you think it's super liquid, but these penny stocks, like, the price shaving is so fast. Like, you throw an order out there and somebody just shaves it by like a 1/100th of a cent before you can even blink an eye. And by somebody, I mean like some kind of an algorithm, because no human beings are usually that fast, so you're quickly trying to adjust. I think it's pulling back into the 30s here, but we shouldn't be looking gift horses in the mouth for the amount that we're able to at least get. But you guys have seen it before. We talked about this yesterday. Forget about first moves and sometimes the second move. You've got to allow it to make a parabolic move up, trap a pullback, and then go even more parabolic and get to a bigger level. And the bigger level was that 45 to 50 band, where it looks like VGFC is trying to put its own turnaround in.
All right, we just got out of some JWN again at 23, so we're going to wait for that one. Just to quickly here, Facebook, we got more out there at 181.50. AMD We got some out at, like, look at that print at 92. I mean, sometimes you sit around and you get lucky and you get that print. So we have a nice print on that one. As right now, the market's trying to go ham again to the upside. So, wow, what a great, and again, thank you for all the support on the chat, man. It definitely means a lot to me. So thank you for that. And, you know, not only are we making money, but hopefully we're making you guys some as well. Brendan.
Just sat down to this. Black Sky Technology just went 120 up to 175 and halted here. So a heads up on BKSY.
BKSY. We'll get over to that one in a quick second, of course, because, look, anytime you see these movers, we like to be on them. I want to go over to Nordstrom's because I did get into position on Nordstrom's. I said I was looking for the reversal to the short side. It put in, like, I'd say it's actually 3 times it got through that 23 level and then sort of pulled right back in. It wasn't until the second time it did it that I jumped in to the short side for the first time on Nordstrom's. We'll see if we can't get a pullback. It's so strong in the short sell. Sort of the short interest being large, 2250 pre-market highs. Maybe it gets to VWAP. I'm kind of thinking that's a little bit unlikely that we'll even see VWAP on Nordstrom. So we're going to be taking our profit if we can grab it for the first 50 pennies here on Nordstrom's. Tesla looks like it was a pretty solid out, getting that 645. When it makes a big push like this, a big candle, and it gets so close to the level you're looking at, like that 650 area, you're likely to have a pullback off of it anyways because it went so parabolic. You know, if it was a little more structured, you know, like just sort of stair-stepping to the upside into 650, maybe you hold out for that extra $2 or $3 to maybe grab that price. Still a strong upward trend, but that's a breakout trade. I didn't get the dip that we wanted down at 625, so we end up taking it when it does that little break, shakes people out, came back into VWAP at 636. Likely to be in and out of those pretty quickly. Hopefully we can be in and out of Nordstrom's pretty quickly because it's a counter trend trade. And when you're going counter trend, if you want to be partying on it, you want to make sure you get out of it relatively fast, because if the trend is to the upside, you grab your pullback, you get it out. That way, if it takes out the top, you're not going to be losing on the trade. If it pulls the VWAP, great. I'm not holding this back to 21. In fact, I don't think we see that price again. So I think that would be, it's like pie in the sky thinking. Like, don't get me wrong, it's fun to do pie in the sky thinking. It just usually doesn't pay very well.
Pie in the sky thinking, no, yeah, you want to make sure that you're doing the right calls here, as, you know, and again, just understand your own risk, you know, understand the amount of shares that you're putting on, understand the confidence that you have in your plays, right? And that's what it's all about. And it's just like, why did we reload Wendy's? Why did we have JWN on the sticky note to break through 22? I mean, you got to have your ideas and you sort of got to stick with them, and then you see some explosions. I think we have 4 red days this month. And it's been not an easy month. Anyways, I feel like it hasn't been easy, but we've been hitting it pretty good here, and we're going to go with that. So Snapchat, I mean, look at this play. Oh, the funny thing is, too, I'm actually feel really good about this because Baxter, my kid, 20 years old, is now doing co-op and things like that at university, so he's back living with us temporarily, I hope, and coming in with him every single day. I said to him today—
Shots fired.
Yeah, no, whatever.
No,
I mean, that's fine. I want him to save money anyways. But Snapchat, I told him, like, breaking through 13 is probably a great trade. We can bring him on the show right now. That's why I had it here going through 13. That's why I wrote it on the sticky note here. Going through 13 was Snapchat trade that I wanted. I explained that to him in the car. 40-something% down, probably too much. Probably some shorts going on yesterday, getting blown out a little bit today. There goes Snapchat to the upside. So yeah, we'll spin this for that call because it's one thing to look at something and call it now. Like that's why I'm doing the sticky note, is so that I can give some ideas early. Some will fail, some will win, but here we go again today. Look, Snapchat 13, JWN 22. Those were the only breaking levels that I gave, and today they're both, as you just saw, a little bit of money. Also, we gave Wendy's breaking through 18, by the way, and that's at 18.15 right now. So 3 breakouts that I normally don't trust, but we're doing work on the breakouts and we're finding the right levels for you. So there it is again, 3 for 3 on breakout trades today, guys. What's up, Brendo?
Right from that other channel we mentioned from time to time. Here's the note on Black Sky, which did resume. It's not really doing anything here, but the National Reconnaissance Office announcing the satellite imagery contract worth billions to Maxar Planet Labs and this Black Sky, BKSY, guys.
Black Sky.
And how much of that is going to the other names and how much of that is going to Black Sky. See, that's the thing about you never really know how much revenue they're going to be getting. Like, they could be getting 5% of the quote-unquote billions. And then on top of that, a lot of time these deals are structured that, okay, it's like an NFL contract, right? Like, guaranteed, and it's like 10 to 15% of the contract is guaranteed, and the rest, like, you have to actually make sure you work for it. That being said, you gotta watch out for where there's bag holders, and the next one is at $2. It already halted at the first level, 175. The next level for bag holders on the daily chart, and we say that, but it's like long consolidations where you probably had people trying to catch bottoms. That's at 2, and then significant level 250. 250 is much, much bigger of a level than this $2. So if it gets up there, rarefied air for Black Sky, but it's on my radar. I just paid 1 cent a share. So usually that sometimes means that it would have been free, but I checked and we didn't have them initially. But I'm not jumping into the short. It's got to be at 2 or it's got to be at $2.50. And that's the key thing about it. Like, you want to be trading off of that key level on either of these. Now, VGFC put another leg down. I got some out at 38. If it tries to retake the high and it can get 44s again, I'll try to jump back in. But it's already put the wick off top. If it can't get to VWAP now, you don't want to get too greedy about it or too, what's the word I want to use? Stubborn about it, getting into the short over and over. It's up 200%, and it is a penny stock. Like, a lot of times when these make a run, they tend to get to 50 cents. So, that's that line in the sand people are probably trying to get to. Obvious level, but psychological levels matter.
All right. Yeah, I don't have my, I mean, what? I can't just keep hitting the money thing, can I? $1 in the money for Facebook now, as that's basically at its highs, despite that little break in the morning there that didn't work. I guess that 182.50, we tested that really small, but I guess that was a breakout that really didn't work, but that was nothing, and then we felt really silly about holding that all the way down. The same thing as Softy, and you can see where Softy is now. Sometimes you got to hold your positions a little bit, but for me, like I said, if I was trading smaller shares then maybe that would have been worth a hold right there, down to 257, but I can't go long Softy like here and then hold it all the way through. So we got out of Microsoft. Too bad, because now it's rocking, but that's okay because we're trying to hold out for Facebook. Facebook right now into this 182 level, looking to get something out of like around 182.20. So let's just let's just put an order around 182.20 then for like right now and see if we get that. AMD is already like, we have multiple shares, $1 in the money, multiple names. Snapchat is still going higher right now. So I don't know, man, like 2 days in a row, we'll find out if this is trending or not, but this Snapchat trade really laid out well, and I feel like that was, one to have been looked at there. Even more shares should have been taken. But there goes Facebook right now at 182, 182.20. I just called 182.20. Let's see if we can get it right now, as the Dow crude oil number just came out as well, minus 1.01 million barrels versus 0.6. So they got a little less there on that draw. So we'll wait to see here. But we are bumping right now, man. Wendy's up, Snapchat up, JWN up, Facebook, everything bumping to the upside. But right now, it's our guest of the day, and it's over with Brendan.
Yeah, just quickly on that crude number, guys. 1.01 to the downside. They were expecting 2.1. To the downside. So it is a little bit less than expected. So bit of a down move on crude oil there. So heads up. Let's bring in Etienne Monco, senior analyst with MarketScreener.com, with a check of European markets so far this week. It has been kind of back and forth. Etienne, good to see you as always. Stuck in a range here, but I mean, the ECB is still talking about more interest rate hikes to come. What do we look for here when it comes to the stock 600?
Well, yesterday it's true that European markets are going like ups and down, and yesterday it closed around minus 1.2%, and today everything is pretty flat, waiting for the Fed minutes from the May meeting. We are now down 11.5% year to date on the Euro Stoxx 600. In the past few days on Twitter and other social medias in general, there were a hope for rebound, but the bearish catalysts that we've been seeing for months, well, they're not gone, and they've even grown with the tensions around Taiwan, the potential upcoming food crisis, and the hot weather in India and Pakistan that can impact the entire world economy. In Europe, the sectors that are holding up relatively well are healthcare and banks. The Swiss index, SMI, was the only index to end up in the green yesterday. And as a reminder, 42% of this really defensive index is made up of healthcare stocks and 18% are financial stocks. And as JP Morgan reminded investors earlier this week, banks are currently benefiting from a favorable context of rising rates. Apart from that, the bearish momentum is still super strong on growth stocks, both in Europe and in the US. Well, not for today, as the guys were talking about just a few minutes ago, but we now can talk about a crash. It is true that because we've been losing more than 30% since the all-time high on NASDAQ 100, and I believe people realize that growth stocks, sometimes at one point, they will stop to grow. And I may remind you that in DCF model, which is the most commonly used model by investment bankers to set the value of a stock, we are adding the present value of the future cash flows. And what is really important to understand is that in this calculation, the flows are modeled to infinity, and results are very sensitive to assumptions on this perpetual growth. So as a result, when a growth stock no longer grows, we have to change the hypothesis on this perpetual growth, and this is heavily impacting the results given by the model. So that is why when a tech company publishes bad result, the fall can be really serious, way more than on regular businesses that have been running for years. And the fact that all those quality stocks, and I'm not talking about Snapchat here, are returning to less extravagant valuation levels, encourages investors to fill their portfolio with some of those great stocks before going to riskier investment, businesses that are not yet profitable or businesses that are not capital intensive or operating in regions where visibility and transparency are poor, such as China. So at the end, the fall of those interesting stocks is impacting the whole market. Concerning macro, nothing has really changed. Central banks just have gone from a whatever it costs to save the economy to a whatever it costs to reduce inflation, and the markets are now afraid of a recession. We know it, and the latest macro statistics are still relatively strong, but some of the richest countries may find it difficult to escape a serious slowdown. And it is true that we start to see some effects of the fight against inflation, of the rising rates, starting with, for example, the real estate transactions slowing down heavily in the US and the new home price falling, for example.
Great stuff. Etienne Monco, senior analyst over at marketscreener.com. Guys, if you want more information on the European markets, check out marketscreener.com. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much. And as always, you want to get that higher level perspective. We know there are all kinds of opportunities across the pond. We thank Etienne for coming on there. The market just broke back outside here. I don't look at UVXY enough, obviously, and I could have had a short, and we'll talk about it in a second, but the NASDAQ breaking through the highs at 119. Next level's up. Like, obviously, we haven't been through the top of the channel all week and the end of last week, but at least we're in spitting distance of it as this market continues to jam to the upside. Watching, like, DIX is going absolutely nuts. It's at 77 now, so they must have said something pretty good on that call, or they're going up for a reason. But crazy action there in DIX, $77. That's up $20 from the bottom. 20 from the bottom.
No. Yeah, Trader Pratt also long 22 on Nordstrom's as kaboom! 23.20 right now on Nordstrom. So yeah, catapult nation. Now, I mean, we have a bunch of different nations going through right now. And I just tweeted out, maybe it's time to get out of Snapchat. Maybe not right now. $1.40. Look at these winners here. $1.10 in the money AMD. $2 now Facebook. $2 now Facebook. Nordstrom's $1.10. Snapchat $1.40. And Wendy's back to the upside. That is 17 cents in the money. So it looks like we'll have one negative stock today, and it's Mr. Softy. Completely fine by me, man, on that one, as the market now going back up to the upside right now, 1.2%. What a fantastic day. Thank you to our guests. And hey, if you're liking the show so far and you've had some of these winners, man, hit the like button for sure. If you can do that, that'd be great. We're going full stream now, all day now. So, you know, you don't have to change your stream. So it is going to hurt us a little bit on our total likes because you guys can't hit it 3 or 4 times. But if you can just hit it once, it'll be good enough for us. And then we'll get going. Share the stream, everything like that. And again, thank you for all the positive talks. This is for you, Lone Sophos. bing bong, as it's dance time right now in the market, man. We are loaded up. We are making that cash. I already told you we're 2 times our daily goal, so we're pretty happy with all of this now. And let's just get going, man. AMC, yeah, I see you talking about that, Larry. That's on the sticky note. We liked it. We are bidding, yeah, see. So again, I like the idea that we had today of AMC going long. Unfortunately, I was waiting lower than where the pre-market bids were. So my bid is still there. I looked at it right now, 10.25, but we missed it. Like, it just didn't fill us there today. AMC down there to 10.25. Why did we like it? I mean, it's still not even up that much. I think it could go more, but it's just bouncing off. This level, it's not going to show here. It's going to show here. This $10 break that happened back on the 12th, we just dared it to do that again, and it didn't. So we'll wait for it. Okay, now Facebook is $2.50 in the money. So, yeah, we're really, really cruising today, man. The damage has been done. We got on the custom Air Force Ones. We're rocking and rolling. Snapchat, everything to the upside. Today, once again, despite the Warriors losing, Prad, today is a good day.
You knew it was going to happen, man. Luka is a champion, and he's not going to go out without swinging. He almost had a triple-double, and knew it was going to happen. I'm into Nordstrom's at the short side, and if it's 23 to 23.5, and we talked about this channel up here on the 15-minute chart, and once it got there, you know, long at the bottom, and then trying to make a reversal at the top. And if it gets through this price, it's got another big leg to the upside and lots of room to run up here. But every time it makes a crest, in that price range, it's this like 50-cent price range. I'm going to be taking these curls. We're going to be scalping them out. And then if it gets through the fresh high, if I haven't covered it, then I'm definitely going to be getting out. Otherwise, I'm just going to be reloading on each one of these crests inside of the pricing, but inside. Dick's Sporting Goods has just been an unreal move to the upside here. And I guess people can read into the other reasons why it might be moving to the upside here that we're not going to get into. But Dick's now going absolutely parabolic, up 8%. After their call. The guide was some of the concern with them because they did beat on the top and bottom, but I just want to show you this is that next level to the 78. I thought there was a 0% chance that we would get here today, yet that's another level we're getting to. If you're going to take shots at a key price level, you can't be sitting there and holding. Like, we shorted in front of 70, we got out when 70 broke. We shorted in front of 67, we got out when that level broke. Now the same thing will happen at 78. I'm going to try and short in front of it, and then I'm going to get out if the level breaks. It's a strong board today. It's good to finally see it. But let's get some details on. I see a few pockets of red, but not many. Sector watch with Brendo.
Yeah, the bulls in the retail group so far today up here. Consumer discretionary stocks having a very nice day. This is the retail group as a whole. So all of them in positive territory. Even Best Buy, if you remember, off. There's Target as well. Target's up 4% today, off of a pretty tough couple of days for those two. Lowe's over here as well, having a nice day, 2.5%. Amazon bouncing back 1.8%. The apparel makers, though, there's Under Armour, almost 6%. Ralph Lauren, Lennar bouncing back as well after the housing builders, remember, got crushed yesterday off that new home sales number. I want to mention far corner over there is energy. So oil stocks in general just had a little bit of a pop on that inventories number. Some of the communication stocks having a nice bounce back day after the weakness we saw yesterday off that Snap report. This is the tech group today. It is positive, but definitely not leading the market. CRM up 2.8%. INTU Intuit reported now as well, reported 6% for both of those. Healthcare stocks showing a little bit of positivity. Watch out for these real estate names and some of the material stocks back to the downside after strength yesterday, guys. Back over to you.
All right. So I was just noticing here, although this market is really ripping here, you know, it can obviously pull back. You're up that 1.1%. And what did we do? We basically bouncing off 12 thou again. So, you know, time to lighten up a bit. The one name that I was looking at here, oh, we got it? Okay, good. Whew. I put an offer out and I wasn't sure. You see AMD? I thought I missed it. AMD broke that 50 period right there, and I thought my order missed it, but that's good. So we got out of 50% of what we had left, which was only 20% in the first place of that play. We're going to reload this AMD if we could get it, but this is a nice little move downside. Trying to respect this 90-50 area, so I am looking for this to come back in right now. I'm on the bid at 90-70. I don't want to, like, we've already made, I've already told you, it's already been a big day. You guys can tell that with all the trades I've had on. I mean, it is what it is, but I don't want to give this back on a pullback in. The NASDAQ just rejected that 12,000, so I will lose. I mean, I'm here to trade, so, and I'll put on another big trade here right now at 90.70. There it is. So now we're long on AMD right here at 90.70. So as it starts to go back up, if it can get into the 80s, 90s, O's, things like that, then we'll start to piece it out. But here it comes screaming back down into 90.50. So that's going to be the breaker spot here for me. If it breaks back down below, then we just get out of this name. And realistically, no damage. I mean, damage done, yes. But, we'll still stay obviously positive here on AMD today. When you go long and you're going to take 20, 30 cents worth of a hit, but exercise demons to the upside like this, then, you should be doing okay. And there it is again, instantly out a little bit there on AMD. Let's just keep getting some out, man. I mean, if we can keep having these kind of days as we go, we'll do that. So there it goes, AMD, another little scalp to the upside. We just covered some at 84s there. Not a great cover as it was only 15 cents, but now we're in the 90s, hoping to scream higher now. Hey man, if this gets back up anywhere, like go AMD, man. If this can go, then we're good. I'm really, really happy with this newfound strategy of mine. Just again, scalp, it's not a newfound strategy, but just a different mentality here in the market as we go. So let's see if AMD can hold out. We're already out of 40% of that 70 trade in the high 80s, 90s there. So let's see if it can continue to work. And without any further ado, Brendan, what's up?
Just quickly, guys, PL, finally, it was a little late to the party, but this was the other one with that satellite contract, PL up 10%, or it was up 10% at the highs there, but it was a little bit late to join the party here on that news as well.
Yeah, I already forget the other one because the squeeze in Nordstrom's, the squeeze in Dick's is just getting too juicy. Dick's just put in a huge wick top at 78. It broke it, ran like about a gazillion stops, and then someone marketed it down $1.50. Nordstrom's, I just scalped them out here. Every time it pulls back, it's essentially going like this 35 cents, 30 to 35 cents initially. And then it's kind of catching a bit of a bid. So it's stair-stepping to the upside. I'm making sure I'm taking profit every single time. But just to put a chart on the face of what just happened in Dick's, like this is a real candle. Like the body of this is 76, 77s. And then it tried to take out that 78. And then on the way back down, it's like, oh my goodness, that's a failed break. Now this is what you're looking. Now the thing about this, obviously if I'm short 77s in front of a level like that, you're not thinking profit until you get 75, 74, and 71. This is absolutely a squeeze. Like, there's no other word for this with Dick's Mortgage. I get it. They beat on the top and bottom lines, and yes, they had their earnings call, but it's 20% short interest and going from 57 in the pre-market to 77. There's only one word to describe that, and that is a short squeeze to the upside on Dick's Sporting Goods, which once you've already gone this far, there's only one direction I'm looking, and that's to catch the pullback. But as always, you can sort of see, like I always have a stop in place when you make that kind of a trade. Wick top, get in, put your stop order, and if it continues to break out, well, I'll keep taking these pot shots at it.
Yeah. Neil with the zingers, man. You got the chat going nuts in here today. I just hope we don't lose our YouTube here. But okay, we're going to the upside. I'll leave it alone for now.
Oh, come on.
Bro, you should.
No,
you should rewind what you said, man. Bro. Anyways, the zingers keep flying around.
You guys are horrible.
Okay, so.
You're all terrible. Horrible and awful at the same time.
All right, there goes AMD to the upside one more time, man. We just loaded up again. Like, we are just really, honestly, taking this for as much as we can here on AMD. I feel like it's going to break. The NASDAQ is coming back in. If it breaks 90.50, we're out. But look at that, another reload at 90.60. And now we're just taking, like, we're going to hold. Like, we are now monstrous. Like, we're really done well here on our day. This is not, like, I'm a scalper by nature. You guys know that. We already have 117 fills today, and we have one red stock. Let's go AMD. If we can get this again, man, 20 cents in the money on decent shares. So, hey, we'll just keep on trying to get some out here. I wish to hold more, like, no doubt. We'll wait for 90s now as it's going upside. Here we go again. Wow, this is nice. This is a good day, man. Today's a good day. Regardless of everything else. Unfortunately, there's a lot going on in the world that I'm pretty pissed off about as well as we go. We'll leave that for another show. But right now, the market's starting to go up to the upside. We're getting ready, and F it, I'm going to say it anyways. Just, you know what? Everyone there in Uvalde, I think that's how you pronounce it, that's a crying shame down there. And it really is, I'm disgusted by all of that. And I just wish the best for everybody. And honestly, like, when I saw that news, I didn't want to tweet it out because I know there's some, politics involved with that, but that is absolutely disgusting. And I think that everybody on the chat knows what I'm talking about. And honestly, my prayers with everybody. And it's just like I'm getting sick to my stomach every time I see that. But, hopefully everybody, can deal with that in their own way. But that's just sad. So anyways, let's move on from that. But I had to say it because, hell, I'll do whatever I want when it comes to that. But shout out to everybody there. That's horrible. Our prayers are with you. Let's go.
Yeah, it's one of those things that go without saying. My daughter doesn't always do this, but she actually made me like a video saying I love you, Daddy, because of something my wife said this morning when I messaged her back and forth. And I get it. Like, everyone's going to be hurting today. And we're just here to trade and understand that, you have to be able to move past it, and we're going to do our job every single day, no matter what. That's what it's all about. And I get it. Okay, fine. There's probably a few things that I said in there that, given the nature of Dick's Sporting Goods, could have been construed as funny. I honestly didn't mean any of it, except for the fact that it is a short squeeze. Like, what do you want me to say? There isn't another term for this. It's a short squeeze, so you know what's going on. But this battle is getting rather heavy on Dick's Sporting Goods, and it's just, these are not fake candles here, man. Like, it legitimately was selling into 57, so that is a super strong move. I've waited for each of these three levels. We'll see if it rolls over from here, but it's been super strong up here, and then we'll see what happens with that. I'm not neglecting that VGFC, the very good foods company. Up 180%, but it also put a wick top and is still fading, catching a bid at 36. So short 43, it's catching a bid at 36. Next time it gets down there, I'm going to have to get on this bid because it's showing some serious signs of strength at that price. And you don't want to ignore that, right? When something goes parabolic and the buyers step up at higher levels, you want to make sure that you're taking some profit out in front of those. So very good food still in. Nordstrom's is still working, but I kind of, I actually feel this to be true. Like, if the bubble doesn't burst on Dick's Sporting Goods, Nordstrom's probably holds up here at 23. So, I have stops on both these shorts. I've taken profit on Nordstrom's, but not yet on DKS. We'll see. It just keeps on battling about 50 cents, and I don't want to take it off and sell it short. Like, this thing could easily be back at 70 to 72 in a heartbeat, and I want to be there when it does.
All right. Honestly, although this broke, we're going to go, I don't know what to do. Let's do this one, chasing the bus. Because this is exactly why I talk like this every single day to everybody. It's like, look at this, so, all right. Like, this was about 30% of the shares that we had left. So we got out of all of these, then again at 90.60. So that long 90.60, these outs, that's 76, that's 80. There's like, that's 20, 30 cents profit there as it was starting to go up. And I was telling you guys about, I don't think it ever got to 90. So 70s and 80s. And I said it's going to break. Like, I felt like it was going to break. So when it did break, we get out literally for 9-cent hit there. Out of 30% that's left. So then it saves me from having these monster hits. Like, again, yesterday, we learned from it. And that's what you got to do every single day, right? You got to think about things. I don't know whether or not you're doing this while you're thinking or what, but you're sitting there, and you got to figure, where did you go wrong? We were up great yesterday, absolutely fantastic, but our biggest stock on the L side was Apple, and I actually wound up losing about that 20% or so of my shutdown on that Apple move all the way down. That sucked. I had to get out. So now today, I'm not going to load into a position unless I have a defined out. And when I do that, then I want to scalp it out. It's been working. We're at the highest spot we've been at all day, despite that dump off right there, because Wendy's is working, Snapchat is working, JWN, hold my beer, as that's at the highest level it's been at all day, and no timber at all on JWN right now. But here we go, ready to rock and roll as we get ready here for Brendan at the big screen with Mr. Happening Now. Money Talks.
Brought to you by the Small Exchange, guys. They're making it easier to get into futures trading. Check them out today. Less capital required, no PDT rule either. Sign up today, smallexchange.com. You can use a QR code. Here we go. Dollar back to the upside today. Finally, a bit of a bounce. About 3 or 4 days in a row. Sell-off for the U.S. dollar ahead of the Fed minutes. Remember, at 2 p.m. This afternoon, we'll get the minutes from the latest Fed meeting. that will move the DXY. So a lot of things back in the red here so far today. The euro, the Canadian dollar to the downside. The British pound was red, has since gone green again. If we come down to the bottom end here, Bitcoin back to the upside, 29.6. Remember, we were down to about 27, came back up to 28 yesterday. We'll see if we can get back above 30 once again. Ethereum 0.2 to the downside. Finally, a bit of a dip for the Russian ruble as well, back to 1.6 versus the US dollar. Guys, back to you.
This is getting like intense on like what I'm seeing on DKS here is pretty similar price action to what you saw on things like DWAC, on things like GameStop when it was getting close without halting actually, but when it was getting close to making one of those like crazy tops, like it'll break a level, you'll take your stop. I mean, there's people that are probably averaging into this short and just holding it, but you know when it'll take out a level and then just immediately once it's through, it's just like selling, and then it just got to 80. So the last pump to the upside was up to that 80 level. So I'm going to take the shot in front of 80, and it's just I'm going to continue to go pot shot on it every single time. Now, what I haven't been doing, and I feel like I need to, is at least be willing to scalp some out, because that's the one I've been. And that's stubbornness, I think, in some regard there, because when it was working a little bit better, I was willing to actually scalp some out there and then decide whether I want to reload. So in this particular case, I am going to scalp some of this out on the way downside. If it gets through 76, this thing is going to drop like $4 to $6 in one shot. Almost pretty certain about that. But on the way in, 76 to 78, I think there's going to be some chop on Dick's Sporting Goods. It's just like this is like now like it's like a GME, It's one of those situations where it's probably the biggest opportunity in the market in the next half an hour or so, maybe next hour. If it does a pullback, you can go all the way into 70. And then if it gets reloaded again, you could have another $5 to $10 style move, because people like to try to catch those dips. Pure short squeeze action now happening on Dick's Sporting Goods. So got to be where the party is. And the party, I'm not even finishing that line. You guys will roast me.
All right. Yeah, I mean, we've been partying all day here. It's been a great day. That's why I come into work. It's just, I feel like, and I said even today, I woke up and was like, all right, time to go back to the casino, Like, I feel blessed to be able to be here and trading with you guys every single day. And then just, sitting in these winners, watching them grow, watching you guys grow as traders. Quite frankly, watching myself also get better. I think there's no better feeling. And that's why I like trading just so much. It just gives you so many opportunities to be wrong, to be right, for self-improvement, everything. Like, it's just such an amazing opportunity here to trade and to be in front of you guys every single day. And honestly, just putting myself out there for you and showing you the winners, showing you the losers, telling you, like, this stock, I'm getting destroyed on it, just like I did on Apple yesterday, talking about positions that I've had today that haven't been good and positions that have been good, right? So look, it's about being honest, not just with ourselves, but with you guys. And so I really feel that this has been an amazing run for us, and we just crushed 300,000 as well. I want to say very, very thank you again to the God Bill. Back-to-back super chats there. One on Mullen there right now, and then another one about Uvalde there. So thank you so much for that as well. But yeah, it's just flying here today. This market, I think, wants to get backside now. We're going to wait for some more longs, but right now, dollars in the money on both Facebook, JWN, and Snapchat, and Wendy's now. I thought it was going to go again. We did get a nice out there at 18.13, so that was good. This has never not worked for us. So Wendy's also working out today. And yeah, with only 4 minutes left, man, I'm super excited about our midday show. We're looking for a new co-host, marketing at tradertv.live. If you're interested in becoming a co-host with us, trading experience will be great, but also broadcasting is what we're looking for. Brendan needs a partner over there at the big desk.
He does.
So let's go over and see what's popping off. I actually like many of these names on there, including the big bad NVIDIA, which I called earlier, and Alibaba. What's up, Brendo?
Snowflake as well, guys. We were kind of teeing it up all week. This is the day, the big earnings day today. So here we go, coming after market and tomorrow morning.
Yeah, I mean, it's a monster earning day. This is one of the most exciting days for earnings this week. I know we get Costco on Thursday, but when you can see Build-A-Bear Workshop on that list, and I know you guys were talking about it yesterday, no, No, not at all. It's Macy's, it's Alibaba, it's Baidu, it's Dollar General, and Dollar Tree. Retail, retail, retail till it's not retail, and sprinkle in a little NVIDIA because that's going to move the market 1,000,000%. If you, I don't care what chip you're into, or it doesn't matter. Like, chips are the future, so NVIDIA is a big one, and we want to see those come through. But it's retail. Everything about those retail names is going to be huge. Macy's, not even as big a short interest as Dick's and as some of the other retailers out there that we've been trading. But don't sleep on Dollar General and Dollar Tree. Those have been putting in some big-time moves, guys. And earnings has been the best catalyst this week. The names that are giving you the 10 to 15% moves right now, they are the earnings plays, and they are the names that have the big short interest, and we're going to get some of those tomorrow.
Yeah, it should be great. It's crazy because remember when we were down here, and look, I mean, maybe AMD falls again, but I was like, I want to get calls on, NVIDIA. I wanted to buy calls on NVIDIA, but unfortunately now it's fine. But we were red on the day, and now you're up. So I'm going to lose like 4 or 5% on that call. I hope you guys are able to get some. But again, the option market opens up at 9:30, and the stock just took off from there. So unless you had some sort of a marketable, buy order right off the open, you probably didn't get too much there on NVIDIA, but I'm expecting them to have a huge beat. If you guys can hit the like button, man, there's been some good jokes today as well coming through. Some great, I feel like there's been some great trades. We're in red on one name here. We're holding Facebook still. Hopefully that can get back up to the upside as well. But yeah, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, hit the share button. Let's share this as much as possible with everybody. The more people watching, man, the better these trades are just going to look and feel. Fisker down below $10 right now. CGC, Beyond Meat, guys. Beyond Meat got that Kim Kardashian bump yesterday that we talked about. And then I was like, that doesn't mean anything to me. Probably worth a fade. And there, so stupid. Like, should have faded that. But again, it was in the pre-market. But once we opened up, it was just downside pressure for those guys. Now, whatever you think about celebrity sponsoring, Shaq is CCL. There's tons of people that are all over the place with this. So nothing wrong with it. But definitely, Beyond Meat today up that nice 10%. They do have an unbelievable short interest the last time I checked it. And by the way, it's so awesome. We're going to end the day, guys, at our absolutely highest spot right now as Snapchat trying to retake highs. Look at Nordstrom's back through 23 again. Bang on that one, guys. We called that one. Facebook as well. We knew we wanted the long, and there it is, taking out our 182.50 one more time. We're in the money on this one, $2. Let's see if that can continue to go. And I said the NASDAQ might be getting ready for a run. So, hey, if it does, we're going to be on a few more names. But it's very, very exciting here as we are getting ready to wrap up the show. What a big one today, man. It's going to be exciting. Oh, and we have Fed minutes.
Yes, we didn't even talk about this. Think about how crazy this morning has been that you actually have the Fed minutes release and we're not even going to be talking about it until the end of the show.
Yeah.
But you're at key levels all over the place. Wick top 11.9 on the NASDAQ just now. So a bit of a turnaround in the market. Nordstrom's is at a high. It's trying to pull back. Same thing with Dick's Sporting Goods as well. So let's see what happens. A couple of these small caps, as you can mention, in these squeeze plays. And don't sleep on Tesla, another name that we've sort of forgotten about. It just broke 650. So Tesla, even though the market just started pulling back, Tesla through the high of the day. Maybe we should have held on to that one. But you guys should hold on and do nothing. Because all you got to do is sit back and relax and get thrown over to Market Movers with Trader Prad and looks like Ian.
Yeah, it's time for Market Movers, time with Trader Pride and my co-host to begin with today. It's going to be Ian.
Hey guys,
yeah.
how's it going?
Great
How's your day
time.
going so far?
So far, so good. Tons of opportunities as always. How about yourself?
It's going okay. Yeah, I had a few bad trades this morning. No, all fault to my own. But it is what it is. You kind of take the losses on the chin and move on, right? So as long as you're managing risk properly, that's all you can ask for.
Right on. Yeah, I like the way you put it. Right now, a couple of stocks that I'm managing my risk on is this Apple long near 140. Apple sadly coming back down with the market that seemed to fail near 12K, close enough to 12K. So Apple coming back to 140 here. I'm thinking about maybe adding some size here near the same level where I got long previously. I do have my stop out at the moment. As you guys can see, this yellow line to the downside, pretty much under VWAP, under 140. We'll see if the stock actually manages to get back down there. But right now, Apple, one of my biggest wins so far. but that's actually a lie. JWN is one of my biggest wins, so I took JWM long also. Kind of pretty much the pre-market breakout high. I know pre-market high is over here, but I took this pre-market breakout high near $22, wrote it up to 23, still holding a good chunk of my size over here on JWN and on Apple together. And the only other trade I have besides that was Lyft. Lyft is sadly negative. Lyft came out with bad, not bad earnings report, but overall Lyft came out with the negative catalyst that they were looking to slow down hiring and cut down costs and everything. So I was looking for a short entry, got stopped out multiple times on the way up, finally was able to build into a short, which I'm working on right now to help me get to flat on this ticker, or maybe even be able to capitalize enough to be go positive on Lyft at the moment. So one of my only negative stocks, Lyft, and tons of other opportunities. Let's see what other stocks that you guys are looking at in the chat, and maybe what stocks Ian's looking at today.
Yeah, for sure. I just want to call it a super chat here. First super chat of the midday show, the God Pill. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. I wanted to kind of talk about Facebook because that was like my biggest kind of loser this morning. Obviously in play, just like a day two play from yesterday, obviously with the socials and whatnot. But I was more bearish on it today. So I was kind of shorting this top here around 183. So once I saw 183 breakout, and then it kind of quickly fell back below, I kind of shorted right 182, like was 182.80 I got in, just risking like the 183 top essentially. Now at this time, the market was kind of ripping to the upside, and I remember like Sean talking about how like Facebook's like seems kind of weak, right? So I got the short in, and I kind of want to cover quickly just because I thought that if the market does continue to rip up, then maybe Facebook goes too. So just kind of scalping out for like 60 cents or so, and that was a solid winner. That was a good start to the day, but then obviously I covered way too soon, and the market did kind of fall back, and Facebook kind of went with it. So obviously I wasn't involved anymore, and that's like the biggest thing to overcome, like a mental challenge. So I wasn't in the short anymore, and I'm trying to like kind of short it. So I had a good short here at 180, covered that, covered the rest for break even. But then, as you can see here, guys, I just got chopped up. I started over trading. I thought that maybe this 180 level was going to hold to the short side, and I just got chopped up back and forth, and then this is like just pure revenge trading. So again, just like kind of not following my rules, and I'm disappointed in myself, but it is what it is. I was trying to get the bounce, and then just kind of risking low a day, but it just kept like kind of wicking me out, and obviously gave the move that I was looking for. But sometimes that's how it goes. You have to have strict rules and strict disciplines, and I broke some of the rules today, but it is what it is.
Yeah, that is indeed how the cookie crumbles sometimes. Apple coming back to the downside over here. You're about to take off my stop and think about adding back the size that I want to at the moment. Why wouldn't it? So let's throw out that order. So here we go. Let's see if we can catch that fill. We did catch that fill on Apple. And here we go. We need all of our size. Now we're full max size on Apple, but sadly market does want to come down over here. We're going to let Apple wiggle around a little bit. We also don't want to give back everything we made on the stock today. So we're going to give it not too much of a wiggle room. That way we're able to, capitalize on the move that we originally had on the long direction. And we're giving it about maybe 30, 40 cents to the downside. Apple swings quite a bit of a move over here. Right now we're already 20 cents out of the money. And another trade that I got into is actually Dick's Sporting Goods. So Dick's Sporting Goods coming back to the downside over here, hopefully. Got into a short, quickly got stopped, got back into a short here, as you guys can see, and trying to help me add to my P&L over there, especially how Dick's Sporting Goods, off of a bad earnings report, has been on an absolute rocket ship tear to the north side, up 9% now with 24 million shares traded today. So let's see if we can catch the reversal on Dick's Sporting Goods in front of $80. Looks like the high day so far is $79.50, and now trying to come back to the downside. Hopefully come back to the downside. It's still playing around between 76 and 78, but I think 76 and 79.50, 78. But I think we don't really see it going the stock going above $80. So right now Dick's once again out of the money by 20 cents. Sorry, that's that was Apple, and that's Dick's. And here's Lyft short.
There for you, Pride. One called you out.
All right, where are we going to? what was high Brad GME cost to borrow going crazy right now, over 100% on interactive brokers, over 270% on Overtex. How much to short GME on our side? I think we might be squeezing soon. Long at $90. Yeah, if the long at $90 comes into play, we can take a look at it. I personally cannot look at the short fees of my company. I have to go through a couple barriers for me to do that, so I'm just gonna stay away from that. But thank you for the super chat at the moment. And GME obviously has been on a tear today. Where's GME? GME has been on a quite a bit of a tear with the overall market. AMC has been also taking GME along with it. I'm just throwing out an order to take more fills on DKS over here to the north side. Let me see. Yeah, they gave me that fill. So yeah, GME up 12%. Yeah, it could be squeezing. I personally think the squeeze is over, but that's not what we're here to talk about. We're here to talk about the move that the market is presenting us with. 12% move on our favorite meme stock of the world. Jimmy rip into the north side with 1.6 million shares traded.
Just wanted to touch on this other super chat. Thanks again from the God Pills. Sent another one. Do you guys ever daily trade, scalp trade with options? We actually don't trade options at the firm. We only trade equities and shares. So quickly answer that question. I wanted to talk about MU because Neil was talking about this a lot on the morning show. MU has a huge level at 66. Like it's massive. Now, first I'll show you actually the daily, guys. Check this out. So just recently in the past like months, touched 66 and like retested like 3 times and bounced 4 times if you count that day. But if you look, I can't zoom out that far, but if you look back, it's like 2021, that was also kind of the low for back then too. So this is just a massive level, right? So when the way I kind of traded it or approached it, so when it kind of broke down in pre-market, I kind of wanted to see if it could hold below, right? So I took a little tester short just in front of 66 when it broke below. Small size, you know, pre-market. I'm not trying to like risk my whole day or anything like that. But when I kind of covered it was when I saw that the NASDAQ imbalances come out at 925, I believe. Yeah, so 925, it came out as a small buy. So I'm like, okay, never mind. I'm just going to cover this for whatever. It was like, I took like a 1 cent loss on it. So who cares? And then obviously see what happened at open. It just ripped. It just ripped. Obviously helped with the market, but that 66 level was huge. And, you know, buyers stepped in right at it. And look where it is right now, 67.40 trading. So, you know, that level is solid. And like Neil kind of touched on, until it breaks, you know, long in front, and the long is going to be good on it. Did you have that on your radar at all today, Brad?
Which one?
MU?
No. I've been not really looking at the chip makers as much recently. You know, I've been looking at for more in play stocks. Chip makers could be in play today though. Let's quickly go over to see if I can find SOXX anywhere or AMD. Yeah, you know, the fact that I don't even see AMD in the top volume leaders could be actually a good thing, honestly. The fact that we're not seeing AMD up there, which means there's multiple other stocks that are in play, like JWN, for example, right now going for another rip up to the north side. Apple coming back to the north side for us also. Oop. Let me just do that right there. So Apple now coming back up. It was in the negative, now coming back to positive. Dick's Sporting is good now, almost $1 out of the money. We do have our stop sent out somewhere close to the high of day, so we'll see if we get stopped out on that and take a decent hit on that trade. But overall, I do not believe in the move that Dick's Sporting Goods is providing us with. But here's JWN, man. Nordstrom came out with the earnings report yesterday after hours. I took the breakout long of 21, covered around 22.30s or 22.40s or something. In the after hours. That was a good breakout trade coming in from the earnings report. So yeah, taking that trade yesterday around 22. I came in today looking for a level to go long off the stock, and I figured, you know, somewhere around here we'll go long. First one long on the 22.20 area. Got stopped out when the stock went back through below 22. I said no, it's impossible. This is probably the right trade. I'm gonna get back in right again near 22. Send out another stop pretty close to 22 this time, and let the stock work for me. And clearly here we go, $1.23 per share, ripping to the north side for us. An absolutely beauty of a trade. Market's still trying to go to the north side, or at least not really trying to push the downside for now. So market allowing us to build into our Apple long, but Dick's Sporting Good, oh man, that one stopped us out just now near the high of day. So that's not really the best thing that we want to be watching. So you got anything that you're looking at?
A couple people calling out AMD in the chat, and AMD is like kind of, it's always been like really volatile, pushing like high volume every day. Obviously, tonight, the big one is NVIDIA. So AMD is kind of always like kind of trade in sympathy with that. I just kind of drew this this trend line here, and the boys always make fun of me for drawing trend lines, but it's a very simple way to kind of determine if a trend is broken or not. I wouldn't say take trades directly off trend lines, but it could spark an idea, and then obviously look at a level 2 and confirm with like the time of sales and whatnot when you're ready to take the trade. But I'm kind of just looking at this like almost like bearish correction here, and someone said like 89.50 is solid, and I kind of agree with you. Like I was looking more so at like 89. Just from like the daily and the 30-minute chart, but yeah, it looks like it's kind of bouncing there. Obviously AMD like a little bit on the weaker side today, which is surprising, but it's kind of consolidating in a range. Obviously had the big push up in the morning, but since then has kind of faded.
Just throwing on my stop here, trying to figure out what I want to do with Dick's Sporting Goods. Got back in closer to 80, but giving it a little bit of a wiggle room above 80. Looks like we got some volume coming in around these levels too. So here's the stock trying to get higher and higher for the day. Today up 12%. So insane move coming in for these guys. Right now, Apple getting up there for us too. Maybe market's moving to the north side. Indeed, market is indeed moving to the north side for us. So that's a good factor. Well, I don't even know if factor is the right word to use, but it's a good thing for us to focus on, that the market is trying to help us out over here on our trade so far, or at least in our direction. There we go. Now the stop is sent out. I don't have to worry about that stock anymore. But okay, now what stocks are you guys looking at in the chat? Let me go look at. I see Tesla being called out. Okay, a Miss V special over there, TSLA. We don't have her anymore, sadly. We wish her the best with whatever she's doing at the moment. Oh man, Dick's Sporting Goods stopped me out one more time near the high of day right there. Okay, one last attempt. 3 attempts are my last attempts. You guys know the rules. One bite, everybody knows the rules, right? Those are the Dave Portnoy system over there. But okay, Tesla ripping to the north side right now. Okay, 660 taken out not too long ago. Tesla trying to go as far as maybe 680, 700 coming into play today. Not sure if I can say that that's going to happen with the 100% guarantee, but clearly Tesla is trying to go to the north side right now. 5%, 6% move on Tesla today with 12 million shares traded overall. So clean move to the north side with the overall market. And if Tesla is ripping, that means most likely my Apple's ripping for me too. So here goes Apple, 30 cents in the money now on the long direction. Time to take another cover on the long side for Apple. Let's see if we can get that fill. At the same time, I want to get into Dick's Sporting Goods, but looks like we're not going to get the fill on DKS, and we're going to miss out. Can you take over so I can try to build into this?
To quickly talk about Snapchat. Obviously, second day play again. These second day plays can sometimes be pretty good. Obviously, Snapchat with a huge bounce today. It's up like 13%, super strong. We all knew the story yesterday and how it kind of faded, but look at it today. It's just like reclaiming the entire move. It's incredible. So I kind of I was late to the party. Obviously, I was taking those Facebook trades early on, but I was looking at the 14 break. I missed the initial break, and this is just like a testament of how like kind of poor I traded today, but it is what it is again. But I caught the dip, and then I was just like kind of risking off 14, stopped me out. It started ripping above, so again, trying to buy the dip, and sometimes guys, like the dip keeps dipping, so again, wicks me out at 14. But I had the right thesis and right theory in my plan. But obviously, look at it now. It's like testing 1450. But it is what it is. You manage your size, you manage your position, manage your risk. If you have to take the loss, you take the loss and you move on. You look for the next opportunity. People are like going asking Miss V, where's Miss V? Miss V is no longer with us, sadly. No one can truly replace her. But we're doing our best to kind of carry on the show and make it new and exciting.
That's for sure. No one can replace her. But we're trying our best over here. And for anyone that is interested, you can do !apply, get the email. There you go. Nightbot already talking about the email link to apply through in case you're interested to see what we're looking for. Just apply through that email and go for that. So here's my last shot on Dick's Sporting Goods. Look, clearly Dick's Sporting Goods is crazy
Sorry,
strong
guys,
today.
Just to correct it, she didn't pass away or anything like that.
Oh,
Chat's going on like,
no.
oh my God, she's not with us.
Rest
No, I
in
didn't
peace,
mean that.
rest
I
in
didn't mean that.
peace.
Okay, she's like, she doesn't work here anymore. Okay, guys, let's clear it up. Don't worry.
Yeah,
That was a little extreme, but
doesn't exist anymore. No, that's a joke. But man, Dick's Sporting Goods is on a ridiculous tear. I'm just gonna have to move on from that trade and just leave it. It's at 80.40 right now. It keeps on ripping, doesn't want to stop, can't stop, won't stop on that stock. Let me see if we can find anything on the daily. So what is this? $81 seems to be something that we can take a look at. Maybe 81.25, 81 something. Right now we're at 80.20 on the stock, 80.30, 80.50. So the fact that we're just doing this type of moves on a stock that had a bad or at least negative earnings report is just ridiculous to me. You take any sort of real size on this trade, you're just getting beat up. It's absolutely painful to watch the stock move at the moment. But at least we have our Apple and our JWN long, which is $1.20 per share. Apple 30 cents in the money right now off the 140 level, trying to work for us in the north direction, but sadly market's trying to come back down over here, and crazy moves happening across the board, but especially for stocks that have reported or at least have a catalyst around them. Some other stocks that have had a catalyst, or at least you can sign up to our watch list. On our watch list today we have the meme stocks, EXPR, which also reported earnings. ZM, okay, ZM is back on the watch list over here, so let's go check out what ZM is doing today. Zoom Media, what is Zoom looking like at the moment? Zoom actually having a decent recovery back to the north side after yesterday's move. Surprisingly enough, yesterday off of good earnings report, Zoom was getting slapped to the downside, but today they are recovering to the north side a little bit and trying to go back to the $100 level. Clearly they broke 100 slightly, not truly breaking 100, but I think if the market decides to go to the north side here, that could take our Apple, which is already 50 cents in the money right now. Let's go Apple, keep on going to the north side for us. We need more of that money, and Zoom could take advantage of this action on the market going north and get above 100 maybe today. If not today, maybe sometime tomorrow. But we do have this 50-period EMA on the daily chart near 105.
A few people mentioned AMC as well, GME. Yeah, AMC, let's take a look at AMC. This 10 level is like massive on the daily, and this is what we kind of always try to do, right? We try to find big levels from the daily and, kind of work your way down to smaller time frames and create trading ideas that way, right? So obviously this 10, huge psychological level, big fade move down to the downside, but where does it turn around? Right at $10 per share, right? So gives a decent bounce, about $3, but look where it's kind of bouncing today, right? Didn't quite test 10. So if you look at the intraday chart here, didn't quite test 10, got down to like 10.40 during market hours, but now given a decent bounce move to 11. I haven't seen the size on 11. No, I can't see the size on 11 yet, so not prepared to take a break, especially kind of midday with volume dying down, lunchtime coming around. Usually these midday breakouts are kind of, I wouldn't say they're not the greatest unless there's like a huge catalyst or something. But if you're in the long, good job and congratulations, and see if you can hold this for a larger move throughout the day.
Yeah, I think part of AMC's catalyst over there is just GME getting launched to the north side. Now GME taking out 100, getting up to 102.22. So GME can't stop either to the north side over here. Meme stocks back in play one more time almost. A couple other meme stocks that we can take a look at are maybe Bed Bath & Beyond. Let's see if Bed Bath & Beyond has some sort of a move in it today, and it sure does. Looks very similar to GME and AMC type of move. Let's also quickly go over to see AMC. I know AMC was a little bit more sideways. Oh no, it is up than sideways. I was actually thinking about going long at 10.50 today around the open area, so clearly I missed out on a big monster move on GME, on AMC for the long direction. AMC still seems to be finding a barrier in front of $11. Let's see if AMC gets above $11 with the power of GME over here, which is currently trading at 101, 102. So basically the idea is, the replication trade, not a replication, sympathy trade. One stock leads the other. Usually Jimmy, back in the day at least, Jimmy was the leader of the pack, was the GameStop started the whole meme stock rally to begin with. So every time GameStop moved up, AMC moved up along with it, or in directions along with it. So that's my idea overall, that AMC is just a sympathy trade currently that we're watching. So if you are watching AMC, I would 100% keep my eyes on GME without fail.
a couple people commenting on the new look and the haircut and the dress shirts, saying, Brad, you look pretty clean. You look pretty fresh. Do you feel clean? Do you feel fresh?
The job asks you to do it, you do it, right? Anything for the dollar right now. Anything for the dollar. Right now, dollar's going up, inflation's going up. Listen, I'll not do anything, but anything for the dollar.
I don't know. You said anything.
No, not anything. I don't know where you're going. You know, get your mind out of the gutter, chat.
Who will do Prad's hair? Yo, who wants to see Prad keep the platinum blonde?
Well,
Sorry.
if you want to pay $300 for that, yeah.
We keep like begging him, like, man, you gotta stay blonde. You gotta stay blonde. Like it's a cool look. Looking so fresh. Thanks, guys. Yeah, I want to bring up the MES just quickly. Obviously made that nice bounce move yesterday, kind of not testing those bear level or bear market levels at around like 38.55. That was like the kind of key number that we were all looking at. Reclaimed 3,900, and today doesn't even come close to 3,900. Tests like 39.15, gives a nice bounce. 39.80 is actually a pretty key level if you look at. If you expand out to the half hour and the 30 and the daily level there. So, you know, I wouldn't be like too bullish right now. Obviously, trend is your friend and participate, don't anticipate. But, you know, I wouldn't go hitting for the fences quite yet on the longs. But we'll see, you know, always play it as it lies kind of thing.
No Babe Ruth action coming in from Ian, but clearly, you know, he's talking about being a lot more patient, which actually, you know, pays you a lot more in the long run. Be patient. Don't just swing every ball, because sometimes the ball is just gonna strike you out, and you only get what, 3 or 4 chances out of 3 chances.
Yeah.
You only get 3 strikes and you're out.
Yeah.
So you can't be taking chances around the board over there. Right now, Dick's Sporting Goods was almost $1 in the money, but clearly Dick's Sporting Goods keeps on flirting with these ranges at the moment. So just be careful for anyone who is trying to short that stock. Make sure you have your stops out there so it doesn't burn you if it does, in case whipsaw again right to the north side. Apple was 60 cents in the money, so Apple's also coming down quite a bit over here. And JWN was $1.30. Now JWN seems to be creating a downwards candle also on the 5-minute chart, as you guys can take a look over here on the screen. Let's take a look at NASDAQ today. NASDAQ up 1% with 305,000 contracts traded overall, and S&P 500 up about 0.59% to the north side, and UVXY also positive. So today's kind of a weird day. Usually the UVXY, which is the VIX ETF, and the overall markets are inverse. You know, if one's negative, the other one's positive, other one's positive, the other one's negative. But the fact that all 3 across the board are in the positive territories just kind of puts you like, you know, maybe today was a no risk kind of day. No reason to maybe really take that type of crazy risk that people are taking. But that being said, the opportunities are dime a dozen at the moment. Did I hear happy birthday?
Whose birthday is it?
I think it's Cherie's birthday today.
A couple people mentioned, what were we looking at here? Tesla. Yeah, I know we talked about Tesla briefly earlier, but yeah, let's take a quick look at Tesla. Obviously, the next big level is 600, right? So Tesla overall kind of weak, but you know, we're always kind of looking at these even level breakouts to the downside if the market is going to continue to be weak. Obviously, Tesla making a strong move today, up almost 5%. So you know, not looking to really kind of short it today unless it comes to a nice level of resistance. But you know, if it's trading below that 700 level, I think that was a big key psychological level as well. You know, it's probably not the strongest stock to pick, but you know, play as it lies and see where this goes.
All right, just a quick warm wishes to our buddy right here.
Is it actually your birthday?
Yeah, it's Sharif's birthday. I don't know who called him. I just heard it on the phone. You know, might be his mom or girlfriend. Who knows, right? Somebody called him and then wished him a happy birthday. So just want to wish the buddy over there happy birthday. Not sure how old he is. But
do you mind just taking over for a bit?
Yeah, no worries. I got this, buddy. You do your thing. So right now the market is indeed still flirting around. We do have the 2 o'clock FOMC minutes for anyone who is was wondering why the market is kind of slowing down here. So we're walking into that news catalyst event that might really move the market around without on a random second. So obviously makes sense that the UVXY is going sideways today, and NASDAQ is going sideways today, and S&P 500 going sideways today. None of them really knowing what direction the market really wants to stick to, and I think everyone's just waiting for that market variables that might come out around you know, those key times around 2 o'clock or so, which is the FOMC minute release. That might we're not expecting obviously a rate hike. We know the rate hike's coming on later, but what we are expecting. I'm just taking some profits over here on JWN, ladies and gentlemen, and on Apple. So just taking some profits. Might just close my JWN trade for the day. No, we'll just hold on to it. We'll trail our stops on the way of 22.55 to break to the downside. So let me just throw my order out there. 21.30, 21.54. I have X amount of shares. We threw our stop out there. Dick's Sporting Goods working for us. JWM working for us. But sadly, everything is slowly diminishing in the amount of net value that they have been giving us so far. But right now, with the market coming down, it could mean that this is the time to be for Dick's Sporting Goods to at least start cracking to the downside. So we'll see if that happens. But thankfully, we are trimming down most of our trades over here, just in case the market whips right back to the downside. We're not taking too much of a beating over there. Let's quickly go over to LYFT. What is Lyft doing on NASDAQ? LYFT on NASDAQ. We got beat up on Lyft a little bit, so we left Lyft alone. But look at this one, man. Still with the negative catalyst, trying to stay positive with all of its power that it can work through. So we'll see whatever this one comes out with. You don't have your blotter, right? Yeah.
No,
we'll see whatever this one comes out with over here for Lyft for later on in the day for us to take a watch on. Let's see what the chat's talking about. Pratt buttons up his top button to hide his neck tattoos. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. You know, my teardrop tattoos. I put eyeshadow over my teardrop tattoo over here, and all my neck tattoos and everything. Just covering up. You know, gotta look professional for the business. Now that we're no longer in a casual setting and we're at an actual desk type setting over here, almost like Neil and Sean. It's time to start being professional. Time to not act like a child. Time to you know, look like a real trader now.
Trying to look like an adult and look like professional and look like, yeah, like you said, like an adult.
Real trader now. But the sad part is I open up my closet and I look for button shirts and there's like only 2. So it's like, wow, what do I do now? Time to go shopping, time to go buy button shirts, or just go raid Dad's closet again, right? Go raid Dad's closet. Time to wear some oversized shirts and whatnot. But no, I'm loving it. Lots of compliments today on this. Thank you so very much for all the nice compliments. But yeah, let's get right back into the market here. Quickly, just gonna move the screen around so I can do something. Let me know when you're ready to take over so I can do the same thing.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, go for it.
Just give me a second here.
All right, no problem. So let's what the chat's talking about. What the chat doing? Top Gun 2 is out. Who's seen it? Ooh, I haven't even seen the first one, to be honest. So before the chat yells at me, or before you know, Neil and Sean get mad at me for not watching Top Gun, you know, maybe I'll watch it eventually. I've just never been a Tom Cruise type of person. His movies kind of do bore me to death. Jack Reacher was decent, but you know, all things aside, I will watch it. My recent movie that I actually watched not too long ago was Fantastic Beasts, the Dumbledore movie or whatever. And then I was watching Morbius. I fell asleep through Morbius. It was the Dumbledore movie was a little bit long. So that was the latest movie that I've seen.
I watched Doctor Strange.
Doctor Strange, the new one.
It was sick. Man.
Nice.
I gotta say, it was sick. I really like that movie. It's kind of tying in like the new MCU universe a bit. What were we talking? Oh yeah, Top Gun. You haven't seen Top Gun, man?
No.
Like the original Top Gun with Tom Cruise? Are
no.
you serious?
No.
That's a great movie, guys. Just check it out. I wasn't born when it came out, but
right.
I'm not that old, but I've seen it for sure. What else are we talking about? How late is this Fed decision? So just to clarify, guys, they mentioned it today on the morning show, but the Fed, it's just the FOMC minutes being released today at 2 p.m. Right, so it's kind of just like a summary of the meeting that happened at the beginning of May, the May 4th meeting. So basically what we're going to kind of be looking for is like any sort of hints in relation to, the future of the economic policy changes, right? Moving forward for the rest of the year, obviously the CME tool is pricing in, I think it's about like 90% chance that we're going to have 50 basis point moves for the next 2 meetings. But, let's see where it goes. And, like I said, like always kind of anticipate or participate, don't anticipate, and, kind of go from there, take everything in stride.
Wow, so this one of the stocks that we were trying to take a, here, you can actually take a look at the amount of size they gave me on that trade. That's ridiculous. They didn't give me anything. What a joke. So right now, market indeed pushing to the downside. So that's probably not a good thing for a couple of our longs that we're working on. As you guys can see, Apple now only up 4 pennies, man. Apple not doing anything for me. And actually might just be ready to close. You know what? Not might just be. I am ready to close my Apple trade here. Apple's been a good winning trade so far. Get out of that one. JWN coming to the downside. I'm about to get stopped out on that one too. So instead of just getting stopped out, let's just hop out. Screw it. No more stopping. We'll just hop out of that trade. We're long. Why can't we get out? There we go. We're out of that trade. JWN has been a successful trade for us. And now the trade that has been painful for the longest time is now $1 per share in the money. Let's see if we can turn this loser on Dick's Sporting Good into a big winner for us. Obviously been struggling on this one. If we can turn this trade around, that would be great. Apple, though, I think Apple 140 is still a level to keep on working along for. So if it does come back below 140 or closer to, 139.80s, I'll think about taking that long again around there without a problem. But right now, I'd much rather just focus on my Dick's Sporting Goods trade and trying to see if I can turn that into a bigger winner than it is right now. And if we can ride this trade all the way down to, maybe the 76 break, if the 76 level actually breaks and then we can get a move to VWAP, maybe that would be good for me to capitalize on. At that point, honestly, I turn this whole trade into a way bigger trade. So we're just waiting to see how that one will turn out. Ian?
No, people are saying, why didn't we trade GME? There was so much going on today, guys, and that's what's most important about kind of just trading what's in play. So, obviously, like Facebook, Snapchat, the big social media stocks were in play today. Tesla, not so much. I know some people mentioned that. Let's take a quick look at Apple. I know Pratt has been kind of trading that. If you guys were here yesterday, me and Pratt took a nice short off 140. That was a 6 short. I still owe Pratt for that one, but look where it's kind of like, that's still a key level in play today, guys. Like, look where it kind of rallied to 140, reclaim the level and kind of like a lot of buying above it, good volume. Retest the level, kind of breaks below, but now VWAP is right around that 140 area, right? So, VWAP kind of adds a little bit more confluence to it. So let's see if we get a good bounce, and let's see where it goes from here. Obviously, it's not as strong as the market, down or basically flat, but in the market's like up a little bit. But, usually Apple's a strong leading indicator. QQQ, yeah, for sure. QQQ is like basically like the SPY for the NASDAQ, same sort of thing. Tesla bubble goes down. Yeah, we already kind of like talked about Tesla. Top Gun is for Gen X. Like, I'm not really good with generations, dude. Are we Gen X? No, we're like.
I think.
Are we like
I can
millennials?
Google
I
it
can't
right now.
remember.
We're not millennials.
No, we're not millennials, right? No, for sure.
Not. 1994 is what gen? 1994 is Gen Y.
You just revealed your exact age. Oh, we're Gen Y.
Everyone knows like what my age is, bro. Come on, people know I've been saying my age is 12, like for God knows how long.
12? Yeah. I'm a kid at heart.
Everyone
we may
knows.
look like adults today in the dress shirts and the clean cuts, but no, we're kids at heart for sure.
All right, so Dick's Sporting Goods now $1.40 in the money. Keep on crushing to the downside, and I'm trying to add to my order in case 76 breaks to the downside, so we can go longer, more shares, not longer. Get harder short to the downside over here. There goes Apple, man. There goes everything across the board. Apple coming back to the downside, to that marker that I was talking about, that 139.80s. Let's see if buyers can come in around 139.80. Honestly, I'm a little hesitant to go long right now on anything because lower highs and the lows are also extending. Market's coming down, so not really sure how I want to process this information just yet. But the fact that the Apple at least is trying to hold up around that 140 level that Ian just mentioned not too long ago. Also happens to be VWAP and the 50-period EMA, as you guys can see right here near the 139.70s or so. All factors being considered, I think shorts are really in play at the moment, and the market just not ready to market just not ready to do anything anything fun for us for the long side. But looks like we're gonna have a ton of fun on the short side here on Dick's Sporting Goods, baby. I know I had a pretty big loser on that stock, but here we are about to turn it all around on that same position. And Apple, man, yeah, I'm so glad I said let's wait for this a little bit instead of just throwing the order out there. I think it's that time of the day where the market starts correcting a little bit off of the opening swings that we've had, and then time for VWAP testing, time for kangaroo market, time for UVXY to get back above $16 apparently. But at least Dick's Sporting Goods is $2 in the money right now. Can we get a break of 76 to the downside and an extended move to the downside off that break all the way up to $78 or $68 or so?
Someone said, can we access short percentage of stocks? Guys, a quick and easy way to do that is just go to FinViz, type in the stock that you're looking for, and then you should be able to bring up the short percentage. It's pretty simple. FinViz is actually a great website to use if you're just kind of looking for information like that. Yeah, NASDAQ is dumping. Yeah, the market's kind of coming off pretty hard here. A lot of selling volume. And again, let's bring up Apple because I believe that 140 level kind of failed. That now we're trading below VWAP as well. So like I said, guys, Apple's kind of a leading indicator for the market. And when that starts to really kind of go, then you can maybe start looking for some shorts and see where the short can take you. So. Looks like we might come in. And again, we were talking about the market earlier. The move today hasn't been that strong, guys. Like, don't get us wrong. Like, the trend was up in the morning, but now that the market is coming back in, it's basically flat. And obviously, we started down on the day to begin with, right? So, it is what it is. Let's see where this goes. But if you had some longs early in the morning, maybe it's time to start moving that stop up, trail that stop. We always talk about doing that and following your rules. Or take profits altogether and start looking for some shorts.
Yeah, start looking for some shorts or some, low a day longs if that's what you're interested in. Maybe yesterday's lows longs. Right now, I'm trying to see what I could find on AMD. So AMD's today's low just so happens to be yesterday's low, around 89.60, 89.50, let's say. So if AMD manages to come back below $90 to 89.50 or something, I would be thinking about a long there. Right now, AMD indeed forming a nice base around $90, and sadly though, AMD down about 1%, almost 1% on the day right now. Market coming back down. NASDAQ only up 0.5% at the moment, and S&P 500 barely even up 1%. Sorry, barely even up 0.25%. So let's see if NASDAQ and S&P 500 here reject itself and go straight back to the downside, or does UVXY go back to the downside, which is currently well above VWAP, and it's trading a lot like it traded yesterday. So it is bouncing off the same levels as yesterday. All you have to do is pull back the chart. When in doubt, zoom out, and you'll see that UVXY is holding 1570. I say this every time, variables such as technicals on UVXY don't really have that big of an impact, but it's still something to take a look at to see where you could possibly take your fills at. So 1570s, 1560s could be a long area which bounced off again, and we're now as a market going back to the north side on UVXY, and NASDAQ and S&P 500 looks like they want to bounce off of VWAP, but I would much rather them not bounce off of VWAP and get pushed all the way back down to the ground. That way I could capitalize on this short that you're looking at. Let's take a look at the chat.
Man, people are talking about lunch. It's getting me hungry. Like, everyone's talking about tacos and stuff. Like, do you know what's having for lunch or what?
No, I don't know.
These are the things that we miss about Miss V. Is like, she was like on top of this stuff. Like, she would tell us exactly what we're having for lunch. No, we'll see after this, guys. But yeah, tech will get wrecked soon. Yeah, you know, tech's been getting wrecked, guys. Let's not beat around the bush at all here. Like, you know, the NASDAQ stocks have been coming off pretty hard. Some people talk about AMD kind of coming off too. You know, when we look at stocks, obviously AMD was weaker. We already kind of mentioned that, guys. AMD is a little bit weaker on the day. And when these high beta stocks, beta is like basically means that you know, it moves more with the market, essentially. So when the market starts to move and accelerate to the downside, you know, you look to the weakest stocks to kind of go for that short. So obviously came off a bit here when it was making that move, and now kind of push up and potentially retest VWAP again. But when something is truly weak, it won't reclaim VWAP. Let's see AMD. AMD isn't like super weak today, but it is one of the weaker names for sure. NVIDIA going to dump on earnings today. Yeah, you know what? Like, let's bring up NVIDIA quickly. NVIDIA, again, another big downside stock. It's been kind of getting wrecked on the daily. I think we're looking at like this 155 level, 160 area as like a big key area. Obviously bounced off 160 a handful of times, but we talked about these. We've been talking about these earnings plays a lot, guys, and you know it's pretty risky to go in and hold a position overnight through an earnings play, just because you don't know what the report's going to say, right? Like even when the report comes out, I'm not sure when NVIDIA is coming out tonight, but you know, let's say if it drops at 405, we're not going to read through the report right at 405. We're kind of just like watching the tape and seeing how it reacts to the report, and we'll kind of know if it's positive or not just from like reading the tape and seeing the time and sales. But you know, we'll see what happens, and we'll kind of trade it from there, and maybe trade it tomorrow. Are you excited about NVIDIA today?
Am I excited about NVIDIA? That's going to be a hell yeah, brother. Look,
Yeah.
and I'm a big fan of the tech, you know it. And NVIDIA makes like gaming-related stuff, products for us. And you're a gamer, you know that. Those graphic cards are always non-existent in stores. Like you can never buy a good graphics card. They're always
crazy,
sold out.
Man. Like I would go through like maybe not even like maybe pre-COVID.
Yeah.
Like we would go to like Canada Computers or whatever, and you know you could buy anything there. You buy like whatever graphics card you want. But now it's like everything's sold out, and you're having to like people are like reselling them. It's insane. Like.
Yeah, it's almost got to the level of a Supreme Clothes. So if any of you hype beasts out there, you know that Supreme Clothes resell on a ridiculous fashion. So graphic cards, thanks to crypto miners and everything around those realm, got really boosted up to the north side in their prices and the resale prices and so on. And it's also got so competitive that you now need algorithms and bots to even buy a graphics card these days, unless you're fast. And it is very there's some people I do know who can do it manually. Anyways, coming back to NVIDIA, all things considered, last few earnings report, NVIDIA obviously got smacked to the downside. So it's going to be hard for me to be bullish on NVIDIA. At the end of the day, NVIDIA is still a great company for a long term. NVIDIA did announce a partnership with Intel to use Intel as their foundry not too long ago. We talk about this all the time, though, which is instead of predicting what the earnings report's going to come out as, just wait for the earnings report to come out and then trade the numbers after that. The way I did yesterday for Nordstrom, for example, waited for the numbers to come out, took the long, got a nice $3, $2 scalp on that in the after hours, walked home with a bigger smile on my face than I walked home with originally.
Nice,
right?
nice.
So just wait for the numbers to come out, guys. There's no need to ever rush a trade over here, especially in the market. You will never be the first one to get information. So if you just wait for that, if you just keep that idea in your mind that you will never be first, then you'll be okay with giving away some of the move and being able to capitalize on the other half of the move at least.
And that's the thing, guys. Like we always kind of talk about being patient and, you know, picking your spots. And when you're day trading, you really got to kind of be a sniper, you know, and like don't rush into positions. Like you're gonna miss opportunities all the time. Like we might get mad on the show like, hey, oh man, I missed this position or I missed this short, but you know what, there might be a new opportunity like literally in a couple seconds or a couple minutes, right? So it wouldn't be the first opportunity that I miss or that we miss, and it won't be the last, that's for sure. Let's get some tickers in the chat, guys. Like what do you guys want to see? What to short? I mean, take your pick, pick your poison. Sell the news when it comes out. It's already old news. Tesla strength leading us out of this trip.
Yeah, I see Diamond Reality of Miami. He's talking about Dallas got their only W. That's right, man. Dallas slapped in some threes yesterday. Not only was it raining in the what do you call it, arena? What's it, American Airlines Arena? I think that's what the Dallas Arena is. But not only is it raining actual rain, it was raining threes in that bad boy. Man, Mavericks hit so many threes. It was insane to watch the game. But somehow Golden State's backups, like the bench players, get more points than the starting players, and they almost come back. Like they really diminish. Almost. Golden State came back from a 20 point. That's it, dude. They were only down by 8, and it was only the bench players. And they brought back the starters like Wiggins, Curry, and everything. The leading extent again. It's like, what are the starters doing?
That's the thing. Like, especially with a team like Golden State, like they can overcome leads like quick, man.
Yeah.
They can overcome leads quick. Like Curry can overcome a 20-point lead by himself, right?
Yeah.
So, when you got the 3-ball like that, that's insane. Someone want to talk about Amazon. I really want to talk about that. Amazon is very interesting. Obviously, everyone knows like the big split is coming. So get your shares early here and let's see where it goes after the split. But, this 2,000 level, guys, if we're talking about psychological levels, 2,000 is huge, right? Like, it's kind of fading with the market. I'm trying to zoom out here. Bear with us as the data loads. But this 2,000 hasn't been tested yet, and 2,000 huge psychological level. So hopefully that holds up pre-split, and then it bounced off of that. And I got my Amazon shares. Let's see it test back 3,800 the highs, and maybe I can get like a house or something.
Yeah. So coming back to NVIDIA and chip makers, so NVIDIA today up 2.8% on the day, coming in with a decent of holding of VWAP throughout the day over here. So we had the opening drive push up on the stock. We're holding VWAP right now. Let's go check out what its partner in crime, AMD, and everything else around those realms is doing. AMD looks a lot weaker, obviously. AMD's actually on the other side of the VWAP trade over there, getting rejected by VWAP all day, looks like, for AMD. And Intel, let's go check out Intel. I know you looked at Micron already in the morning. So Intel pretty much doing exactly what I expected to do. Nothing, just trade sideways. After having the opening drive push, Intel usually just goes sideways unless there's an actual catalyst behind it. JW and Nordstrom is bouncing off of VWAP right now. So that's a long that we could have been thinking about. So I had a stop out on the break of 22.60. Instead of taking that stop, I just punched myself out of that trade. Looks like getting long near VWAP, near 22.20, would have been something to think about. JWN trying to go back to the north side and maybe test the 23.39 high a day. Maybe we get to 25 today on JWN, as Neil was talking about that level earlier. But Neil did mention that 23.50 is a pretty solid level on JWN, and he would be trying a short around said levels. So as you guys can see, obviously not pushing higher than 23.50. It was part of the reason why I took out 70% of my chunk over here and the last 30% of the chunk on the way down.
People were asking about the Amazon split. Yeah, Christian, you got it right. June 6th is the split, so 20-1 split. And July 15th is Google. That's the other big one. So Google and Amazon could be some good moves this summer. We'll see. Some people want some Chinese stocks. Someone mentioned NIO. NIO, one of my favorite EV stocks. This person said it was cheap.
That's cab, bro. Lucid's your favorite EV stock.
We won't go there. Maybe I'll tell you after work. But no. Yeah, let's take a look at NIO. Obviously super weak. Held this 13 level quite nicely on the daily here, but let's see where it goes. NIO doesn't really excite me too much anymore, just because it's been so weak and there hasn't really been like a strong catalyst. Obviously, it was added to that Singapore index last week, and it got the little bump off that. But then what did it do? It just kind of faded the move. And NIO is like notorious for fading right at open. So if we look at even like the intraday chart today, gives a little push at open. If you're patient, you could short off that 15 and look at the move it gives you, right? So was this 15 a level on the daily? I'm not too sure, but always kind of play off whole levels and generate trading ideas off of that.
Yeah, levels, location. Retailers knows about location. We got to know about our levels. And if you don't know where your levels are, then you'll start taking shots at random places, and then you'll start just getting beat up and getting chalked up by the market. Apple, man, this 140 level seems to be very, very interesting. We're holding this 140 at the moment. Yeah, we dipped below 140 to about 139.50 or even 138.08. It happens to be the low a day. So if you give Apple that $2 range, if you're able to take that amount of risk, I think Apple for even a swing trade from here would be something to take a look at. The fact that the market is still around the same ranges that we have been for so long now, I think the ranges are from last Friday. So let's quickly go to the 15-minute chart here, or let's go to the daily chart. Actually, the daily chart's right here. What am I doing? 1, 2, today is Wednesday, Tuesday, Monday, Thursday, Friday. So as you guys can see, Thursday. As you guys can see, we're still stuck in Thursday's range. The free fall Friday seems to have kind of put into a bottom in the market. Luca already talked about the tails off the candles over here and how this kind of explains to him that the market bottom could be in. And also, I don't know if you guys follow me on Instagram, but on Instagram I posted, you know, the greatest story of the greatest news catalyst that a stock could ever have. Beyond Meat's chief taste consultant.
Oh yes, let's talk about
Beyond
this.
Meat's chief taste consultant, ladies and gentlemen. This stock will go back to all-time highs. This stock will now hit $1 million per share. Go long. The squeeze is coming in. If the squeeze wasn't there before,
I'm surprised
on
now
Beyond,
that chat's talking about it.
What?
About
I'm
Beyond.
surprised the chat hasn't said that all day.
We haven't mentioned it once.
So for those of you who don't know what we're talking about, I'll let Ian see it. Who is the chief taste consultant for Beyond, Ian?
One of our favorite influences, Miss Kim K herself. Kim K.
Look, if you didn't like the short before, you like it now. And
Yeah,
if you
might
like the
it now.
short before, you love the short now, right? You love it. Beyond Meats today, though.
They're trying to get a boost. They're trying to get like a publicity boost or something. But,
anything at this point.
yeah,
anything, right? They come out with false reports before with McDonald's partnership. That didn't work out. You know what? Let's make Kim K our taste consultant. What does she know? We don't care. We just want her name slapped over our brand. That's all we want right now.
Real pump and dump? Yeah, potentially, man. Like, this is exactly what we're talking about. Oh, my goodness. I'm not going to say that, what this guy just said, Mookie. That's funny, though.
But yeah, as you guys
Kim K.
As you guys can see today, Beyond Meats has a pretty good move though. 8% move on Beyond Meats right now, still above VWAP and slightly below 25, trying to go under, trying to stay under 25, or sorry, get back above 25 right now. We'll see if that is a possibility on that one. Dick's Sporting Goods is probably going to be my trade that I have to keep very close eye on and keep an eye out for throughout the day, because if this one ends up being a winning trade for me, I could make it a gigantic trade for me, and at the same time I could literally chip away at my loss off the day, off the stock. This stock is pretty much my only loser, and pretty big enough of a loser where it could burn me on the day. So let's try to work with this one. It keeps flirting with the $1.50 in the money to only being 80 cents, 30 cents in the money, but you know, I'm just waiting for that 76 break. If 76 breaks to the downside, we hammer that short and ride that rocket to the downside. We initiate the falling knife to the downside.
Yeah. Catch a falling sword, falling knife, whatever it is. Don't catch it. You might get hurt. Some people mentioned AMC kind of breaking out that 11, and it is. I didn't see any size on 11. So again, kind of to reiterate, when we're looking for an even dollar break, what we want to see on the level 2, obviously 11 is on the bid now, but if 11 was on the offer, we want to see like massive size on there, like hundreds, thousands of lots. And then, you know, then we're going to kind of take it long if it breaks out, and it could give us a good move, right? So I didn't see any of that on AMC, and it looks like it kind of broke and just faded below it. So again, midday, lunchtime, yeah, time for lunchtime retail rally, yeah, maybe. But yeah, during lunchtime, obviously volume dies down, and the moves aren't going to be as great. So this 11 break wasn't really on our radar for sure. Kim is all original. I don't know about that one, man.
What is?
Kim is all original.
No, he has smiley emojis in there,
Yeah,
so
yeah,
he knows what he's talking about.
Yeah.
But yeah, hey, we love Kim K, but not anymore though, because she's not with my boy Kanye. So not anymore.
Yeah.
We don't rock with the Kardashians anymore. Unless you're who's that tall one? Who's not a Kardashian? You know, the tall one, like Kylie's sister. What's her name? Kendall. Kendall. Like,
They're different.
That's Devin Booker's
man.
girl. Oh, sheesh.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah. That's the
Devin.
thing, right? Like Devin Booker took an L, obviously. Sucks, but he took it. Yeah, he took an L. They lost. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, is he really taking an L? Like, he gets to go home to Kendall. You know, he's gonna cash out this summer. That's the thing with these NBA guys and these pro players. They obviously care, but you know, they're getting paid.
Listen, as long as you're not dating Tristan Thompson, I think you're happy about who you're dating in the NBA field, right? We don't talk about Tristan Thompson.
It's funny because like I used to play.
That's a Brampton boy.
I used to play like basketball, and I played rep, and before I got hurt, I was gonna get recruited from like for universities and whatnot, and it was fun. But I played against if you guys know what's his name, the guy Anthony Bennett.
Okay.
Do you remember he was picked first overall for the Cavs, and he was just like a total bust. I played against. He's our year. 93.
93.
I played against him. I remember playing against him when we were like younger kids or whatever, and this guy was sick. But then when he got to the league. Trash.
Yeah, the chat's a little complaining right now. They're telling us to focus back on stocks. Guys, obviously it's lunchtime right now. Market's a little bit slowed down. Apple stuck near 140. Dick's Sporting Goods stuck near $78.50, between $80 and that range. A lot of stocks are just stuck in ranges, so not much really going on, right? Market's just calming itself down. It is lunchtime, so it's okay to calm down a little bit, go on to different topics. You know, you can't just be stock, especially when nothing's going on.
It's important too to recognize like what day this is, guys. This is like they're gonna release the FOMC minutes at 2 p.m. right? So now that the market has kind of made its move in the morning, now no one wants to like do anything too much, just in case something comes out in these minutes that is unexpected, and you know the market gives like a reversal or something like that. So you know just be patient at a time like this, low volume. You don't want to get in any too big positions. Obviously, if you see an opportunity, take it. Like I'm not saying that. Like if you see an opportunity, smash it, because that's what we're here to do as day traders, right? We're here to take shots. But if you don't see anything too big, then you know just sit back and relax and just be patient.
So JWN seems to be rejecting $23 right now. So let's see what JWN wants to do. Sadly, you know, we want to see JWN above 23, get back to 23, 24, 25 areas. But you know what? It doesn't even matter to us anymore. We're not even in the trade. We had a sick long trade off of JWN, made about $1.30, $1.40 or so on the high end of it. So you know, I'm not complaining about my JWN long at the moment. I'm just happy that I was able to capitalize on it so far. Apple, as we've been talking about it, just been holding near 140, not really showing us any moves. No reason for me to take an execution around these levels right now, especially during the time of day. Like Ian mentioned, lunchtime, no reason to force a trade. More reasons to just be patient and sitting on your hands and waiting for that right moment when volume spikes occur or a news catalyst drops out of nowhere and then build into it. But that being said, you know, that risk to reward potential, the risk to reward trade setup is what we always talk about, and one of those is right here on Apple at the moment. You get long near 140, maybe give it about 30-40 cents of risk to the downside below 140, and then watch it climb up to $1 in the money, $2 in the money in case the market goes green, even more green than the market already is. And then if you get stopped up for a 30-cent loss, you get stopped up for a 30-cent loss, wah, cry and move on. At least that's what the story is. But you know, the risk to reward setup is what we're all thinking about. That's all we're looking for at the moment.
I wanted to bring up Macy's. Obviously, JWN was big today. They had the earnings reports. Macy's is up in sympathy on the move. Like, look at this move, guys. It's up 10%. Like, this is insane. But obviously, Macy's, they're reporting the 26th. So that's tomorrow in the morning, I believe. Yeah, look at this daily, guys. It's kind of had this consolidation around 16. It hasn't really gone there. It's kind of bouncing off 18, so that's a good sign of strength. And obviously today, huge in sympathy with JWN. It's up 9%, so that's amazing. We're going to see if it can reclaim this 20 level. Obviously, look at it here. Back in 2021, 20 seemed to be a level of resistance for sure. So if it kind of gets above that and reclaims that off a good earnings move, then you know it could be something to go look at for the long. So let's see where that goes. That's something that I like to watch. You know, these single name stocks, I don't know if you ever trade them. They're like the classic single letter Macy's, Ford for F. Like sometimes they're a little boring, but they can give good moves.
Yeah, Macy's usually has some good moves. I remember trading it around earnings days. Urban Outfitters had earnings report along with JWN. I believe Urban Outfitters actually reported a little bit to the negative side. Let me just quickly go confirm over here on my second screen. URBN. Okay, no. So they missed out on the earnings. They missed out on the revenue. So they did come out with a bad earnings report overall. But but Urban is indeed ripping to the north side, up 12% today with 3.9 million shares. And I think the reason why I'm even talking about this is the question that someone asked is, why is Urban Outfitters to the north side when they missed out on earnings? Why is Dick's Sporting Goods what it's doing when they missed out on earnings too? The point is, it's we can't pinpoint to the reasoning as to why the stock is doing what it's doing. You might have your bias as to, I think the stock is a short today. They had a bad earnings, so you think about going short. But clearly, there's someone on the other side with way more capital, way more money, bullying you on that position and pushing it to the upside. At which point, you just wait for the levels. Now, here's some ideas that you can think about, because we always talk about how you want to think about your counterpart for the trade and what that counterpart might be doing. So over here, this counterparts for the trades, the reason why the stock is doing what it's doing could be that people were short on DKS all the way at all-time high levels of God knows what, like 120 or something. What are all-time high levels for DKS? Let's quickly go over here and check that number out. 147, I think, is the all-time high. Yeah, 147 is indeed the all-time high right now. So anyone short on DKS from 147, watching it go to $58, they're thinking about closing their shares for profit. So the short covering spike starts to come in. Once the short covering spikes start to come in, then the buyers go, maybe there's something going on over here. I need to figure out and go long. And then the buyers start going long over here, and then more buyers start going long after the short seller starts covering, and then that's where the real game starts kicking in. That's where the day traders start going, okay, the stock has bad earnings report. They got to go back to the downside. Let me go short. They go short. They have their stop at the high of day. It gets burnt. The stocks go higher even more because the short squeeze is coming in. So that whole cycle of the shorts from 140 covering at 58, new shorts who are day traders coming in around 60, getting stopped at 68, who are short at 70, getting short at 71, and that cycle just keeps on rinsing and repeating, pushing DKS to the north side the way it is at the moment, making me struggle around this $80 level. So at the end, it's short sellers trying to fight with themselves and burning each other, and then a little bit of momentum buyers coming in and also helping the short sellers getting burnt.
Someone said GME was kind of running away from them. I'm not too sure if you were trying to go long or short, but I just kind of wanted to bring up the chart and take a look. GME looks like it made this high here, like 102, 20-ish, but then made a lower high, right? So it made a lower high at 101, couldn't reclaim that level. So, if you're trying to participate in the trend, and obviously we're talking about the market kind of turning around, you can take this short and kind of risk off the high a day. That's a strategy that we kind of always use here at the firm. YOLO and Amazon calls, I don't know about that one. Getting closer to Fed talk, yes, it's not talk, guys. Just a reminder, it's just FOMC minutes. Okay, so the minutes are going to be released, and we're going to kind of rifle through the reports and see if there's anything that in that report that was unexpected, and then the market might make a move. Obviously, the last time I checked the CME tool, it was like 90% pricing in 50 basis point hikes for the next two meetings. So we'll see where that goes, but obviously this minutes is going to be a true tell of what's to come. Are you looking to trade anything during around
FOMC? Yeah. If any big substantial move comes in off the FOMC, I would for sure take advantage of that. Like you were saying yesterday, it's our job to take these
shots,
trades, take these shots. If those shots show up, that's 100%. Right now, DKS moving back up, sadly, so not happy watching that happen. But we have tons of risk left on the day for our account, so that's good. So DKS moving back up at the moment, only 30 cents in the money for that trade. But you know what else is moving up right now is JWN, baby. JWN back above to $23, bouncing off of VWAP, bouncing off of the 50-period EMA, and moving straight to, that explains a lot more. One of my indicators is actually in white in color, and hence we can't see it anymore because the chart's white. So let me turn that indicator to black here real quick. apply. Okay, so there we go.
Someone actually mentioned RSI. Like, do you use RSI at all?
I was ignoring that comment, but now that you brought it up, well, we can talk about it. I was ignoring that comment, to be honest. No, so RSI and MACDs and everything, I just stay away from those technical indicators. You know, I have the #1 technical indicator in the world that the market can offer you. It's called a level 2 in time of sales. Yeah. Along with level 2 in time of sales, obviously you want to be able to identify key resistance and key support levels and read the time of sales in level 2 around those levels. You're not sitting there all day unless you're Luca sometimes who just trades Apple all day. Then it makes sense where he's reading the tape of Apple. But you want to be able to look for key levels such as this $30 level or this $19 level to the downside, this $19.60 or this $20 level to the downside. When the stock goes there, you look at the level 2 to see if there's any size on the level 2 at the $20 level, and then if the size is getting taken. Once the size gets taken, are they refreshing the size? Is the volume slowing down on the way down near 20, and then you start seeing mid prints come in and the volume starts increasing to the upside? So all of that factors being combined together, you'll be able to really predict the future that the indicators are trying to do. So RSI, MACD, all these indicators are to a degree a lagging indicator, and they just show you a little bit of a past in it, not really what's going on in the future. So every time you know, it goes to that 100% mark or that 20% mark that says oversold or overbought, you could make a trade out of that. It could help you time your trade, but I think at the end of the day, I just like to pick my levels and read the tape around those levels, and that's the way that I was taught. I was trained over here. RSIs and MACDs could be helpful. I'm not trying to bash on any of those indicators, because as long as you have a system, a set of rules that help you make a trade, if you said MACD goes over this one and then my stock is at a key level price, and then both of them key levels intersect with each other and you have a confluence of a trade setup, go for that trade. No one's stopping you. No, make sure that you know what works for you and take advantage of that on a day-to-day basis.
We're going to get into some educational stuff here. Some people are asking what's level 2. Prad has technical indicating glasses. That's kind of funny. That would be insane. We're not predicting the future, guys. Like Prad is saying, we're referencing levels on the daily, and someone mentioned, like, how do I find levels on the daily? So let's just quickly look at the daily. I'm just going to bring up AMD here. If we look at this 100 level, and that's right where my cursor is, look where it bounces off here. Bounces off 100, bounces off 100 here, breaks below, can't reclaim 100, rips up to it, bounces off of it, quickly reclaims it, but then goes below it, right? So obviously 100 is a level, guys. Like 100, you're just looking, usually we look at least two tests of this level, and then it could potentially be a level. But clearly this is a level, and obviously a nice round number like 100 is a psychological level, right? So if we were trying to build a trade idea around this, we see this 100 on the daily level. Then if that 100 is coming closer to in play, obviously it isn't here today. It's like $91. It's not going to get to $100 today. That'd be insane. But if it did, then we're going to look at the level 2, and this is our level 2 here. So we're going to see the bid on this side and the offer on this side, and we're going to see multiple people putting orders here, right? So if it got to that 100 level, let's say we see like thousands of lots on that 100 level, then it can potentially be a trade idea, right? And if we do take that breakout, we're going to look at the time of sales here on the side. And we're going to kind of see if it's moving and it's going to confirm the buying above 100, right? And then we can kind of hold that long. So that's how we kind of create trade ideas.
Yeah, gotta generate trade ideas. Gotta look for stocks that are in play right now. As you guys can see, JWN very much in play of a stock today. So how do you know that a stock is in play? Class is in session. Pull out your books. Pull out your pencils. How do you know that a stock is in play? One, is there a catalyst for the stock today? There's a million stocks out there. Are you gonna trade every single stock every day, especially the ones without volume? I already know the answer for this. Probably yes. But you know, you want to look for volume to begin with as a day trader. Without volume, you're going to most likely not be able to size up. If you can't size up, you're not scaling. If you're not scaling, you're not leveling up in the future for yourself, and that's not good for you. So JWN today, as you guys can see, had an actual catalyst. Well, the catalyst started yesterday going into today, which was the earnings report. Earnings season is a great time for looking for catalysts. After earnings season, what are you going to do? You're going to be scrounging the internet. You're going to be looking for articles. Some stocks come out with newses, upgrades, downgrades could be used as a catalyst. A stock that actually got a downgrade today, I believe. Let me see if I can find the stock that I'm thinking about that got downgraded. I think upgraded, actually, not downgraded, is Dell. So Dell got upgraded by who? Oh no, it got Evercore added them, so that's a catalyst. Dell added 1% in pre-market trading after Evercore added information technology company to its list, and they're basically saying Dell's gonna become probably excel in the future from here on out, with the demand in IT not really going down as we have been seeing across the board. So what is Dell's relative volume today? 1.38. What is JWN's relative volume today? 9.97. So find a catalyst, see if the stock has volume greater than previously traded according to history, and then you can go find some levels to trade out of that. For example, for some reason, Sean called out the 22 level in a sticky note. Today just so happens to be the one day I don't read a sticky note, but I use the exact same level to go long and was a winning trade. So looking at the same levels, looking at the same ideas, and trying to work on trades over here. It's not a random thing that 7 traders on the floor have the same trade. They're all looking at the same thing. They're all trying to do the same thing at the end of the day.
Exactly, and I kind of want to point out that 22 level as well and how we kind of came about that. Obviously, Sean wrote it down, but we were all looking at the same level, right? 22, obviously, JWN made that move off the earnings play, right? And then if we look at the pre-market data here, and what we kind of look at in pre-market data is we like to believe that these are like sophisticated order flow in here, just because these are people that can't they usually trade throughout the pre-market. Usually nobody else can trade in the pre-market if you're like retail or whatever. Like I think pre-market trading starts at like 9 for some retail accounts, but look at this 22 level. It holds up as resistance here, holds up as resistance here, so that can potentially be a level for today. So once that breaks out, it just kind of flies. And look, it maybe retested it here, but it hasn't looked back. And obviously, JWN super strong, trading above VWAP, so it's one of the stronger names today for sure.
Yeah, it's crazy strong for sure. I did not expect this one to get back to the high day the way it did. I was actually expecting it to get back to 22 so I could look for a long over there, but looks like me haggling for 20 cents over there made me miss out on 80 cents or 100 cents to the north side. So, it looks like a little bit of my Indian nature kicked in and I started haggling for prices. So sometimes haggling for prices,
you have to fight for price, though. You have to fight for price. You have to, stand your ground. If you don't get the price that you want, guys, like don't chase. So yeah. we mentioned earlier, be patient, don't chase. Usually once you start chasing away, then you end up risking too much. If you don't size accordingly, then you might get hurt, right? It might turn out to be a bigger loss than expected. So be patient, don't chase, fight for price when you need to.
Indeed. So I'm looking at chat right now. Chat calling out Occidental Petroleum. So it looks like energy stocks might be back in play a little bit. Oxy trying to play with VWAP. Look at this Oxy chart. Just a clean long to the north side, especially ever since the conflict started. When did the conflict start? Somewhere around February, January?
Yeah, I think I don't know the exact date, but it was
somewhere
like
around
end
there,
of
right?
February maybe.
Yeah, so as you guys can see right here, end of February going into March, that's where the Occidental stock started taking off from $42 to $65. Crazy move coming in. What are the crude futures looking like at the moment? So let's go over to CL, which is crude futures. CL today at 109 and very flat on the day, actually. Very flat and still above 100 though, right? Still above 100 on the oil stocks over here. And as you guys saw, Oxy currently trying to take out VWAP to the north side. So we can quickly go over to XLE, which is energy ETFs, to see what energy is doing today. XLE up 1% and below VWAP slightly, but on the way towards VWAP. Let's see if Oxy can help XLE, and maybe CVX also can help XLE over here to get back above VWAP and stay green for the day. CVX also up 1% on the day with 4 million shares traded overall. NASDAQ right now trying to get back to the high side maybe. I'm looking at the 5-minute chart, and the 5-minute chart is showing me the latest candle is green. We're up 0.75% on NASDAQ and up 0.25% on the S&P 500. UVXY right back under $16 and below VWAP now, and UVXY is up 0.73%. So more just sideways action. So maybe the market is indeed waiting patiently for that FOMC minutes to come out.
I think we're definitely for sure waiting for those FOMC minutes to come out. The things we say, they've been passed along down to us. So it's not like nonsense or anything like that. So we're kind of hanging out, we're relaxing, seeing what comes in play, and kind of just taking it in stride. I kind of wanted to talk about the MES a bit. We were talking about those levels back in late Feb. So right around here, February 24th. The market made that low around 4,100. Eventually, market weakness, overall weakness, everyone's worried about inflation, whatnot, drops below, and then it kind of retests and doesn't reclaim it. The 38.55 level, that was that level that we were all looking at, just because that kind of represents like minus 20% off the highs. So that equates to a bear market in the S&P. But it quickly reclaimed that, bounced off that, but we haven't tested 4,100. So it'd be interesting to see if this 4,100 comes into play again soon. And then, if it breaks above, then, maybe a couple of you guys said the bounce is in, or the bottom is in, and, potentially you could be right. Let's talk about Facebook. We talked about it a little bit earlier, but we'll touch on it again. Someone mentioned in the chat. Looks pretty strong. It was weak early. Sean was mentioning, oh man, like the market was ripping and Facebook wasn't really going anywhere. Facebook looked like it was making a top around 183. And it looks like that's a level, like guys, like look at where it bounced off in the morning, 183. I mentioned I took that short there. Kind of bounced off 183, made it high like 183.40, but quickly fell back below, tests again, falls back below. Maybe this time it reclaims 183, and we get some strength into the markets, and it pushes the stock up. But we'll see where it goes. Not super strong today, but again, FB is like kind of one of the higher beta stocks, obviously a big cap tech stock, so it might just kind of barcode until FOMC comes up. Someone said GME is ripping. Let's take a quick look at GME. It's okay. It's up 15%. Breaking out this 102. We mentioned that. Obviously, 15% is a lot, but it's kind of breaking out this consolidation range, right? So consolidation range around 102, 102.50 was maybe the top of this little consolidation. The bottom end being 90, but above 100, again, 100 like a psychological level. Could show some strength above it again.
Dick's Sporting Goods, man. I don't know what to say about this stock. It just broke $81 to the north side, so we're done with that trade. No more trades on the board for me at the moment. Yeah, that's a bad day for me on Dick's Sporting Goods. Let's see if we can look for other trades. Apple consolidating so cleanly sideways around the VWAP at the moment. So if there is a trade to maybe taking around FOMC to come out, FOMC minutes, that is, if it's a long trade, obviously Apple consolidating sideways around here so cleanly could be something to think about. 139.70. Let's zoom in right quick to the that's a dark bull candle. I'm gonna have to fix that one real quick. 11:35. Let's really quickly fix that one. Chart editor 11:35.
While you do that, let's quickly take a look at my screen. AMC broke out that 11. Some people are mentioning in the chat here. Yeah, we were talking about that 11 break. I don't know if it was a good breakout to take on a break, but the level kind of reclaimed, and now it's trading 11.30, making new highs. Obviously trading in sympathy with GME and making a strong move. We mentioned this $10 level again here on the daily, so I'll quickly bring up that. Bounced off 10 and doesn't really quite test it today, but giving a solid bounce move to the upside.
All right, so we fixed the chart over there for Apple. Trying to take a tiny long in front of the 139 area over here. Let's try to work with that a little bit. Apple indeed below VWAP, but obviously since UVXY is below VWAP and both of our markets, S&P 500 and NASDAQ, are above VWAP, trying to work with the Apple long slightly. Not going to give it too much of a wiggle room to the downside. We can probably give it 50 cents to the downside over here near 139 or so, but not much more than that. If 139 breaks, get out and maybe try near 138, and then that'll be the last attempt. But if 139 breaks, I think that's really screaming more downwards action for across the board in the market right now. JWN could be also a short to think about in front of 2350. Neil mentioned that level earlier, and JWN does seem to be stopping itself around those areas still. We did get a push off of VWAP to 2350s at the moment, 2344 being being the high day, but the same exhaustion coming in at those levels. If 2350 breaks, I think JWN could have a clean move all the way up to that 25 levels or so, but that would require the market to really take off to the north side overall, I would expect. So since market is still under 1% for NASDAQ and S&P 500, what is IWM Russell at today? IWM Russell currently, I'm guessing, is also pretty much flat. Actually, it's up 1% on the day. Not bad. So it looks like small cap stocks are moving around slightly, and Dow Jones 30. So let's go check out what the Dow Jones is looking like. Dow today on the negative side. Okay, Dow weaker than S&P 500 and NASDAQ. So I'm guessing that means Boeing probably getting beat up a little bit. No, Boeing actually up on the day by 1.6%. Walmart, let's go check out Walmart. Oh, okay, yeah, Walmart weak on the day today, down about 0.5% or so. And last but not least, Costco. What's Costco looking like? Costco also down on the day.
Is Costco earnings coming up? I believe it is, right?
It's supposed to be coming up pretty soon.
Tomorrow night Costco. So that's another big retailer. Obviously, these retail companies doing a lot of earnings recently, and that's what's been kind of moving the markets. Obviously, JWN today, Macy's going to be tomorrow, and Costco. Let's see if they actually increase the prices of their hot dogs. I'd be so sad.
Prices of their hot dogs.
Yeah, like they're only like $1.50.
Never had them.
You never had a Costco hot dog?
Nope, never had them. I mean, I always shop at Costco with my family. Just every time mom
never had
goes,
a hot dog?
Never. My mom would be like, "Oh, you want to try the hot dog? You want to try like the ice cream or whatever?" I'm just like, "Yo, listen, I'm here to get groceries and get back into my cave and go play video games." Okay?
Costco food's legit, man.
No. I'm not there to eat food. I'm there to buy food, go back home and make food at home, and then eat food at home.
Pablo knows what's up. Costco food is on point. Yeah, you're totally right, man.
Costco food is on point. All right, Pablo, I am missing now. I gotta go try it out for sure. Market coming back to the downside over here. Market actually pushing to the downside right now. NASDAQ almost at VWAP, S&P 500 below VWAP, and what's it called? UVXY pushing towards VWAP at the moment. So market going down looks like it's the story overall. Apple consolidating near that 140 for about 15, 20, 30 minutes or so, not helping it out, finding buyers around that said level, and looks like more downwards action coming in for across the board. Everything but Dick's Sporting Goods, obviously. Dick's Sporting Goods just wants to keep on ripping to the north side today, does not want to go back to the downside at any point, it looks like.
Someone said Snap is kind of coming off. It is. It's kind of going to retest that 14 level. Obviously, that was huge in the morning. There was big size there, broke out. But now it's like coming right back to that level, right? So it's important to know that if you are planning on trying to long off this, I'm just kind of looking down. I can't really see. There's a little bit of size there, but on a $14 stock, that's not much. So, this can easily just break and keep going. The dip can keep dipping, right? So just be careful if you are trying to go long on this. Things tend to gravitate towards VWAP. VWAP is this blue line here. Obviously, Snap is no secret. It's super strong on the day. Trading up like 10%. It was up like 12% earlier on. But yeah, it could give a bounce, but we'll see. Always trade the trade.
Yeah, always got to trade the trade for sure, and just got to stick to your rules over there. Kind of breaking my rule a little bit on Dick's Sporting Goods. I said 3 and done, but this would be my 5 over here and not done yet. Apple 30 cents out of the money. We did say we're going to give it about 50 cents of wiggle room, but clearly market is pushing to the downside, so maybe we just take that loss on Apple. Instead of giving it the whole 50 cents, we take a nice little 25, 29, 30 cents sort of loss on that and walk away from it, because clearly market wants to go to the downside right now. JWN, that short on JWN near 2350 would have been somewhat of a decent idea, but obviously when a stock is that strong on the day, I'm a little hesitant on trying to short it, also because I had a successful winning long on that stock, so it's going to be a little bit harder for me to try and shorting a stock that I had one of my best longs on for the day so far. Right now, let's go see what the other stocks are doing across the board, such as our our favorite tech stocks, Microsoft's, Nvidia, and so on. Microsoft right now I'm expecting coming down along with the overall market. Very much sideways on MSFT so far. Very much trading sideways and just stuck in a range over here. But that means Microsoft is pretty strong around these levels, even with the market trying to push down. So that's good for Microsoft today. Tesla, let's go check out Tesla real quick. We did see Tesla going above 660, but how high above 660 did we actually get over here on Tesla? Looks like we got above to 666, and that's about the extent of that move on Tesla today. Oop. We didn't really go much further from there on that stock.
Someone asked to do some SoFi technical analysis, so let's take a quick look at SoFi. Always kind of start at the daily, guys. So I'm going to bring up the daily chart here. Their earnings came out. Remember they had like that earnings leak midday, and SoFi was like halted for like a few hours. But then it opened up, and it opened up above 5. 5 was like a huge level. I remember seeing the size on the level was insane. Right, so we just kind of went long off that, and it hasn't like tested it. It's been strong ever since, right? So the bottom can potentially be put in SoFi. I'm not too sure, but again, just looking at this 8, obviously 8 here. It made a bottom here and bounced off. Obviously broke down below, but look where it kind of turned around. 8. Again, it's not rocket science, guys. Just kind of look at the daily, zoom out when in doubt, and create trade ideas off of that. So I don't think the 8 would be in play today. It's a little far away. Obviously, SoFi is a cheaper stock, so it's not going to move like dollars in a single day unless there's like a true strong catalyst. But yeah, we'll see where it goes from here.
Yeah, some of these stocks are just kind of stuck in ranges that you just want to wait for the new ranges to be formed, because previous ranges are just going to be chop levels, rinse levels. So you want to be careful. Palantir, for example, did recently break that level slightly. Or over here, for example, we had that consolidation of 7, let's just say 8 and $9 over here, but breaking that consolidation level to the downside slightly, but coming back up right now is trying Palantir, which is up 2.5% on the day. Another stock that we can maybe go talk about today is Peloton. What is Peloton doing at the moment? Trading near $13, high a day of $13.24. Waiting for my chart to load up. Here we go, my chart's up. So high of day near $13.24. We're trying to form a base near VWAP near $13 on Peloton. Let's see if Peloton manages to continuously find buyers the way it is so far and get back above to the north side above 13.11 or 13.12 or so.
Someone's saying Apple's making lower lows, and yeah, you're not wrong. Let's quickly take a look at Apple intraday. Were you long Apple or?
I got out though real quick.
Yeah. So we were trying to see if it could hold above this 140 level. It clearly has not. But going to quickly draw this trend line here. High of the day around 140, 140-ish. Makes obviously a way lower low, lower high, lower low, lower high. So this is like clear trend, guys. Participate. Don't try to catch a bottom. Don't try to catch the bounce. Simple way to kind of do it. And this is what I learned from traders before me is just draw a simple trend line. If it breaks, then potentially start thinking about the long. But always kind of confirm with level 2 in the time of sales.
All right, so it looks like it's about time to be, time for you to wrap it up, I think, right?
Yeah, for sure. So, we're still kind of doing this. We're swapping it out with Luca and myself. So Luca's going to come in and take over for the rest of the show. But yeah, it's been exciting. It's been good, and like always, it's a pleasure to be on the show and talk with Prad and talk about the stock market with Prad.
Yeah, and I think we're actually going to. We have a couple more minutes with you still, so let's see what the market's doing at the moment. It's going to the downside, my friend. S&P 500 is now in the negative.
Yeah, it's coming off. MES kind of testing this consolidation.
Why do you have MES up there instead of ES, bud?
Okay, well, to be fair, it's because I only have enough. I can only trade MES.
I know you're not trading ES, but if you're watching,
it's the same thing.
If you're watching, I'd watch ES over MES. That's just me, though. That's just me. I would watch ES over MES. It is the same thing at the end of the day. They're off by maybe 1 point at best, or maybe half a point sometimes. I'll see the low a day on ES be let's say 41.90, and so the low a day on MES would be like 41.20, right? So yeah.
Okay, so let me bring up the ES. Yeah, Prad's not wrong. It's a little off. It's a little off.
It's a little different. It's a little different.
It's a little different, but yeah, this consolidation area looks like it was in pre-market, broke out of 39.30. Obviously, we might come in test those levels again. If it starts to really break down below that, then yeah, look out.
Yeah, so what's your partner's name in the chat? Look, I think these guys don't actually log into their accounts. They're logged into the company Trader TV account as far as I see. It says you're logged into the all the way at the bottom. You see how it says your name right by the chat?
Oh,
the live trading TV name.
Oh, yeah.
So yeah, he's actually just logged into the company account.
I'm not like physically in the chat or whatever.
But we will get these guys an account that you guys can tag them in. So basically, they're just talking about how they can add people.
I want to read out a comment here that was kind of funny. Prad said, "It's time to go, fam."
No, I didn't mean it like that. You know, it was more like we got like a schedule over here that we got to keep on. So you just got trying to keep on the schedule. Listen, I'm not trying to lose my job. I like my job too much, right? That's basically what it is. All right, time to throw it on to Brandon real quick onto the big screen.
There we go. Hey guys, quick update, 12:30 market time. Let's see how things are shaping up at this point. Pretty good day overall, considering, remember, 2 p.m., the big event today. We're going to get the Fed meeting minutes from the last Federal Reserve meeting, but maybe not going to be a market moving event. Make sure you join us this afternoon at 2 p.m. On the close show. We'll take you through that as far as the comments are concerned. Back to the downside here, 0.13 for the S&P, the Dow as well. Back in the red here, 0.02, the NASDAQ, 0.2, still holding on to a little bit of strength overall. Remember, yesterday it was a bit of a reverse. It was tech stocks that were leading. Back to the downside here. The NASDAQ today back in positive territory. Everything else, bit of a choppy day. We saw an initial sell-off for Bitcoin back to positive territory. Ethereum not really following suit at the bottom there. 1.2% negative territory. A quick look at the sectors so far. Healthcare standing out as the weakest of the group at this point. Banks as well back in negative territory after a very, very strong start to the week. Monday and Tuesday back in positive territory. Individual banks, worth noting, showing some strength. Communication stocks. Remember, we saw a snap leading things to the downside yesterday. Not the case today. Everything back to the upside, including, Twitter. Twitter is up 2.6% today. It sold off pretty hard yesterday. Consumer discretionary, where to be today off of earnings from the retail group. Remember, better than expected across the board today, finally, after a weak start to them anyway. Some of the travel names bouncing back. That's NCLH. We saw a big sell-off yesterday in all of the cruise lines. Good to see a bit of a bounce back here for NCLH. Expedia up here 5.5% as well. Under Armour making some executive changes last week. There's Best Buy, speaking of retail names. Target bouncing back 3.5%. So it's been a back and forth kind of day, again, ahead of this event at 2 p.m. Quickly wanted to show you this. Number one stock as far as volume traded here on the floor in Toronto today. VGFC, the very good food company, a former guest on this show. We had this company on the show the day they uplisted to the NASDAQ. Great to see. Nice move for VGFC. That said, let's get you back to Trader Prad and Luca now. VGFC
currently with 141% to the north side, 102 million shares traded. What is the relative volume on this penny stock? I would guess a lot. Let's just throw a number out there. Let's say 2K or 3K, right? Let's see if we're right on that one. Ooh, we're off by quite a bit. 178 times relative volume. What was the float on that guy? The float's about 85 million. The very good food company. I love the name. VGFC today ripping to the north side. Very good move for the very good food company. But right now, though, sadly, we got under VWAP. I'm guessing that's because of the overall market move. You know, NASDAQ and S&P 500 slightly got under VWAP over there. S&P 500 actually got into the negative territories over there for a second. But VGFC, I'm guessing, was just a minor move to the downside. The stock was about 12 pennies off the open to begin with. We opened at 16 pennies, low of 12 pennies, and just look at the stock's move overall today. day. Crazy move to the north side. Can't wait to see what we do over here in the long run coming in for the future. Do we get above $1 on Mr. Very Good Food Company brand, or do we find barriers that are from the past that are acting as a barrier again now? So as you guys can see right here on the daily chart, let me actually recolor this indicator to a black color. That way we can actually see it. I was wondering where that indicator disappeared to. That's a 100 period EMA. This is the 50 period EMA. And as you guys can see, the tail of the candle hit the 100 period EMA, and the body of the candle hit the 50 period EMA. And that's where both of the resistance seems to be coming in. The 48-cent high and this high around 50 cents or so, or sorry, 40 cents or so, which seems to be right here. Both of those factors make sense to me now why the stock is doing what it does. If we do find buyers coming in around 25 cents to 30 cents, I think the stock has another leg up tomorrow off the very same catalyst we had today. Luke is still figuring some stuff out here on the screen. Let me know if you need help, my friend. It's this one right there.
This one?
Yeah, that one right there.
Okay.
So where are we going to next? Where's the chat? My chat's over here. Very short, easy money, very short. Face cam is in the way of the chart. We apologize for that. You know what? Actually, just yell at Fahad. It's Fahad's fault because he's not doing his job right now. I'm joking. He's doing a great job, Fahad. Thank you for taking off my stress of clicking all these buttons for camera angles. I don't have to do all this nonsense button angles anymore. There were way too many, and we only had 2 cameras before. Now Fahad has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cameras, 6 cameras, and that he has to switch through all over. And there you guys can look at this guy over here. It looks like he just walked out of the RBC floor. Straight out of the RBC floor onto the better floor, which is the Day Trade the World umbrella.
The better floor,
baby.
that's right. The better floor, the more fun floor, you know?
That's right. We'll still give you some time if you need to set up. I think you're missing some things on the corner. So right click on your box.
Yep, let me just set this up here for you guys.
Change the axis colors to black. All right, so Luca just needs to change the settings over there a little bit, and then whenever he's ready, we'll bring back. You guys need Stream Deck and animations. So we do have a Stream Deck right here. I don't think I can show it to you right now. It's kind of stuck, but we do have a Stream Deck. We used to have animations. Most of them involved Miss V's in there, so we need to make more new animations. Maybe if one of you knows how to make animations for us, let's talk. Let's talk. All right, but here we go, man. Dick's Sporting Goods, once again, $1 in the money, but God, have we had to work for this trade all day. It's one of the most painful stocks for me today. You know that segment that Sean and Neil have, I think what's the most painful stock of the day or something, or worst stock of the day or something? Worst trade of the day. So this is basically my pick for me is worst trade of the day, DKS. Horrible trade so far, and for some reason, I just keep going back to it to take more pain. Right now, though, we're $1 in the money on this trade. Let's see if we can work with this one a little longer so we can get that $76 break to the downside and overextend the move. Ooh, right now NASDAQ and S&P 500 are actually extending to the downside. S&P 500 once again in the negative by about 0.1%. NASDAQ still positive by about 0.25%, and UVXY up now 2% and above VWAP and above $16. You ready, brother?
I'm ready, yeah. Pratt, how's your day going?
You know, struggling on DKS so far, but hopefully we can turn that day around on DKS.
Yeah, I took one look at DKS and I said to myself, you know what, let me step back and try to figure this out here, because I don't trade these well when I just jump right into them. But yeah, this actually was going insane. I mean, look at these candles just straight up, following 13 EMA here. Really nice move. But yeah, when it gets to the top and kind of chops around, like that's definitely when you don't want to be involved. I can actually show you guys what I traded today. I had a couple Apple trades, obviously, and just to kind of talk about the market and how the market opened. You know, liquidity was very interesting this morning. The book was very light and the moves were very sharp. And so I said to myself, you know what? This is the market. I think everyone's waiting for the Fed minutes to come out. And, you know, this is the market where you sort of take it easy. Don't size up, you know, like kind of lower your lot size, just take the base hits. And I even heard Sean saying, you know, when you're in the money, 50 cents, 30 cents, just take it. And kind of that was my strategy. So as you can see here, I was just in, out. I tried the long, I took the short here, took the short. I fumbled this one. This is terrible. I was like, I love this. I did size up on this one and it just flushed straight down without me. That was a fumble. That was a bad stop order entry. And I mean, whatever. It is what it is, you know. And I kept going, and everything turned well. So it was pretty good, you know. Can't complain about that. And then I did have a nice Microsoft long, just in and out. And again, you know, the morning market that I saw, I said to myself, I just want to get in and out, take my money, and you know, wait for, you know, what comes out at 2 o'clock. We'll see what happens. And it's kind of funny, actually. Yesterday, one of you guys were saying I fumbled both the FOMC event interest rate decision and the minutes. Yes. So today, you know, there's just basically they release a paper and you know, explain what their kind of outlook is and what they discussed in the meeting. So yeah, we'll see what happens there. Should be interesting. I'm expecting some type of tradable event, but yeah, we'll see what happens. I'm seeing somebody say, take a look at Tesla here. So let me pull up Tesla for you. Tesla, I actually wanted the 650 break, but I was wary the first time it broke. The first time, and I can show you why. It's because Tesla is one of those names that if there's a lot of volume, there's going to be a lot of follow through, and then, you know, you kind of get in, you just be patient, and it works in your favor. Sometimes, though, what Tesla tends to do is it'll move to the area that you think it's going to move to, but I like to say it moves without everybody. So everybody's like, oh, it's long, looks good, it's going to get there, but it just kind of violently drops down, pops, violently drops down. So I said to myself, okay, let me try the 650, which was around this area right here, around like 1040. And then I said to myself, you know what? The tape was very clear. There wasn't a lot of follow through. There wasn't a lot of demand. It's already so high. Like it already had that move all the way up here. So I said, you know what? Maybe it has to kind of dip down. And I don't do well when I dip by Tesla. I don't do well personally because it's tough for me to control risk. And sometimes I like to size up a bit, so I would much rather take like that follow through with size, so I'm just in the money right away. So yeah, look, the second time it was just in the money right away, and guess what? I wasn't involved. That's unfortunate. But you know, I wouldn't be surprised if I mean Tesla's holding VWAP, right? So even if we kind of get a dip, but again, this is going to depend on what happens at 2. The market's obviously going to have sharp moves, and we might just pick a direction after that meeting for the rest of the week. So we'll see what happens. But right now it's above VWAP. I think it'll probably stay above VWAP. I mean, we're going to need a lot of selling for this to come back down through, and it looks like it's holding that 150. I mean, this looks pretty textbook, right? It's like it comes, it tests it, it breaks, holds trend the whole way through, then kind of drops back, and then bounce 50, bounce 50, bounce 50, maybe pops back and trends up. But again, you guys want to be very careful with Tesla when the volume is slightly low. It's only done 18 million shares today, so yeah, be careful. And yeah, thanks for the nice comments, everyone. I appreciate it.
Yeah, my buddy Jim Boshniak calling you a great gangster movie actor. You know, maybe
Yeah.
maybe one of
I
the
don't know
Joe
about that.
Pesci type of movie film roles or something. I don't know. He called you James Cagney. This is the guy right here on my screen. You know, I think you could pull off a look like this. You could totally pull off a look like that.
Maybe when I have a bad trade, my eyebrows definitely look like that. I just get up like, oh damn, like come on. Yeah, that's actually kind of funny.
Yeah.
That's
I
funny.
just thought that was a little fun time over there. You know, I think Luca's for sure a mob boss back home and wherever he lives. He's a little mob boss,
Absolutely
runs a
Absolutely
pizzeria,
not.
and for all you know, calling hits on people, breaking ankles and whatnot.
I'm just an average guy who likes to drink espresso.
Hey,
and,
like all
you know,
mob bosses.
Well, like most Italians, you know. But
Right.
yeah.
But yeah, all fun and games, Lucky Luciano, yeah, here comes the Lucky Luciano comments again. Apple actually holding 139 pretty well, man. Apple, you know, the number one rule that I took from Luca, I actually came back from when I had COVID and I was sick or whatever, and I came back to my work desk. I saw a paper sitting on front of my desk that says, "Don't short Apple," in like all caps written out. So you know, that kind of sticks in my head still. I wish I shorted Apple though near 140, 150s or so. But man, the longs off of Apple today were clean. Only loss on Apple was over here about 30 cents or so. But we had a dollar winner, a $1.50 winner, another dollar winner or 50 cents winner over here. So multiple winners on Apple so far today. JWN right now still holding above $23. So let's go Nordstrom. Obviously, I can't afford anything at Nordstrom. Only thing maybe a Nordstrom rack. Too expensive stuff, and I wouldn't justify even paying like $1,000 for a Balenciaga sweater. Like realistically, I could never go home and even look at my parents if I said I spent $1,000 on a hoodie. Like that's not happening. That's not a conversation I'm ever happening.
You know, I'm sure old school parents are all the same. You know, you go home, you overspent on something. They say, hey, how much did that cost you? And you go, well, let me 50%, 25% of the cost. I got a deal. Yeah, Mom, I got a deal. I swear. Yeah, it's kind of funny. I actually saw a question here that says, Luca, can you explain buy call, please? I'm not really sure what that means.
I think they're talking about buying a call. Like just getting a call.
Yeah, so call options.
Yeah.
So basically the general kind of rule, so obviously options are risky. You can use them to speculate. You can use them to hedge. Calls are, you know, essentially you want the stock to move up, and puts are you want the stock to move down. Think of them as being leveraged 100 to 1. So every one contract is based on 100 shares. So essentially if you're, yeah, exactly. Brevard, sorry if I mispronounced that. Options are buying a call, 100 shares. So basically you buy one option contract. It's like you're holding a 100 share position, right? So the beauty of it is, you know, as long as you are buying them, not selling them, then you're not overexposed. You can't lose more than you put in, right? But just make sure that you understand, obviously, what you're getting yourself into. You know, they can be very lucrative, but again, you could lose everything right away. And I've been there. You know what I mean? It's sometimes not a fun time, sometimes it is, right? So just, yeah, make sure you pick your spots.
Keep the jokes in chat somewhat PG, guys, please. No crazy jokes, and I might have to just time you out over there, right? We just want to have fun in the community. Let's all have fun. Right now, though, what I'm not having fun is with this stupid stock, Dick's Sporting Goods. I should just need to maybe stop trading it overall. Right now, though, they are having a crazy short squeeze coming in for that stock, without a doubt. NASDAQ still up on the day, and S&P 500 flirting with positive/negative at the moment. So let's see what happens. At the moment, I am convinced the market is just waiting for the 2 o'clock trade. You know, people are patiently waiting. It's 12:45 Eastern Standard Time right now, so lunchtime is coming to an end. About 15 minutes or so left in lunchtime. That's going to bring a big volume evaporation event, or actually a volume evaporation event has already been in there because of lunchtime. But now the lunchtime is going to be coming to a close in 15-20 minutes or so. Maybe we can find some volume coming in, but I'm just going to have to rewind that idea a little bit, because we do know that people are waiting for the 2 o'clock minutes to drop out in case there is something really drastic on either side. You know, there's expectations, and then there's the actual report, kind of like an earnings report. So if you are way far away from the expectations, which is a random surprise, then the market behaves in a different way than what we are thinking about. So hopefully nothing out of the blue that surprises the market comes out and then pushes it to the downside, hopefully to the upside though. Then we kind of have the same idea in the overall market that the bottom might be in. You heard Luca talking about the possible bottom being in based on the wicks of the S&P 500 on the daily chart, even on the NASDAQ chart, how the wicks are showing in. The market obviously is in a bear territory marker, or at least was in a bear territory marker for S&P 500. NASDAQ is still in a bear territory marker, and I think it might just be able to find a bottom across the board. But if the bottom's not in, then how much lower does the market really go down to, right? So
that's a great question, and you know, I think a lot of people are asking themselves the same question. You know, just looking at my screen here, I know I shared this yesterday. It's basically the same chart, but this is the ES, right? And we have those long wicks, and you know, we're obviously in a different environment. I think we're headed lower, but I don't think we're going to flash down and then flash back up. I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, if we were going to, then we would have already. That's kind of my take on it. And again, I don't know what's going to happen. I'm not calling bottoms over here, but you know, this sort of pattern makes me think there's potential for a bounce. But I think after 2 p.m. today, we'll sort of pick a direction and then go from there. And you know, normally you see selling come in at the end of the day if it's like very, very strong, aggressive selling. And for some reason, I've noticed it on Thursdays and Fridays, and I don't know if that's because, you know, people who are selling a lot are saying to themselves, well, I'm not going to dump on Monday. I'm going to use the volume, slowly get out, and then, you know, towards the end of the week, you don't want to be holding over the weekend when there's so much headline risk, right? You don't want that to hold long through like a huge gap down. But yeah, we'll see. It'll be interesting. And I see somebody saying they mentioned a volume coming in on Apple. Yeah, I think everything's pretty muted for the time being. I mean, you know, you got that 140, 141 kind of resistance area. And then you got like the 139 area that seems to be holding. I actually tried to short through 139 and it didn't work. I got out right away. I don't know if you guys see this little arrow right here where the cursor is. Yeah, I tried the short and it didn't work and it went all the way back up, right? So I should have actually had the other way. If I was long there, oh, that would have been money. I see a question here, Luca, how long did it take you to become profitable? It takes a while. So depending how much experience you have trading, if it's your first time trading and you're just getting into it, you have to give yourself time, right? It's going to take a while to build the playbook. You know, you want to test things. You want to make sure you're comfortable before you size up, right? So there's so many factors that come into play, and everybody's different. It's always going to be subjective. But what I would say is, you know, this job is potentially, look, if you want to be a doctor, right? And I don't know if I love this comparison, but if you want to be a doctor, it's going to take you time, right? You have to study. And then by the time you start getting paid, you're paying off all your debts. By the time you become profitable, it might take, you know, maybe 10 years, 15 years, but then obviously smooth sailing after that. And, you know, you obviously want to love to do it and whatever. So this job is sort of the same thing in the sense that, like, you know, it's very, very difficult. And one of my friends actually had a saying. He said, I said, man, it's so hard to make money. And he's like, it's hard to make easy money. He's like, but it's not hard to make money. You just need to put in hard work. And so, you know, this is, people say, you know, trading is easy money, which, you know, sometimes it could be, but not all the time. A lot of the times it's very, very difficult. You have to put in the work and there's going to be a lot of stress. But if you can overcome that and, you know, stay resilient and, you know, continue to build your playbook, continue to get the reps in, it does get easier over time. It does get easier over time. Like thinking back to myself 1 year ago, you know, it was challenging. I was stressed out. And now the size that I'm taking compared to last year, and I'm like, I'm relaxed. I have no worries. So it does get easier, and I can't wait to see where I am in a year from now, you know? So just stick with something. You want to give yourself time.
Awesome. I see a super chat. Hey, Prad, I know you said GME is a dead stock and that squeeze is over, but I'm up 75% on the $120 June 10th call I bought this morning. Let's go, baby. So here's a nice super chat for you. Cheers to everybody in the chat. Have a great day. Nice. Thank you for the super chat. Sick move on GME today, without a doubt. But, you know, I think people are still looking for that squeeze play to happen on AMC and GME. According to my opinion, right, the squeeze is already played. When a stock goes to ridiculous prices like GME and AMC did to $70 or whatever, right, it's kind of done, if you ask me. GME went from 10 to 70. How much more do you expect from that? I know people have some ridiculous numbers like 100 grand, and they sound very serious when they're talking about these numbers. If you really believe that AMC is going to 100 grand, then hold it to 100 grand. Who am I to tell you any differently? In my opinion, the squeeze game is over at the moment, but GME indeed pushing to the north side. Look at it move to the 106, 107 areas right now. 106.80 happens to be the high a day. GME could even go back to 200, but I will still say the same thing, that the squeeze play is over. Right now, GME is just getting held up by the apes not wanting to sell. You know, AMC apes sold off a long time ago, and hence AMC is now all the way back to $10, $11. But that being said, even AMC, I know a couple people holding AMC at $40 average prices who saw the stock go to $70, sadly, and didn't capitalize on it. So that's what we're trying to protect people from doing. I don't want more of my friends, which is what you are in my eyes. I don't want more of my friends getting into that same position where they take these trades and they bag hold it for ridiculous numbers that people are throwing out. If you have a number that in mind that has the stocks previously hit, then yeah, dude, go for it. AMC $70, it could happen again. 100% it could happen again, right? But let's see when the volume comes in for that to happen right now. If you want to buy GME calls 300, 400, whatever the number was GME for the all-time high, go for it. I'm not stopping you for that. What was the high? $483? Yeah, the squeeze is not done yet. We're going to go back to $485 and then squeeze to $1 million from there. If you think that is the right answer, keep on going long. There's nothing wrong with that. We want everyone to trade properly, have your levels that you're trading off of, and be careful. let's say it doesn't go to that far to the north side, though. Sadly, it doesn't go that far. The squeeze does not squeeze the way you're thinking. Make sure you have your stops out there. Make sure you're trading properly. You're sticking to your rules and not breaking your rules the way I am on Dick's Sporting Goods today. Absolutely breaking rules across the board and getting Mike Tyson boxed out over here. Absolutely got boxed out multiple times. And I'm still waking up, going into the ring. You're supposed to be my coach. Throw in the towel, coach. Throw in the towel, coach. But my coach is not throwing in the towel for me. He said, get back up there and go and fight. I'm like, okay. All right, coach. Time to go back in there.
Oh, man, that's kind of funny. I think one of the other traders here told me, you know, I was taking a couple body blows, and he goes, you know, Luca, you're taking a bunch of body blows, and that's all fine and dandy. He's like, but when is the headshot going to knock you out? And the key is, if you can take body blows and continue to be elusive, then everything will be fine. So, yeah, you know, just keep at it. And I think somebody said, you know, their question was, what does low float mean? And, you know, I love sharing this. This is like free website here. Float checker. Low float is essentially, you know, let's call something under 10 million low float, right? So you have like 6 million float, right? So like you take a company like GOVX, right? Which was, you know, monkeypox play from last time. Look at the float, right? So this is just pulling data. So you got like 6 mil, 8 mil. Like I think the float is probably 9 mil if that's a more accurate number.
GOVX, yeah, 9.
Yeah, 9 mil, right? So like you want to take, like for anybody who's kind of going to use this website, just, you know, take this with a grain of salt, but essentially low float is something that can really, really move. So when you are trading small caps, you want to be careful because, you know, sometimes what happens is there's a lot of algorithms that get involved. They could potentially soak the float. It doesn't take too much to do that. And then what they do is they, you know, if it's easy to borrow at all the brokerages, then everybody borrows. And then, you know, you get that run up, it goes into a halt and like everybody's stuck, right? So when it is low float, it is more susceptible to that type of price action. So you have to be very, very careful. Like, just be very careful and approach those low floats with low size. Low float, low size, you know? Higher float, okay, then, you know, more shares to go around, so you're not going to get stuck as quickly. Just my word of advice. Again,
Demand
I'm not
and supply.
Yeah, exactly.
Demand and supply. The more the shares and the demand goes up for it, for low float, the reason why low floats do crazy things that they do is because the supply for it is pretty low. There's about 9 million, let's say, for GOVX.
Good.
Right? The supply for GOVX is about 9 million shares, but then the demand for it clearly was about 100 million shares or so for 3 days in a row. So that's where the stocks start going to do some crazy things and starts going wild. And that's part of the reason why AMC and GME were kind of in play for the short squeeze play, that is, because the X amount of flow, which was about 20, 30, 40% of the flow, was actually shorted. So how these Wall Street bets people, the Redditors, I think is the way I should be saying, Redditors in general, figured out that they could squeeze the shorts by just buying up the shares and holding on to it. Some shorts got squeezed. You saw Melvin Capital close down, open another Capital, close that one down too, I believe.
They're done.
And now they're opening up another one.
Look,
so
you can't when you're in that business, you can't underperform for too long. You're out of business after that.
That's right. But thankfully, though, for Melvin, he's got Papa Griffin helping him out every second of the day. So until Papa Griffin's alive, Melvin's alive, looks like.
Yeah, we'll see what happens there. But yeah, essentially, so, you know, the higher the float, the more volume that it takes to move the stock. For any mean reversion traders, you know, you want to, if you see a high float, if you see something up 200% on the day, it's more attractive to the short side, I would think, because there's a lot of shares, right? And if they have an active shelf, if you're able to get that information, if they have an active shelf, then they have somebody who's looking to sell. So it becomes more interesting on the short side. When it's low float and it's up 200% in the day, you say to yourself, oh, this is attractive, you know, I want to short it, mean reversion, but you have to be careful. You have to be careful because, you know, low float, less volume to move the stock can just instantly, you know, rip your face off and easily blow your account. And that's where margin calls come in, and that's probably what causes most of the halts.
Thank you, Luca. As always, very informative. It's always nice to have someone with your background, with your type of knowledge, to always help us out with that one. You know, this guy's a CFA, guys.
No, absolutely not. No, I'm you know, I've taken level 1, and I've attempted level 2. It's something that, you know, you got to put a lot of time in, a lot of effort. Greg is a CFA, and I congratulated him. It's a very hard test. If you have the time, you can do it. You know, it's good if you want to be an analyst or if you want to get into the finance industry on the buy side. But not necessary, like not necessary for trading, like not even, no, doesn't even help you.
That's true.
And you know, if you're going to the sell side, perhaps you're better off with MBA, I would say. But yeah, you know, do your own research. Do your own research. I did it. I enjoyed it. I was like, you know what? I could probably pass this test without even studying, and then just fail, 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 fail. I'm like, okay, okay. Yeah, that was a lot of fun. I see somebody else asked here. They said, can you share brokerage fees on your trading platform, because we do a lot of buying and selling. So we have direct market access. So essentially what that means is we have market making abilities. We can route to any gateway that we want, any venue. Some provide rebates, some are inverse where we're paying to be there, and this is on the passive side. You can be aggressive and you pay fees, or if it's inverse and you're aggressive and you take out the liquidity, you perhaps get a rebate for it. So when you have direct market access, you know, it's the world is your playground, right? You can, it's not exactly the way, let's say you're with a, you know, a bank or whatever and, you know, flat rate. It's not like that over here. So we can route anywhere. We have, you know, complete discretion to kind of route our orders. And yeah, that's another part of trading, you know, routing, execution. I talk about execution all the time. You know, a strategy, a very wise trader once told me, he said, your strategy should be very simple. You should be able to explain your strategy within 1 minute. However, execution, we can talk all night. We can have a couple beers and talk about execution strategy all night. So yeah, there's a whole bunch of different ways that you could, you know, plan your trade.
All right, let's quickly go over to what cryptocurrencies are doing today. Crypto market, here's Bitcoin, kind of in the red, you know, slightly in the red, not too deep in the red. But Ethereum, Solana, Cardano, Dogecoin, Shiba, all bleeding today. A little bit more than our favorite Bitcoin, sadly. Overall, the Bitcoin forming a nice little base around 2880 and 3129. So let's see if this base can eventually hold up and not crack to the downside even more, because if it does, you know, I'm crying about that. And if we do get back to the north side, I'll be very happy. I've yet to add more Bitcoin to my portfolio, so waiting for that patiently also to see what I want to do on that side. I'm more interested on adding, you know, Microsoft, Google, Amazon to my long-term account at the moment instead of adding more Bitcoin, because Bitcoin's already one of my most invested instrument at the moment on my account. But yeah, Bitcoin and cryptocurrencies in the red slightly today. And obviously, when we're talking about cryptocurrencies, we always take a look at where did my chart go? We always take a look at the Coinbases and your Maras and so on. So Coinbase today, expecting back to the downside, still stuck in that same range of $60 and $70. Today, though, it's in the positive territories of almost 8% here. There we go. We just now hit 8% again for the second time of the day. 61 breakout long was the actual trade on Coinbase. You just go long 61 and forget it. The pre-market breakout high almost coming into play, taking the stock to $67. Who would have guessed that was going to happen? But yeah, clean move coming in for Coinbase. Let's go check out if any of the cryptocurrency stocks, though, are actually in the negative territory, unlike Coinbase today. So let's go to MARA. MARA should be in the red, right? Come on, don't prove me wrong. Nope, it's in the green. And RIOT too, then I'm guessing is in the green. Let's just go to BTCC.B on Toronto. This is the Canadian equivalent, or the Canadian currency equivalent of a Bitcoin, and it's on the Toronto Stock Exchange. As you guys can see, very light on the volume end, only 500, almost 600,000 shares traded only, and up about 1% on the day. So even though cryptocurrencies are down, the coins, the companies that hold the coins and actually trade the coins are booming on the day. Metro booming, as Sean made that joke earlier. Metro booming. What's a mo?
I see somebody here. They asked the question. You know, if not CFA, then what for trading? And I see somebody else answered. DJ Deckard. Yeah, the School of Hard Knocks. 100%.
School of Hard Knocks.
I love that. I love that. You know, you want to learn how to swim. You want to really know how to swim. Learn how to swim. Jump in the water. See what happens. But yeah, no, just you know, trading. Just jump in trading. I would say, you know, you could trade a paper account. That's great. But when you have money on the line, it's completely different. But take small size. Take small size. That's my only recommendation. You'll learn very quickly because it's stakes learning. It's one thing to sit back, have nothing on the line, and, you know, learn and watch and whatever. It's another thing when you have something to lose. You learn a lot faster. It's the way our brains are wired. and I see somebody else should have sold Doge when on the SNL deal. That makes me laugh. That makes me laugh because, you know, buy the rumor, sell the news. And I have a lot of friends who are like, oh, I'm buying it like the day of. And I was like, I think this might be the high. I think this might be the high. But yeah, you know, I've been there, done that. So I joke, but I'm more joking about myself.
Yeah, that is a thing, right? Buy the rumors, sell the news. Right now, it looks like people are actually buying up the news on some of these stocks, such as Dick's Sporting Goods and Urban Outfitters. Like the news is bad, but the buyers came in with an absolute haul to the long side. So it's almost very confusing. And you guys remember my rant about AMC not too long ago on earnings day. AMC comes out with somewhat of a decent numbers, and AMC just gets pushed to the downside, absolutely gets slaughtered to $10 over the span of 2 days after the earnings report comes out, and then manages to hold $10 and rip up the way it's ripping right now. And I was pretty angry the fact that the one day after the earnings days that I don't look at AMC as the day where the buyers come in and they just start launching it to the north side. So it looks like AMC today still ripping to the north with 8% move overall, with 24 million shares traded today, and following its partner Jimmy, you know, Amy following Jimmy. It's only fair that the both partners in crime, both Bonnie and Clyde over here, are moving together. So here we go. Let's see where GME goes to. Right now, 107 getting pegged on the north direction. There we go. 107 broke with a very weak break of 107. 107.18 right now on the offer, but not 107 on the bid yet. There we go. 107 on the bid. Can we start seeing some bid action going higher? If not, then this is a short around these levels for GME. I'm going short.
I wanted to show something here, actually. This is a kind of interesting.
I don't have any more shares to short this stock. That's a short from here.
There's no shorts.
There's no more shares available to short GME today. So
really?
We're gonna have to pay for fees on this one if we want to short it. Right now, bids are stepping up at the moment, but obviously the ask is coming down at the same time. The fact that the bids, which is the left side of the book over here, cannot put 107 on the bid is a very weak sign for me. So ask coming down, bids failing to put 107 on the bid and actually hold it, all signs of weakness above 107 for GME. I think GME could be a short over here, riding it to the downside if in case obviously you paid for those short fills. Look at the 15 minutes, says Neil. What's that? Look at the 12th. Go to the 15 minutes. Let's see the charts load up over here. The 12th is somewhere over here. Come on, charts. Give me a nice little loading action. So 12th over here. Yeah, look at that. 107 high off the 12th. And now we're pretty much near the 107 high. So if you're paying for shorts, can I get some? You know what? I'm going to miss out on this trade by the time we even get it. So probably just forget about it. You got it? Okay.
Sure, 100.
So it looks like we're trying to see if we can get into some shares over here for Jimmy boy. You looking at anything, Luca boy?
Not right now. Everything's pretty muted on my side. A GME looks interesting. I think that was the high. Remember that day, the breakthrough 100. There was a nice iceberg that I took a short off of, and I was like instantly 7 points in the money. But it's GME, so I was like, I'm not covering here. I think this is going like at least 20. And then I only had, unfortunately, I had to settle with 4-point winner that day. But yeah, it's interesting. We'll see what happens. I mean, 110, I'll be surprised if 110 breaks today. You got that high. I think it was 108. Did you manage to pull up your chart there? Because
yeah, it was 107, 108.
Yeah, 107, 108. Yeah. And, you know, volume is kind of pushing and exhausting. I love when volume just picks up, makes a high, and then kind of dies off. That's like the perfect short, like for me. But,
it does look like it wants to set up for a short around these areas, so we'll see if that ends up going out. Sorry, I think I cut you off. I don't know if you were talking about any stock over there.
No, yeah, I just wanted to quickly share this. So, you know, take Zoom as an example, okay? Look at the high, 100.0265. It literally broke 100 and then reversed, right? So when you have these fresh levels that come through and you're saying to yourself, oh, I'm going to trade a breakout. Like I was reading, somebody said, don't trade breakouts in a bear market. I've never traded a bear market before, but I'm starting to like that ideology. Don't trade breakouts in a bear market. If you tried to trade the...
Is there reasoning for that?
I mean, it's a bear market, so I guess favor the short side. So
yeah,
anytime
you can play breakouts to the short side then, no?
Well, yeah, oh, like a breakdown.
Yeah, a breakdown.
Yeah, you can, oh yeah, so like for sure, breakdowns. Okay, depends your strategy. But breakouts to me just means to the upside, I guess.
Upside? Okay.
Yeah, but I
okay.
guess breakouts could be to the downside too.
For me, breakout is either to the upside or to the downside because I never use breakdown. But that makes a lot of sense to me.
Yeah.
Breakout, breakdown makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, and it makes sense because, if people are selling, when it breaks out to the upside, they're dumping their shares because that's where the volume is most of the time, right? So you got the whole Zoom situation here where it kind of broke out, hits the 100, does a lot of volume, and then, maybe we'll test it again, but whatever. Let's see where GME is again. Do you have a trade going there?
Yeah, so I got into a GME, 106.74 is where I got filled. I have another order to get more size in case it goes closer to 107 here, just so I can get more size, honestly. I have about half my size that I want. I'm not trying to push full force and full size in one entry over there, trying to let the stock work for me, see if I can get a better entry or a better entry out of the money closer to my stop, or a better entry in the money while the stock is working for me. So we have a couple orders out here, maybe ready to wick us into a position on the way down over here, or on GME. So let me quickly move over to this chart where I could throw out another order real quick for a break of 106 to the downside or something.
Guys, let's see what happens here with GME. I think I want to average into this, and I'm gonna we'll see what happens, but volume seems to be slowing, and this is the area. So we'll see what happens. It's up on the day, right? So, I don't want to really hold on to this too long if it continues to fly against me. So
like that?
Oh yeah. But this is why you want to average in. This is why you want to average into your trade. Let people buy up here. Let them buy, and let it go higher so I can take more size. That's kind of my philosophy. If it's already up 20%. If it's going to continue break 110, 115, 120, then obviously I'm completely on the wrong side. So, yeah, we'll see what happens here. But definitely keep this one on watch.
Yeah, indeed. So looks like it did wick up over there. Oh, looks we might just get stopped out over here. It pushed up to 107.50 right now. 107.51 on the bids. 107.28 on the ask. Looks like GME. Our idea that we had on GME looked good earlier, but not as good anymore. So let me quickly go over here, and then this is the level that Neil was talking about. The high from the 12th of May, 13th of May or so. 108.06 was the high from that day. So clearly GME could get above 107.50 to 108 if it wanted to. Let's just wait to see if it wants to continue to go higher over here. Dick's Sporting Good about $1.50 in the money for me. So Dick's Sporting Goods wants to clearly work right now, and maybe if 78 actually breaks to the downside. Did we get our fill? Oh no, yeah, we didn't get the fill yet. We have a little bit of a extra wide order on that one to the downside to see if we can get that one. But here we go. 107 actually sticking on the bids right now on GME. So obviously a little scary. A little scary on this trade, but hopefully we can work with this trade for us and take it back to the downside. Right now there are some buyers coming in on GME still, as you guys can see, not on dark pool gateways. These are liquid gateways where the orders are coming in onto. Why did my all right, the Dick's Sporting Goods orders are no longer gone. Okay, so what did Snapchat's up on the day today, surprisingly? Snapchat, let's go take a look at what that one's doing. SNAP on New York. Snapchat today up 10%. We saw how the stock traded like yesterday. Today, Snapchat is trying to obviously get back above 14 and stay above 14. I think I remember shorting in near 1350 yesterday. Yeah, it was near 1350. We rode it to the downside quite a bit on Snapchat. Luca?
Still looking at this GME. I think if it breaks 108, I might get out just because I think that's near the high.
Yeah.
And it does look like there was some type of offer here. Some type of offer at 107.75. So if that goes, then potentially gets higher. But what I tend to look for, obviously, the level 2, there's not a lot of size here, right? And I'll show this. It might be a little bit dark. I'll change this for you guys after because I feel like blue is easiest on the eyes for me. But anyways, yeah, there's a lot of ones, right? So there's a lot of ones, everybody's, robots providing liquidity. But when you see real size pop up on the book, you ask yourself, is it getting slammed? Are the bids getting slammed right away? How is the offer filling? Is the offer filling right away? Is it aggressive buying? Or, do offers and bids pop up and nothing happens? And if nothing happens, then, expect slower action. There might not be a lot of action. But if bids come up and they get slammed right away, and then they come up again and they get slammed right away, that's sort of a tell for me. That tells me, this might be going lower. If the offer continuously gets taken, then it tells me, okay, I got to get out of this. And obviously, like the trend is currently up. So approach with caution. Approach with caution. Like I'll get in, I'll get out. I'll get in and get out. I have no issue with that. So. Yeah, just keep your eye on this. I think 108 area, 109, and then 110 potential fireworks. I wouldn't be surprised, though, if we kind of push through that, do a lot of volume, and then go higher.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, yeah, there we go. So I'm out, and we'll see what happens after this.
Yeah,
and I'm okay with that. $2 risk, it's not a big deal. Not a big deal.
What,
so
my
we'll see what
stop
happens.
didn't
This is
even go
definitely going to give
through.
interesting opportunities for the rest of today, and probably tomorrow, too. I mean, the higher the better. The higher the better for me, especially if you're interested in the shorts on these.
My stop didn't go through, and GME is absolutely burning me right now. What is going on over here? I'm just going to have to manually punch out over here. That hurt a lot more than it should have. So GME...
Yeah, so now volume's picking up a bit, approaching that 110 area. See, the interesting thing is there's not a lot of size on the book. So, I mean, this could, it could go higher, it could go lower. Obviously, I have no idea what's going to happen next. But... yeah, volume kind of picking up. I would love to see size at that 110 area, but I'm not really sure if anything's there. These levels have been touched before, and it's probably just a lot of either traders who think, maybe this is going down. There's a lot of dark pools. Like if you see here, you're just seeing D, 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 D. Like these are all like dark pools, so it's not a lot of action. And when you do see the action, it'll be like green or red, and on a lit venue, everything else D, right? So just be careful, be careful. Approach with caution, see what happens. Somebody's like, don't short yet, it's going to 113. It just might. It just might. You could have saved me if I saw that comment sooner. It's all good. It's all good.
Yeah, very easily could. Right now, Dig Sporting Goods working for us, trying to go back to the downside. $2 in the money. So let's see if we can work with that trade a little bit more. Trying to see where I could add to my position on that trade. Or if 76 ends up holding again, I might just get out at 76 at this point, because this stock has been ridiculously strong today, as far as I remember, at least. We've been watching it beat us up so far. Right now, GME.
So we got a reserve at 110 actually,
Yeah. Go ahead.
and that just broke. Okay, so I'm long this. Let's see what happens. Let's see how far this goes. If it instantly reverses, then I'm out. But we'll see where this goes. If we get some follow through, I think 113 sounds like a great target. So let's go with that one. But obviously discretionary. See what happens. The last thing you want to see is you take along. A bunch of yellows, meaning it's at the midpoint, bunch of dark pools, no follow through green, so maybe just like stops that went off, bunch of dark pools doing volume, and then red comes through, right? I don't have patience to hold on to these things. I like to take my money and just scalp out, so we'll see where this goes. I mean, I'm scalping this for like $1, $2, so, just see what happens here.
Yeah, right now, though, GME on an absolute tear. Look at the
yeah,
stock rip.
Let's go.
Look at the stock rip.
Okay, that's a bang right there. That's a bang. Let me take some off here.
Yeah, let's just show Luca's screen here,
because
because Luca's in the trade.
Let's see if I get the fill. That's the thing here, right? So when you're trading spreads like this, you want to, you want to have midpoint set up. And we still have size following it up. So, okay, 113, 114. You know what? 120 is a little bit aggressive, so you can't be too greedy. You can't be too greedy.
Yeah, clearly, Luca.
Hopefully that's the top. It's probably not. Now that I'm out, it's going to go up another 25 points. And by the end of the day, it might be at 150, and I'll say to myself, damn. But oh my, look at this one. So let's just share this here. Look at this. Look at my screen here. I took the short. I was wrong. And I said, oh my God, I was so wrong. And I was explaining. You saw it live. I said to myself, this is going down, whatever, blah, blah, blah. And then it goes higher. I just get out. I take the loss, like 2 points, whatever. And I take the long. I flip. It's important as a trader to flip your bias. And I'm sure there's a lot of you guys who trade all the time. You flip your bias. You say to yourself, I think this is going up. And this is more with large caps when you're discretionary, when you're scalping. You try a couple longs. The longs don't work. You say, okay, maybe short. So you go short, and then the short works, and you're like, okay, there's the soft side of the book. But yeah, that was awesome. And hopefully I have the top there. We'll see what happens. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if this kind of creates like some sort of triangle, and then makes a new high, like bots gone wild. But yeah, we'll see what happens. I'm done with GME for the day. I'm done. That's enough stress for me.
Bot's
And,
gone wild indeed.
Bot's gone wild.
Good flip on that GME, man. That 107 level looked pretty good to begin with, and then 107 just taking off to the north side. You know, the same indications that that made me think that 107 would be a short. The same, it played the opposite of that. So instead of holding 107 on the bids, it actually managed to hold 107 on the bids the second time around, and it started ripping off of that. Right now, we're looking at AMD. You know, market's still very much sideways, very much boring still. S&P 500 flat on the day, only up 1.1%, sorry. And NASDAQ up 0.4%. UVXY back again to the flat territories on the day, where it keeps on going from being positive 2% to positive only about 0.1%, and even going negative sometimes. So market absolutely confused right now, but we know who's not confused. It's Jimmy and Amy. So if GME is moving that way, AMC should be following suit right here. As you guys can see, AMC all the way back to yesterday's pre-market high right now, near $11.60, $11.50. Also happens to be this day's bottom. What day is the 23rd? 23rd was the Monday, I believe. Yeah, the Monday's bottom also happens to be the Friday's low. So Monday's low, Friday's low seems to be where AMC might be finding some resistance coming into. Let's go see if GME is looking a little bit similar to that. Actually, no, GME obviously much higher than that. So AMC might just find a short trade right here in front of this level. And if this level gets taken off to the north side, let's say 1160, above 1160, there is no short trade on AMC. But AMC, man, 10% move on this trade today. Crazy longs coming in for GME, AMC, and maybe even some of the other meme stocks, such as let's go take a look at MULN. Has MULN got back up? Oh, okay, MULN's actually back above $1, low of 98 cents on MULN here. There is some size on the bids too, actually decent size on the bids. I'm not seeing size anywhere else right now on MULN. So maybe MULN $1 actually ends up holding. We'll see what happens over there at that one.
I'm just reading the comments here. Hey, Luca, a clock is right 2 times a day. I love that. That's amazing. Yeah. You know, I was right and I was wrong, and maybe I'll be right again and then wrong again. That's trading for you. But yeah, we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I see another super chat coming from the same GME guy from last time. Feel bad for you, but I told you that cost to borrow has exploded this morning and something was brewing. You'll make it back going long. Well, I guess I won't make it back going long because I'm not going long GME ever.
Guys, look at the GME chart. See that volume that comes through? It breaks 110. It's a new high, right? Anybody who shorts starts to worry, right? Anybody who hasn't hedged starts to worry. So like, look at that volume. It's like nothing. It's going up. I hope you guys can see this. Like, you know, there's really not a lot of volume until boom, we break the 108 high, moving into the 110 area. And there was there was size at 110. That's basically why I took it. There was a reserve there too. And look at that volume all the way up. There's a lot of volume on the way up. Everyone's getting squeezed, bid stepped up, get stepped up. But they were getting smashed, and there was a lot of just kind of hitting those bids. And then look, now volume back down, back below the 110 area, and potentially the high. Unless I'd be surprised if this does come up and make a new high.
GME and AMC are going to $1 million. Luca, just get over it.
I mean, I don't have no position, so you know, whatever happens,
if you
happens.
have positions, you need to get into the position. Buy some GME. We're going to $1 million. Okay, those are the facts. MULN, yeah. Sadly, MULN volume is big time low end. I think the relative volume on MULN is barely even 1 right now. Let's go check out. Yeah, barely even 1. So no play on this stock. I guess it might be in play later on, but right now no play on this one. Some of the other stocks I'm looking at the chat right now. PIN. I'm thinking you meant Pinterest, like PINS. What is PIN? Yeah, I think you meant Pinterest, PINS, which was on move yesterday along with Snapchat, Facebook, and Twitter, thanks to Snapchat's negative catalyst that they came out with. So Pinterest today moving pretty much along with Snapchat to the north side, but in the exact same range that it was in yesterday. So still finding a barrier in front of $19, finding a buying coming in around where we closed yesterday, around $17. So Pinterest trying to take advantage advantage of today's longs coming in on the market. S&P 500 still somehow positive, by only flirting with the positive territory today. So I think, you know, FOMC might come out and really dictate where the market moves to. Does the market move north? Does the market move south off the FOMC minutes? And then we can see some more trades coming into the board, such as does Pinterest take off the high day over here off of that negative catalyst sympathy play that we saw took place yesterday off of Snapchat, and other stocks around the board. Tesla to 666 question mark. Tesla was already at 666 at some point of the day. I think I remember watching it go that high before.
Was that the high of today?
Yeah.
That was the high.
For like a
oh
couple
my
days
God.
in a
Was
row.
it 666.69?
Something like that.
Are we in a simulation?
Arena simulation.
That's hilarious.
Might be time to plug the cord out of your back, Luca. Just time to unplug that matrix cord and, you know, trying to figure out if what are those Sentinels? Are they
You know, that's got to be Elon. Elon's like, I got to sell a little more. Where am I selling it? What about 666.69? And then he'll probably try to buy it at 420.69.
He just has a big order sitting there,
Yeah,
the
big
clown
reserve,
order,
yeah.
as I call it.
Yeah, we'll see what happens.
Yeah, when are Baba's earnings? Let me go check it out right now.
Guys, zoom back at 100. I don't love the long here, but I don't really love the short. But definitely an area of interest. We got 44 lots, 100 lots, not too much. Not too much. See what happens. I mean, volume's kind of slow. I'm not really favoring the breakout, but I don't want to short this either. So see what happens.
Tesla earnings, not Tesla. Darn it. Baba earnings is actually tomorrow after, before market. Baba earnings report comes out. We'll most likely show you guys the earnings board during the closing show. So stay tuned for the earnings board or so, and we'll see what other stocks are coming up. You know, I know we have. Let me quickly go open my trusty link over here to quickly see.
Playmaker 666 69 420. I like that. Yeah, that's probably. It kind of looks like that's exactly where it touched.
Oh, okay. We have a couple good names coming out today: Snowflake, Nvidia, Williams Sonoma. What else? We have Guess.
I think NVIDIA is the only one that I'm going to be watching.
Yeah.
Like, that one is going to be interesting. I actually missed a long this morning. I wanted long 163, and I missed it. And I looked over at Ian, and I was like, damn, I missed that. I was like, watch this go to like 170 or something crazy. And then it was at like 166. And I was like, okay, well, missed that. And, you know, Ian had a good point, too. I heard him say on the show, he's like, do not chase. If you miss your trade, don't chase. Don't chase. Because only bad things happen. And I think he was actually saying that as I was chasing one of my trades. And I was like, let me just take a step back, not chase this.
And coming back to the earnings conversation over there. So today after market was Nvidia, Snowflake. Those are the two big names, and Williams Sonoma, obviously. We also have Alibaba, Macy's tomorrow morning, along with Dollar General and Dollar Tree, Baidu, and Build-A-Bear. Okay, Jack in the Box, TD Bank. We know RBC is supposed to be today or tomorrow. We got a bunch of good names still on the board. I thought, you know, earnings board's actually evaporating, so clearly not evaporating. We still have a bunch of names coming in. Honestly, this might be the last week, though, because today it says we have about 40 names before open tomorrow, and we have about 26 names after the close. Those numbers are going to start going down big time. So earnings catalyst, earnings season about to be done, but we have a couple big names coming out to keep a watch out for. China tomorrow obviously is going to be in play. Baba, Baidu, NIO, and so on. Let's go take a look at Baba right now to see what some levels we could map out in order to be ready for tomorrow. Oh my, Baba actually cracking to the downside right now as we're talking about it for some reason. What did I do to you, Baba? I didn't mean to send you to the downside like that, but clearly Baba right now, look at the take out the low a day not too long ago, getting pushed towards the $81 level or so, down 1.4% with 12.8 million shares traded, which gives it a relative volume of probably just close to 1. And yeah, just close to 1, 0.90 relative volume. So not really in play, but still tons of volume on there for us to trade because the relative volume is as close to 1 as it can get. And tomorrow we might see some good volume coming in on Baba. I will be surprised to see if Baba goes anywhere close to 100, and if it does go close to 100, we'll be able to short the crap out of that stock around there, unless obviously we have some really big catalysts coming in for Baba. Real quick though about Chinese stocks, we do know that the regulators are planning to ease up on their regulatory concerns and their restraints overall on Baba, Baidu, and Pinduoduo. So I'm expecting maybe if there is a good catalyst off the earnings report, that Baba and all of these in general get launched to the north side towards $90 or above $90 to the point where we can think about a long closer to those levels tomorrow.
Guys, I missed that Zoom long. I did nothing. I was like, I don't know. It already broke. It's kind of slow. We'll see what happens midday. And this thing just 80 cents in the money without me on that volume move too. That's unfortunate. It's okay. It's what it is. And GME kind of inching back, but lighter volume. So the market's kind of barcoding right now. So I'm not really sure. I'm definitely waiting. I'm definitely waiting for 2. 2 is going to be interesting. We'll see what happens. Definitely some action. But yeah, as you can see here, it's just sort of barcoding. So all large caps probably have a similar look. I know somebody mentioned, yeah, Apple broke that 139 before, but look at this. It breaks, comes down, comes back up. Now it's around there. It's probably going to push higher, come back down. So I think everybody is waiting for 2 to see what happens. So yeah, we'll see what happens.
Looks like we have a beautiful comment coming in over here from Paris. Parissa, sorry, I thought it was just Paris. Parissa says, thank you for the shows. Love this. Makes me feel like I'm trading with people. 100%. Luca said this yesterday. Trading is indeed, without a doubt, a very lonely thing. You're most likely stuck in your room by yourself, not able to talk to people. And remember, we were talking about that joke. Imagine you're married to a girl who's also trading, and then you're like always having this trading conversation at all times. That could get a little bit annoying.
Yeah.
But coming back to that trading as a lonely thing, it can get really lonely, especially when you're trading by yourself. It's always good to be in in a setting where you can talk to people, such as this community that we're trying to grow at the moment. 300,000 subscribers not too long ago, very recently. So we would like for that number to keep on going up to the roof. One day, maybe 1 million. We have a diamond button right here behind us, and we can steal that from Sean and Neil. Obviously, we give them the silver button behind them, put us the diamond button over here. Yeah, and growing the community. So share, like, follow, subscribe. We have tons of Twitter accounts that you can go follow too. Sean posts sticky notes out there. Maybe Luca will probably create one. I'm not sure if Luca plans on it, or even if he wants to share his Instagram. Depends on how things go on in the future.
Yeah,
but,
we'll see what happens. In terms of sticky note, I don't have. It's tough to make these calls early. I sort of just react. I'm always reacting. I sit down, I look at the market, I say to myself, what is moving? How can I make money? And let me react and not predict. And I don't really care about being right. I just want to make money. So that's the goal of every trader.
That's right. That's a big problem that I had when I first joined. I just wanted to be right. I was chasing the percentage game of win rate. It's more I want to have 60%, 70%, 80% win rate. It didn't matter to me if I was making money on those trades. It was more like, was I winning on those trades? That's it. But obviously later on, after learning more about it, having a tracking system where I track all my trades on a day-to-day basis, weekly basis, monthly basis, all the distinctions between time and everything in there. I can now understand that win rate doesn't mean anything. I know people with 30% win rate who are making way greater money than the people with 60% win rate or a 70% win rate, right? So it all comes down to your setup, knowing what you want to do and actually sticking to that setup. Right now, Baba, if you were to go to my screen, you see Baba bouncing off of 81 going to the north side. Baba holding 81.07 on the downwards action. Apple also not going too much further than 139. GME heading right back to 115 right here. So GME once again being active. High day of GME is 114.50, and we just now created that high. So Jimmy's still being active. Does that mean that Amy is also active at the moment, trying to take out the high day? And the answer is yes, baby. AMC still trying to go higher and play with those levels that we were in during the Monday's lows and the Friday's lows and the Monday's lows. Okay.
Yeah, GME pushing higher here. I wonder if we can get through 115 and make a push to 120. But yeah, we'll see. Keep an eye. You know, the last thing I'd want is, you know, you had that nice, beautiful trade on the initial break, now making a new high, potentially going for that high of day, hunt, liquidity hunt, and dump, right? So let's see. I'll keep my eye on that. You know, if 115 is probably area of interest, but, you know, I think 110 is definitely more interesting than 115 just because it was closer to that high. It's like now, like, yeah, let's see. I mean, like I said, I'm not an amazing dip buyer on these names with big spreads. So, you know, didn't buy there, but didn't short. So I'm proud of myself on that one. But yeah, we'll see what happens.
Where are we going to from here? Let's go see what the channel is. Please check out our sister channel, Market Wisdom by Trader TV Live. Yeah. We don't really post anything on there, Bears versus Bull. You don't need to share that channel, but we do appreciate it. We don't do anything on that channel anymore, but there's some videos on there that you can feel free to go and check out some educational content on there for anyone interested. But at this point, there's more content on this channel at this point, other than the other channels. So for anyone interested, just like and subscribe over here. Maybe Tony has no interest in FaceTime. I'm not sure what that comment is about. ELVT had good earnings too. You might have lucked up, Joseph Blogs. So ELVT being called out in the chat. Let's go check out this stock at the moment. ELVT, only 70K shares traded so far, so nothing really exciting going on this position. But looks like earnings might have helped out somebody be up 3%. Good luck trying to exit on this trade though. It's gonna be really hard to find some liquidity to punch out on, to find the exit on it. So it's going to be really confusing for me as to if there is a positive catalyst, where is the volume on this? You know, there is almost no volume on this one over here. Why the hate in AMC Amigo? I don't think anyone was hating AMC. We were just talking about levels on AMC and where AMC could go to. If anything, I think we were kind of, I myself was talking about the possible squeeze to $1 million. You know, we're going to $1 million, baby. Send these stocks to the moon. A new member, Ram Yariv. Hopefully I said that right. If Miss V was here, she would say, welcome to the green side. So, you know, I'm going to carry on that trend for her in her spirit. Thank you thank you for becoming a member. Welcome to the green side. And for anyone who doesn't know what becoming a member means, it allows you to have a nice little green name on the YouTube chat. So as you guys can see, every time someone with a green name shows up, it means they enroll to become a member. You also get special emojis and so on, and all of that at the end of the day helps us over here at Trader TV Live with you know, increasing the production value, more cameras, more traders, and more dress shirts,
and more fun, can't forget that. Guys, I think Apple might be pushing up here. It's looking kind of interesting. Wouldn't be surprised if we get a VWAP test going into FOMC. I think I saw some sort of big dark pool wick at 139.20. So it'll be interesting what happens here. Let's see what happens. Maybe start a small position.
Is it my turn?
Let's see if this can go to, yeah, just small, you know, small position, little tester size. Let's see what happens. Nothing too crazy, you know, maybe a nice little VWAP test. We're getting the market, which is breaking back above VWAP, potentially. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if this is a fake out and then we kind of slam lower on whatever happens at 2. But, you know, keep your eyes peeled for that. Definitely watching this closely. The last thing you want to see is on the 1 minute candle where you have like a sort of nice move higher and then it's just getting slammed down on the tape, comes down, then closes below the open of that candle. So this is looking sort of healthy. We'll see where this goes. Hopefully not a lot of selling comes in and hold this position. Just for a quick scalp, we'll see what happens.
Yeah, C4 Akami putting in chat, take your profits. That's not a bad reminder at all. Take your profits. You know, we're only about 20, 30 minutes or so out for the FOMC minutes to come out. And once those minutes come out, maybe we can see what type of action the market will go into. Power hour looking hot. Yeah, very well could be a hot power hour. We'll be keeping our eyes peeled for that one. We'll see what happens. What's going on in the chat over there? No more. Okay, coming back from those comments. Right now, though, let's go see what you guys are trading. FOMC 24 minutes. Yeah, 2 o'clock Eastern Standard Time for anyone wondering. So, just a quick little translation off your time into Eastern Standard Time. 2 o'clock. You'll be able to figure that one out. Wait, y'all have profits?
Of course.
Y'all have profits? I've never seen that. What's that? I've never seen that.
Come on.
Never seen those. What's that? But yeah, just the minutes, guys. Yeah, not the real FOMC,
Yeah,
just
no
the
decision.
minutes. So you'll have the report come out, and we'll just try to see. Obviously, we'll be with Sean, Neil, and Brandon for the 2 o'clock trades. So we'll see what happens on that one for those positions or any positions, you know, in case the market's actually ripping right now to the north side. Clean longs coming in for S&P 500 and NASDAQ, back into the green territory for both of them. Let's see if we can keep on staying on the green side for the market and not get pushed right back to VWAP or so. I would like for the market to at least be green, to be honest. So the S&P 500 up about 0.32% and NASDAQ up about 0.74%. Overall, man, these stocks are getting ready to launch, maybe launch to the north side. Let's see if Apple can get back to positive. We did take the longs in front of 140, so that could be something to think about. Right now, Apple trying to get to VWAP and in a pretty good fashion along with the overall market. So here goes S&P 500. Look at you looking at the Apple longs?
Oh yeah, I quick little scalp here. Look at this, long in just around the 50-cent area and covered right at VWAP. I don't hate myself. I mean, maybe this pushes higher. You know, if you're looking at the tape here, you're seeing kind of bids are stepping up, reloading. We saw that holding trend 13 EMA. This is like perfect setup, right? And obviously we got the market, which is kind of moving higher as well. Like if you look here at the ES, this is 1 minute on the ES, moving higher, breaks through VWAP. Apple moving higher towards VWAP, bids stepping up. These are a bunch of tells that you say to yourself, okay, this is going up. This is good for a move. I'll take my money. And again, you know, I'm a scalper at heart, so, you know, I'll take my money. This is the type of market. You're in the money, you take the money, and you just kind of walk away. Get paid, walk away.
Yeah, you gotta take your trades like that, man. Especially in a day like today when the market doesn't want to give you a one-directional market. Just push your size and get out. Even Sean was talking about that on the morning show. You know, if you want to hold it for the whole day trade, you got to know that the market environment is kind of giving you those type of trades. If you look at our liquid stocks such as Apple and so on, there is no real one directional trade over here. You would have had to scalp it no matter what direction you're trading in, and keep on doing that for the rest of the day. Even let's go take a look at JWN. What is JWN doing right now? Still stuck in front of 23 and 2350. Not able to take higher than 2350 on JWN right now. So Nordstrom still struggling on that exact same level that Neil mentioned off the morning show, which is at 2350, most likely being a good barrier on the stock, not allowing it to go much higher than that. In about 20 minutes or so, we're about to see what direction the market might decide to move in, or does the market still decide to just go sideways? Very boring and a sleeper of a market move is what we might see coming in for the rest of the day. Honestly, I hope we don't see that, but so far we are seeing a little bit of a just sleeper sideways action coming in overall for the S&P 500. UVXY finally getting back into the negative territory for the day. So UVXY taking out the low and extending its losses right now, heading towards 1560 or so. Yesterday's low was 1555, I believe, 1564, and now we're creating a same low of 1564 on UVXY. Let's see if UVXY keeps on going to the south downside, or does the UVXY rip right back to VWAP and show me that the market's still kangarooing around in boring directions.
Guys, look at this zoom break. I want to bring this up here. So it breaks 100. Good learning lesson. Breaks 100 the second time with a lot of volume. A lot of volume comes through, goes to that 101 area to test, holds trend, breaks 101, right? So you might be thinking, okay, 100 is the trade. I took it, I made money. Now let me take 101. But keep in mind, look at the volume here. It's much lower. It's like half of the volume that took place at 100, right? And then breaks 101, closes, breaks, comes down, closes, one more push, no volume, and now boom, big red candle. So I wouldn't be surprised if this kind of makes a retest of 100. So we got some size here at 140. 151 lots here at 140. I hope you guys can see that there. 151 lots, 140. But you know, that's not getting slammed right away, right? So that's kind of one thing that keeps me away from like the scalp short. I say to myself, you know, it didn't run to it right away, but we'll see when it comes and it tests. That's something that I keep my eye on. You know, if this pops up and it instantly gets slammed, then I love the short. But at this point, I don't even know if it's real. So definitely keep my eye on this one here. Or maybe we start a little short position underneath. On Zoom.
On Zoom, yeah, nice. Zoom was a crazy earnings long that came out of that one. So I did mention, you know, even though I'm bearish about the company from the 400 levels, it's time to start slowing down on that bearishness a little bit. So Zoom changing their values, Zoom looking to change their company overall in terms of, you know, my idea on Zoom was 100% accurate, that the company's demand for their product is going down. So they're looking to create more products. They're looking to go looking to explore with other products that they could implement in the workplace environment and so on. So Zoom obviously getting bumped up right back to 100 because this was the second day after the earnings report. They got pushed back down and they were trading sideways a little bit in this range. But now this is the official move coming in for Zoom, right back to the earnings day move that we're seeing, which is above 100. Maybe we go to 105, 106s, or even 108s on the way up to Zoom, if the buyers seem to keep coming in. And you guys saw Luca take the long breakout. Was it a long breakout?
Zoom was the long breakout. I missed it. I was like, because I was thinking, okay, it kind of faked out the first time, so maybe short. But no, that was a break to the long side. So yeah, I'm just looking at Apple right at VWAP here. There's kind of bids stepping up. Perhaps risk off that 50-cent area. I wouldn't be surprised if we do get a push higher going into the minutes release, and then whatever happens, happens. So we'll see what happens there.
Awesome. Where's the chat going? Let's go take a look at beans, the magical fruit. The more you eat, the more you toot. What is going on in the chat? All right. Please talk about BKSY 90 million volume. Let's go check out BKSY. BKSY today on New York. Okay, on New York, 90 million shares traded, as you mentioned already. There's about 100,000 shares on a EdgeX book on $2.37. That seems to be acting as a barrier right now. Obviously, a stock that's traded 100 million shares, 100,000 shares is nothing, and the notional value of the 100,000 shares is only about $237,000. So the notional value is also nothing if you ask me. But BKSY right now seems to be putting in a barrier on $2.37. Let's see if that barrier can get cleaned out to the north side and get pushed up higher, or do we get pushed down to this pushed down off of that level all the way? Yeah, looks like that level is gonna be a barrier for now, and then you can front run that size if that's a trade you're thinking about. Up 99% on 90 million shares. Tons of move to the upside today. Oh, there you go. That level got taken out, and now we're pushing to the north side, unless they spoofed that order, and that order really wasn't even real. GME GNCA leading in volume, 443 million shares, being delisted, sitting at 0.7 cents. So it looks like a delist fear over there coming in for GNCA. At that point, there's no point even talking about it. Just be careful if that stock is being delisted. You don't want to get trapped up on that position in case it gets pushed up to the downside. TraderTV.live is hiring. Why am I reading that? Can you discuss a put on VGFC? Maybe you want to do that?
VGFC. What is? Let's check out this name here.
Very good food company.
GFC. Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Very good food company. Oh, this is penny stock. I'm not too familiar with trading options on these ones. Yeah, I have no idea. Do you know the news on this, on why this ran?
Honestly, the way I deal with the option comments, sadly, we're not allowed to trade options over here.
Yeah, so, I mean, on that one, I wouldn't even be looking at it. Like, it's pretty low priced. I have no idea. I've never looked at an options chain of something like sub 50 cents, so I'm not really too sure about that. I see another question. What time frame do you keep for S&P NQ charts? It really depends what you're comfortable with. I like to use 5-minute, 10-minute just to kind of get a more broad market view, a more longer term view. Sometimes I'll switch it to 1 minute, but I think 5-minute, 10-minute, 15, because it is the market, so you want to get that kind of broad view, that sort of bird's eye view, as opposed to just tick by tick. Like, you're not watching the ES tick by tick, hopefully, because that'll be a very challenging game that you guys play. And somebody mentioned, oh, they don't want to look at GME anymore. I don't know if you're saying that, but yeah, no, GME, I mean, look, it's pushing highs, but volume is dropping. Volume is dropping. So we'll see what happens. That 115 area is interesting. I wonder if we get size there. I mean, you know, the volume's obviously not the same. Like, look at that. Volume is decreasing. So maybe we get that one final push through 115, and then we get the slam down for a move back to VWAP. But a lot of the times when GME starts to trend, AMC starts to trend, it could continue trending. But I mean, you know, it would need a lot of follow through. So I'm definitely keeping my eye on that. But I'm not going to jump in a position just yet.
Yeah, it's only about 10 minutes left until 2 o'clock, so no reason to just jump in a trade just yet. You know, 10 minutes of patience will be
10 minutes of
a lot of worth your time. Trust me, it's going to be worth a lot of your time over there. Why is Tesla stronger than the market today? There's a lot more buyers in Tesla than the overall market today. It's as simple as that. Like, questions like that are kind of impossible to answer, especially when stocks like Tesla don't really have a real catalyst on it today. You know, stocks have been beat down and now they're finding some buyers on it. If there's an actual catalyst for it, then maybe we can pinpoint to a reason as to why something is happening. But sometimes the market's irrational. The market will do what it wants to do. Why is DKS up the way DKS is up? Why is Urban up the way Urban is up, right? There is no explanation to this sometimes. You just gotta stick to your trade level and then either get burnt on your trade level or allow that to make you money for them. URBN on NASDAQ. Yeah, there you go. Urban. Both of them came out with negative info and they both went to the positive direction. So I can't answer that question. Only thing I can tell you, there was way more buyers than sellers on Tesla today, which pushed it to the north side. Same thing for Urban, same thing for DKS, and sadly for Apple, which is your #1 weighted stock on the market, and Microsoft. There's not enough buyers in them, which is a reason why they are in the negative territory. Well, Microsoft's in the positive territory, Apple in the negative territory, and if Microsoft and Apple just are having an absolute battle in sideways channels, then the market's going to do pretty much the same thing. It's not going to follow one stock that's hella stronger than the other stocks. It's going to follow the #1, #2, #3, #4, the top 10 weighted stocks that weigh down on it, right? The absolute weight on it. Thankfully, Tesla's in that top 10, but Tesla's still, is Tesla in the top 10 on NASDAQ?
It's got to be.
It's got to be.
It's got to be. It's huge. Guys, I'm eyeing Zoom right now. Still that size at 140, not getting tested. So we'll see what happens here. But it looks like if we do break that, we could potentially get a move down to 100 for a retest bounce area. I like the setup. I don't love the short, but for a quick scalp, we'll see what happens there if that does come to fruition. For me, that's a tight stop. That's a tight stop. If we do trigger in, we'll see what happens. But we're going to need some follow-through volume. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if hit breaks and then moves higher. So definitely keep your eye on that. And looking back at Apple, can't get above VWAP. Look at this formation. We sort of are testing VWAP. Testing, not breaking. So guys, when you're in a trade and when you're playing the range, it's at the bottom of the day. You know, you have a lot of people like range trading. You have people saying, okay, it reached its max ATR, so I'm going to try the long or I'm going to try the short. But you know, when it comes around VWAP area, you have a lot of agency traders who are trying to get in and out. You know, if they're buying, they want to buy just below. If they're selling, they want to sell around VWAP. So, you know, keep in mind that like when things get to VWAP, not always the case, but when things get to VWAP, you might see a lot of volume come in. So as in an example right here, I'm not really sure it's happening right now. It's, you know, sort of light volume, so whatever. But, you know, comes to VWAP and now it cannot get above. So clearly there is sellers. And every time it sort of pops above, it slams down. Now, one of the things you guys want to keep in mind is, you know, there's obviously sellers here. That's why it's not going up. But when the sellers are finished, if the sellers finish, then does it go higher, right? Is the buying aggressive enough to keep it going higher? Or, you know, are buyers getting aggressive because now it's approaching VWAP? They think, okay, maybe Apple's going to do a retest of the high a day. I have to buy here or forever hold my peace. So there's going to be a lot of volume pickup around VWAP. There's going to be a lot more trades. There's people making more decisions around VWAP, and this I like to say is a potentially bigger money trading around VWAP. Whereas when we're down here, it's more kind of muted. It goes up, it goes down. There's not a lot of things. So yeah, definitely keep your eye there. But I wouldn't be surprised if this just kind of stays around VWAP. There's probably a lot of scalpers around here. I'm not looking to take a position. I mean, I'm just waiting. Again, like Brad said, patience, and I like to spell it P-A-Y, patience. Right? Patience pays. So yeah, we'll see what happens. I mean, I don't love the short and I don't love the long, so I'm just kind of keeping my eye on that. And again, the reason I go back to Apple, it's an easy instrument for me to trade, broad market instrument, and the SPYs are a little bit more difficult. So yeah, we'll see what happens. So just got filled on that Zoom position, and I think it broke through that order and then filled me on the way up, which is sort of worries me. So definitely got to keep my eye on this one. So, you see that fill, right? You see how it kind of comes down, breaks, and then closes up here. That's not something that you want to see if you're taking a short position, right? So, it's like I said, I figured this could happen. Tight stop, I'm not too worried. We'll see where this goes. If we can get 100 retest, but it'll depend. So just keep your eye on that, see what happens. I mean, again, when you see it kind of break below and then jump back and close on the 1 minute candle, that's not favorable for your momentum trade. What you want to see is it just goes the way the GME trade was. Like if we pull up GME here for a second, going back to this, I took the long here and it was just smooth sailing the whole way. Like that is a good trade, right? The last thing you want to do is get yourself in a position that kind of goes, it's a fake out, and then boom, it just rips your face off. So we'll see what happens. I mean, this is a stock that you have to be a little bit more patient with, just because the nature of it. It's slow. It's only done 7 million. Earnings was a couple days ago, so this is kind of like post day 2 earnings. So I figure we'll test 100, but we'll see where this goes.
Markets coming back to the downside here slightly. S&P 500 getting back to VWAP. Still flat on the day for S&P 500. NASDAQ is up positive about 0.66%, but also heading back to VWAP. UVXY bouncing off of 1560 and getting ready to go north right now. So clearly markets having a little bit of a confusion right now going into the next 7 minutes that we have. FOMC minutes coming out very soon, so we might see some fun action on the futures, maybe something on the golds, maybe something on the treasury yields, maybe nothing at all, maybe an absolute nothing burger that you get to eat on and ponder upon the lack of trades that the market's giving us off those FOMC minutes. So be ready for an absolute nothing burger, be ready for an absolute super chicken burger, and be ready for an absolute what's a bad burger that we could I don't know any bad burgers.
I mean, if you like burgers, you like burgers.
Yes,
but
be ready for a bad burger too. The burger might be White Castle.
Castle.
Never had a White Castle.
I never had it either.
Terrible. Neil says White Castles are terrible.
So it's not like the movie.
Not like the movie. Yeah, the movie. The movie. I was like, I want some White Castle. Yeah, the movie always made me want White Castle, but looks like he says they're horrible. So yeah, you know what? It's a Beyond Burger. It's a White Castle burger day. If the market comes out in a poopy event, it's gonna be an absolute super chicken type of day. If market comes out with a good event, and you might just not even get a burger, even though you paid for the restaurant to be in there, right? So just be ready for all 3 variables over there. Anything could happen. We got about 5 minutes. In the next 5 minutes, right now, going into the next 5 minutes, the market right now is up about 0.16 on the S&P 500. We got NASDAQ, which is currently up 0.65 on the day. And then we got IWM Russell, which is, I believe, was up 1%, now only up 0.92, gave back slightly a little bit. And Dow, which was in the negative. What is the Dow looking like right now? Still in the negative for the Dow Jones 30. So we got one market in the negative, one market ready to go into negative, another market flirting with the flat, and another market in the positive territory, but could also turn negative pretty quickly. All of that depends on what Powell and the notes come out with. Me being a bear, obviously I'm expecting hawkish movements, but we could maybe find some dovish movements. Luca has talked about the possible bottom coming in on the market, so maybe some of these notes that they drop also help that thesis that he has, that theory, get established, and then we have the end of the month, which is going to be an absolute crazy event of volume. So we're all watching for that one too.
Oh yeah, we'll see what happens. I'm definitely interested to see the move. If we can pick a direction and then kind of get some nice liquidity, nice volatility into the market, it'll be interesting. Fun to trade for sure.
Yeah, fun to trade. That's what we're looking for. Fun opportunities. F is for friends who do stuff together. U is for you and me. N is for anywhere, anytime at all down here in the deep blue sea. For anyone who knows where that's from, you get +1 brownie points on that one. +1 brownie points for anyone who knows where that's from. All right. Okay, so AMC, man, is that AMC? That's not AMC. It says AMC is $109. No, that's GME. GME is at $109. GME coming down quite a bit right now off that 115.48 marker. I'm expecting AMC looking a lot similar. There goes AMC to the downside, all the way from the up top. Hey, look at my square pants fans in the chat, baby. All my square pants fans. Yeah, SpongeBob SquarePants. SpongeBob SquarePants. Yeah. All my SquarePants fans in the chat right there know exactly where that's from. I appreciate it. Just got out of GME, says Neil. So it looks like Neil was short GME and rode it to the downside, and now AMC pretty much following GME to the downside along with it. Get ready for some possible moves coming in. I know Luca is ready for some possible moves.
I'm excited. We'll see what happens.
Locked and loaded, baby.
Locked and loaded. Let's go.
Go for it.
Oh yeah, no, I'm just, yeah, we'll see what happens. I'm interested. I think the biggest area of interest is the 4,000 level on the ES for me. It's pulling up the daily again. Let me just do this for you guys quick. I think if we can get there, then like we're really gonna move higher. But obviously I'm cautious on the breakouts, but we'll see what happens. Like, look, obviously trend, this is holding trend. It kind of gets above, goes below, gets above, goes below, gets above, goes below. Now we're sort of channeling. So if we get above 4,000, I mean, who knows where we can go to the upside. I think any positive news can push us higher. But obviously, I'm going to be cautious. I'm going to kind of trade my setup. So we'll see what happens.
Chat goes, Prad, you need to think and talk or breathe between words. It sounds like you're just talking without thinking. Listen, I can't have empty space on the show, and I'm not Luca, okay? So I can't be Luca. I can't be anybody else but me. But I'll think about it. But no, most of the time I'm just saying whatever that comes to my head. This is why I am who I am. And some people love me, some people hate me. Nothing's changing about that ever. You
need to be yourself, right? Everybody be yourself.
My name is my name. So that is exactly what it is. My name is my name. Last 1 minute left over here. I know Luca and I are getting prepared for this FOMC, possible fun moves coming in. I hope you guys had a great show with us. We're getting a lot of compliments. Luca, I know you had some fun time today.
Always a pleasure. Always a fun time. I love coming on here.
Yeah, and we love having you. Looking great today, and can't wait to see what the future entails. Right now, the future for us is in about 30 minutes, and it will tell us if we're about to make money today or not make money today. So let's see what the next 30 seconds haven't planned for us. San Diego loves Platinum Prad. We appreciate it. It's love for everyone, right? Love for Ian back there who changed his shirt after being done on the show. I'm gonna go change my shirt. We're gonna go golfing later today. You're gonna keep your on?
Oh yeah,
dude.
I don't mind it.
I can't wait to get out of this shirt.
I feel good.
I can't wait to get out of this shirt. I remember you saying I became a day trader, so I don't have to wear shirts anymore.
It's easier for me to put on a shirt than it is to find another shirt and be like, okay, I gotta match this with that. Oh, I gotta iron this. Whereas my shirts are just always ironed.
You iron your shirts?
Oh yeah. You gotta.
Bro, I just pull. Okay, it's past 2 o'clock. All right, let's throw it to the closing show, guys. Thank you for coming by.
Ciao, guys.
Ciao.
All right, thanks, guys. Welcome into the close. We are awaiting the minutes from the latest Federal Reserve meeting. Once we get those, we will jump all over the market reaction. Nothing out. There we go. Big move to the downside. So we're going to get the minutes. We'll sift through them, pick out any comments that matter. Let's go over to see what's happening.
Heyo! Oh, yeah, we're back, man.
Rippy,
I mean,
rippy.
this market ripping around a little bit here. We just had Apple just go like top to bottom. They're like, no idea what's going on here. Apple, Rip City. We went long there, 139. Basically, the VWAP break here of 139.80. Boom to the upside. We took about 30 pennies, but here we go. I was going to say Baron, that's my kid. Brendan will go through these numbers here
and that's the key.
and figure out exactly what's happening right now.
And that's sort of the key. Like, remember, this is not like the number. This is the minutes, and you're going to digest it. So you got whipsaw action to the upside. Tesla hit 666, that's just not my thing. It's the high of the day today, and then came right back in $7. I saw NVIDIA do about the same thing. I covered my GME because I didn't want to be in a position on a mover until we reacted to what happened here. But we have not picked a direction. Sometimes you look at those tops and bottoms and can scalp. I'm seeing 168 NVIDIA, not bad. 666 on Tesla, definitely not bad. Even GameStop ran up like $3 on that right at 2 o'clock without even getting any information.
I hate to burst everyone's bubble, but earlier on this morning, I said this will probably be a nothing event. I mean, the market went up like 0.1% there. So, I mean, this is going to be probably a nothing event, but let's see where it takes us right now. The NASDAQ jumped and then basically just went right back. Like, you're up like 30 NASDAQ points, but here we go. This is kind of what we're talking about. We want to see what's happening. I have the news right now. It's just every single member agreed with 50 points. So basically, it's all systems forward. They're going to go ahead with the 50 points coming. They agreed to the last 150 points, which most likely, to my opinion, would mean that they're going to agree again on the next 50. So here we go. It's 50 cents in the money. We are obviously long here on Apple, and here it goes, 50 cents. Yeah, here we go. Try 60, maybe 70 cents here as Apple going to retest the day's high coming up very, very soon with 141.25. So there it is, man. That is the FOMC minutes. When Brendan's ready to rock, we'll go over to him and maybe highlight something.
Brendo?
All right, a couple things. As you mentioned there, Sean, for the May increase, so it was unanimous for the May increase, and then most here, they're not saying exactly how many, but most saw half-point increase in line for both June and July. Wanted to point out this as well, because this is new as far as I'm concerned. Participants saying that Q1 GDP decline contained little signal about subsequent growth expected. So the Q1 GDP, if you remember going back a month or so, was a negative number. So that is new as far as the minutes are concerned. So one of the things we look for in Fed minutes is anything that wasn't in the last one. That's what can move the market. Otherwise, it would appear exactly the same, guys, which means the market is liking that so far.
But range bound, like you went right to the high on the Qs here, pretty much on a dime, like by 20 or 30 cents away, and then pulled right back in. So on the theory that we get rubber band action around this type of release, I'm just going to jump in on the Qs here off of that low. You get this rubber band. We talk about this all the time. I missed the short off the top, but if you can catch a little bit of a bounce in the market, anticipating that if this is where we were before, this is where we were the high before, 291 and then 288.80. So just quite simply go long in front of the bottom. You could have gone short in front of the top as well, and then scalp it out. Until we pick a direction, we've seen this story before. That's usually the way to go, right? So you're going to look at the periphery, find a key level. Looks like we're only going about halfway back. I'm going to get in, get out. We need to break out, right? Like you want the Qs to take the top. I want Tesla to finally get through 666. I want NVIDIA to hold maybe above 169. If you're talking about Microsoft, oh, load up, baby. Come on, softy. You're talking about Microsoft. You want it to actually make and sustain the break. It tried to go today. It could not get through yesterday's high. It just broke the top and then pulled right back in. So you are seeing, like we said, whipsaw action, but you want that top to go. It's equally important if you hold original support, eventually it's just going to give you bounce, 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 and then it almost has to break the high of the day. And I mentioned that look, the meme stocks have gone absolutely nuts today, right? Let's be real. AMC, GME, squeezes in Dick's Sporting Goods. And this, it shouldn't matter as much when you're talking about a GME here because I think fundamentals aren't the big deal. But it also spiked to the high, close to the high at 113. It's got a double top at 115. That is another monster level that could potentially go. For now, you're still range bound. $5 on Tesla isn't a heck of a lot of everything. That's why I went to the Qs because it looked like it was a better move, and that's why we scalped in and out. But we need to see a direction get picked here because ultimately we're just sort of, it's not barcoding, but we're kind of barcoding off the top inside of the previous range. But we have seen this party before. This is not the same as a hike. This is the meeting minutes. A lot of times it's like 10, 15 minutes before you really pick a direction. Brendo?
Another key note here, guys. Here we go. A number of Fed participants saying data had begun to indicate that inflation may no longer be worsening, which we saw in the last CPI number. So the rate at which the last CPI number went up had slowed significantly month over month. So heading in the right direction, possibly.
Well, I think, we already kind of knew that. I don't know that that's not really exciting me that much. And maybe that's also true about the market. Like, I just saw, oh, come on, Tesla. I just saw Tesla pull back, get past that 50-period moving average. NVIDIA just failed to break out. I was showing you the cues. Like, we're actually retesting the bottom end of the range. And to go to the cues, because that's what we were looking at, you know, we got the bounce inside of the range, took it out halfway because it wouldn't go, and now you're taking out the lows. So now you're coming right back into morning, screaming into morning support. Now I'm kicking myself. I should be short GameStop right now, but I'm not. Now you're coming into these morning lows on the cues and threatening to turn negative. I get it. Look, don't get me wrong. Like, that sounds good. You want to hear that. But that is stuff we were already hearing when those numbers came out on their own, right? Like, that's not exactly too much of a surprise there, right? We've heard that story before.
All right, here we go. We are into AMD pretty nicely right now as we are short. We were short higher than this. You can see a couple of these shorts just came in right now for us on AMD. Short 92, short 91.40 on that break back down. Let's just keep on rocking and rolling here, man. That Apple trade, we got out of that one. That was very little damage there done on AAPL. You can see went upside, and we just got out when it broke back down through VWAP. So we're not suffering this play here on Apple, but instead, we have a banger short right now on AMD. And again, I'm doing the same thing. If you join us in the morning show, welcome. Thank you for coming back here in the afternoon. And I'm just using upside shares, Scalp City on the way down. So you can see right now, as we break through VWAP at 91.20, our best outs down here at 90.80 or so 90.90, coinciding with this bottom. Let's see if it continues to hold. But we got, again, like, things are really working well, man, for the scalping side of things. So couldn't be happier with the way a lot of these have turned out for me here one more time again today. Fed or no Fed, it's cannon time one more time. And I believe it's Brenda?
Yeah. So there is more language, guys, about July. So if you remember the last couple of meetings, they've been discussing May and June specifically. So more definite language about July coming out now as well. And then more increases in addition to that. So that seems to be the negative side of the story here. So May, June, both 50 basis points. Now they're talking about July, possibly another 50 basis points, which obviously would be negative for the market.
Yeah, I mean, going past just the hikes that we had priced in, going to be negative. I just got back into Dick's Sporting Goods around 77, pretty much at 77. I'm looking at Nordstrom's, just some names that were really strong that had popped up. And look, a lot of these kind of squeezed to the upside, for lack of a better word. The short interest was there. The reports were pretty mixed on either end for both of these. So just playing off the top end of the range. 23.50 was resistance this morning on JWN, but it was 23 that we liked as an entry. So I'm going to go back to that well. I was also just talking about the cues for you guys. And it's always important to keep in mind, like, the levels that came in. The Qs actually respected that afternoon bottom just now, but the slight bounce that it just made, I took that as the opportunity to try to find a way back into some of these names. And if you don't think it can move all ships, I got out of GameStop because I figured, okay, I didn't want to be sort of sitting there in front of the Fed minutes. It doesn't matter what you were holding. Like, this very, very good food group, like that stock just went 35 to 29 cents. When this came out. So we are moving all ships in here to the downside. I want to see if I can't add Nordstrom's to the list. I don't think GameStop is going to come back up to retest that high. So, pipe dreams of 115 are going to have to go away, unfortunately.
We're getting ready to dump the rest of the shares out, man. I mean, again, great opportunity there for us to trade during that number. We hit AMD to the short side, right there, 92 break, and then again down there. And now I was just going to say, like right now I still have about 20%. So we're going to have to get some out here as the market is trying to rip back up there to the upside. We just took a bid at 60 to get out as we're taking out the 50 period right now again to the upside. So yeah, like round and round we go here. I actually hate trading these numbers, to be honest with you. I mean, they're too like back and forth, a lot of them. You've seen that on Fed days as well, where the market will go one direction then come right back in. So yeah, I think as long as we can try to respect some of these levels, I'm going to wait for 92 to break again on the upside. So hey, the market could go. We're getting lighter and lighter on these positions. I'm down in the 30s now. If we could take this out for around flat, we could do that, because I feel like if the move wanted to continue down, especially in AMD and in the futures right here, it had a great opportunity to continue to fail. I mean, it went right back into these lows of the afternoon and bounced. So Neil talked about that with one of the stocks. I don't remember, maybe it was GameStop or something, bounced off the level. And so did the NQs. So they bounced off this 11,800 there to the downside. So yeah, we'll respect that. That's fine. That's why we're back and forth, like I said, and into a scalp city kind of thing right now. And there goes AMD back up to the upside. So we'll sit now in the 40s and the 30s to get a piece out, as it looks like it does want to take 92 one more time. We'll average into the short and then get out if it breaks through 92. I'm still not in love with this short here, but the market definitely, I mean, in my opinion anyways, doesn't really know what it wants to do here. So I'm comfortable waiting for it to make a decision.
I think the approach I kind of like is, if I got to be short something, it's like something that made a high. You know what I mean? Like, it's already made a pretty big high, so you know what you're working off of at least. But I'm looking at Zoom here because that was one of the strongest names. And shout out to Luca. I know he was talking about this. I think he got the long somewhere. At least definitely had some great ideas for that long. But it's back above that 100 level after the flush down. If it can hold a bid at 100, up 6%, like, at least you got a level. You have an idea where it can go. But I just want to see us react. You know, we're basically going back and forth. I want to see some containment at that particular price range. Otherwise, we can stay away from it. I'm not going to jump too early into the trade. Like I said, I did get Nordstrom's because it felt like it already made a top, and we're basically consolidating right back at a level that we liked at 23. And that's what you got to do. Like, I like that price. I like the price action there. I know that the short worked a couple of times. I got stopped out here. We had to go to a meeting, but it's definitely worked back to VWAP a couple of times there on Nordstrom's. That's why I want to jump back into this particular name. But definitely Zoom, one of the stronger ones, has to be on my list. I like Tesla too, if it could have broken out. But with that 666 still in play, it's kind of tricky to grab those longs. I feel Zoom doesn't have any obvious overhead resistance until you get, I mean, from here, obviously you can see like 105, 108. Like, there's more room to the upside here, relatively speaking, to Tesla.
All right. Yeah, what's up, Saad Mahmood? Saad Mahmood. Yeah, I think the short might be the play there. Just so you guys know, like, we just covered a little bit more down there at 91.13, so we are getting out. And that was a 20-cent win. This is how crazy this market is. Like, as it was coming down, remember, we took that piece out. You saw that. Then I said we'll get a piece out in the 30s, which we did. That was actually a 2-cent winner. And then the tank happened back down to 91, and we were sitting there at 91.13, and we got out. I mean, I wasn't sitting there. I just got out when I saw it kind of make that bottom wick there. You got to be a quick trader these days. Just to go back to JW at Nordstrom, still a monster trade for me. Still have it on a little piece here just to see if we take out this 23.50. It was the high. It's not a big piece, so we can afford to lose on this if it does come back in. But let's average into this AMD as I go here. We'll just take, I don't know. I mean, I think let's sit in the 80s here and take a piece at 80 if it gets back up. I mean, that's about as far as we got last time, Brendan.
All right, things settling down a little bit here, guys, as we digest some of these comments. Worth noting one other thing from these notes. Not once was the word recession mentioned, not once. So that's also a positive for the overall market. A couple other things of note right now. Facebook, or Meta, had their annual shareholder meeting over lunch, so it was 12 to 1 p.m., I think. That has just wrapped up, or 12 to 2 p.m. maybe. That has just wrapped up. Nothing significant came out of that. They were talking about a lower-priced VR headset just to drive interest towards virtual reality. And then the other one was Twitter. Twitter guys also having their annual shareholder meeting over lunchtime. Jack Dorsey left the board. That was the only real significant outcome from that. So FB and Twitter moving around with the market.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's surprised by that one right there. I mean,
Jack Dorsey? What did he say?
He left the board. Oh. But I mean, if he's going to be theoretically part of Elon's team, should the takeover go through, I mean, does it matter? And also, too, if the deal doesn't go through and the stock goes down to $25, I don't need to be associated with that. That's my guess, but I don't think that's earth-shattering. Twitter been under pressure. Obviously, it actually put a pretty good move on, by the way. So this might be more tradable than you think. A lot of times, when it comes to deals, and then you have FOMC minutes, and that talks about interest rates, and deals are about time value money, you will see significant price action around Fed events. So if you're watching it, 37, it's put in a nice top. And we've talked about these, the Fed highs, the Fed lows. Whenever you get any kind of information coming out of them, interest rate hike or nothing, or the minutes here, you can start to put some of those levels together and then start to think about using them. So 37, yeah, maybe not bad for a bit of a fade trade. All I got is Zoom long, Nordstrom's and DKS to the short side. Still looking for something significant on Tesla. And I was talking about Tesla while I was also looking at the Zoom chart. So, obviously Tesla's not a $100 stock, just to clarify that one. I was talking about Zoom, but I made a point about Tesla not getting through that high of the day, which it still hasn't.
All right, so here we go. I just said here we go because I really this is going to blow out to the upside right now because the market's rocking. It wants to go upside now. So we took an average. Now our average price is 73, so it looks like it will be about a 30-cent hit or so if, there it goes, like I said, it's here we go, when we break that level there. So a little bit of a hit there on AMD as we tried the short, thought that it could work, and I'd still think that it can work, but for right now, I'm just going to double check all of my stop orders as Nordstrom's ripping back to the upside, as is Wendy's right now. Cancel that one. I was going to go long on a 92.80 break, but for right now, we'll let to see if that one can come through. I want to look at Facebook because Brendan just mentioned them. And this is what I mean. Very choppy. You go down to 180 there, now back up to 183. That's a $3 move here in just a matter of minutes. So you got to watch out for Facebook as that's getting pretty spicy on the upside as well. So lots of stuff happening here in the market. I'm still trying to get my earpiece to go, but we'll pay attention if Brendan's ready to rock and roll at some point. Not right now.
Yeah, not to interrupt. One thing to keep in mind, we always talk about this, and sort of make sure that you're taking profit because it is whipsaw action. So I grabbed the Zoom when it held at 100, but on the way to the high of the day, I'm going to scalp some out. If I can reload, I'll go ahead and do that as we send you to Brennan again.
Yeah, just one more thing quickly, guys. On Twitter specifically, there was some speculation that they were going to vote on the deal today. That did not happen, if anyone was wondering. And surprising no one, they also voted against re-electing Elon as an ally, quote-unquote ally, to the board.
I guess. Yeah, okay. I'm going to point this out because thank you guys for, in the chat, always reminding, volatility is dropping here. So looks like the longs are definitely going to be a bit of a better play, at least in terms of seeing some actual follow through, right? That's what you want to have happen. Everything is still range bound. We're trying to take out tops, but when you have the move down and then UVXY, which usually lags, gets a bit of follow through, that can give you some cover to hold on, maybe a little bit longer to your longs. That sucks. Instead of just scalping them all out. Now, I still think you can take some profit. That definitely makes sense to do, but it certainly makes sense when I see that. If we continue down through maybe 15, it looks like 15 and a quarter is the level I have down there. That could be pretty big. I just got to reload on Dix because it's range bound. I'm basically putting in a 77 to 78. So what am I going to do? I'm going to reload in front of 78, and then I'm going to start taking out 77, 76, 75, down to 73. I was shorting this all day long, but it has had an absolute wall up here. 76, it got through 80 one time, and then stopped out and then came right back down. So it's got a pretty tight range up top that we do want to take advantage of with the day trade here. But as I said, scalp your profits because just what happened to Zoom, we're able to get some out there in front of 101. It's already looking like it wants to come right back down and test that 100 level once again. It wasn't an iceberg down here, but there were some decent buyers off of this level. That's why we like it, and that's why I'm going to try and rinse and repeat.
Right. We got Lucas here trying to help me out with this headphone situation, but it's not going to work. I wouldn't even worry about it. AMD, again, we got taken out there when it broke through 92. It got as high as basically the high of the day again, and now wants to come back in. So I'm looking at charts. I'm looking at, the 50 period here to break, and I just feel like it's not... like there's no clean move here, and that's what, you know, we don't want to give back trades if we don't get a clean break. So I was actually looking at Facebook, and I think that this, you know, if you take out that high 183.70, something like that, then yeah, maybe there's something there. But, you know, other than whatever, I'm just nervous about taking a position in here, especially with decent shares. If you're going to go smaller shares, or I mean, look, if you have a setup, go for it right now. But right now, for me, not really doing a whole hell of a lot on this. I really liked Netflix today if it was going to set up, and I think it's getting close. I mean, it's bouncing around its 50 period. It's up 3.5% right now. So, you know, if the market does want to rally, why not take a name that's already kind of rallying in Netflix? So that's a good one. It got all the way up to 188 on that release. So, you know, you want to think about a name, and I'm not afraid to trade Netflix. I'm trading all these names that are $200 plus or something like that. So we'll wait to see. But I like Netflix if we take this out right here. That's 186.75. So we're getting close again to possibly push that long, and I think we'll do it. 186.75 here on Netflix.
Yeah, now it looks like we are trying to break out. So I grabbed Zoom again off of 100, again, scalped them out on the way back up to this 101 area. Was just asked about, you know, suddenly now it's starting to settle down. Maybe we're breaking out. It feels like it's still a bit of an if at this point, but someone just asked about Amazon being a rough ride recently. I mean, I'm not sure what hasn't been a rough ride. I get it. Don't get me wrong. Like, I own shares of Amazon. And it's also been making some moves here in the afternoon, but relatively speaking, it's only a 3% day today, and it has been pretty stable since bouncing off of 2,000, which both a psychological level, look, 2,000 is more than a psychological level. It's a huge level on Amazon. We never actually got to trade off of that, but I'd say it's having a pretty good day today, especially with how retail got absolutely smoked. Watch out for Costco tomorrow. Of course, that's going to be a pretty big deal down the line for the entire market, but I'd say Amazon looking pretty well poised as a name that, while we made it somewhat of a temp bottom here, actually managed to bounce pretty nicely off of these lows. It has a big channel it has to get through, about 2,200 to 2,250. That's overhead resistance. So this is going to be cheap to say, but if 2,250 goes before 2,000 goes, then fantastic. I think it's one of those signs that we could have actually put in a real temp bottom and get a little bit of rally going. That's a tough thing to be able to say in May, but you know, maybe we can have that happen here in Amazon. But if it goes to 2,000, I'm going to be trading that level hand over fist. It's just a matter of, you know, can we actually get the short on that day?
This morning I was talking all about NVIDIA and how I was like, you got to buy this name ahead of earnings. I mean, I hope earnings are great. Obviously, I'm a pretty big shareholder here on NVIDIA and AMD as well, and the SMH, to be honest with you. So we got a nice little 160 bottom today, and right now you're up that 4.5%. Well, you'll get the 4.5%, just was there, up to 169. So, you know, I really think that this is a good opportunity here. You may want to swing this one. I mean, everything is a risk when you're playing for earnings. So, you know, you don't want to come out and say anything, but I just feel like NVIDIA knows what to do, and they know what's good there. So I feel like this is going to be a big one here today for NVDA, but yeah, we're gonna wait. We're gonna wait for that and see where it comes out. And then just quickly here, Netflix was the idea that we had. It's come back in, and again, you know, if it doesn't take that level, then we're not going to be long. 186.70, so it needs to do that. And just like we said, here's the Fed release, like nothing. Like, you know, we kind of expected all this, right? So it was unanimous. It's going to be unanimous again, most likely come June, which is, I think it's June 14th, 15th are the dates. And then again for July, as Brendan said, looking at another half point there. So as expected, all is well. And hopefully all is well anyways, as we move forward with all of this. So that's that. All right, let's look at something else here. Snapchat. So Snapchat was another name that we had earlier on. We got out of this right here when it broke up. So our long was 13. There's the out at 14, 15 when it broke back down, which saved us a little bit because it went all the way down to 1380. But look at this 1380 level right here. That's pretty juicy. You know, if these futures are going to fail, I'm wondering about a Snapchat break, you know, of this 14-13 level. I mean, it looks pretty good. Where we went short the first time, or that's where we got out, that short would have worked. So that could be something against this 14.26. So I'm not opposed to going short here in Snapchat. You know, normally a name that's up 10% is not something I want to short, but we know what the difference is here with Snap, as yesterday it was down 44%, and today giving back or getting back 10 more of that. So I'm going to probably look for a short here in Snapchat if we take down this 50 period, which is like 1408, 1409.
Oh, yeah, we'll bite, Dominic. Thank you for the super chat, as always. BSKY. Ooh, I'm chewing on that one. I could have just said BSKY. What are we talking about here? What? It's BKSY. Okay, yeah. I was about to say, I'm like, that's not the right stock. It's all good, Dom. It's all good. We were looking at this one earlier today. Like, I shouldn't have just typed what I saw. It's just a simple typo. I do it all the time. You guys see me completely bungle some of these. But you're right. Like, it's heading towards that 3. Good call out, because when it halted this morning, on that, it was relatively light volume at the time. It then put in big volume on the break, and I think that's sort of the key. It put in big volume on the consolidation at about $190, $2 or so. But if you pop the daily over, you can see, you pop under the hood, that's 316. So $3 it just turned out right now. 316 is the biggest level where you probably had some consolidation buyers on the way down, and then that's where you might have some selling as it chops up into. So that's what we always like to point out. It's just where everyone's looking at the same charts, right? It's where are a bunch of people looking for opportunities to sell in front of, to take profit if they're long off the bottom, or for day traders and other alike to start thinking about where they want to short it because they expect that there will be a lot of price action and volume around that price. So that's what I'm looking at. 3 to 316 would be that window, which means it could break $3 and still fail that price area. Brendan?
Another one moving here, guys, this afternoon. Saw a couple of people talking about ENOB. This was a Hindenburg short call that happened going back an hour or so ago. It's halted a couple of times here. Relatively low float on this as well.
ENOB. Okay, Amazon up 3% today too. A lot of stuff rocking right now. Just checking back on Apple. Trying to take out this 40-50 area. Look, I mean, I like Apple right now at this level. There we go. We earned a new position alert. So we'll hit the new position alert. Where is it? 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 There it is. Let's go. There you go. Alert, alert, alert. We do have Netflix long just came in there as it does take out that top. Again, looking at this 185.50 or so for Netflix, you got to give this one a little bit of room, but it's just similar to everything else I'm trading with this kind of a price point. So we're pretty comfortable trading it. A break back down below 185 probably does the trick there for me to get out of this one. So if we're going to get out at 185, that means we need at least the dollar to get this, right? I mean, we're long at 186.78 right now, so we're in the money, but what's the day's high here? 187.50. We could park an order there. The only time it ever spiked above was on that craziness of that news. So, Netflix right now, let's have a quick look. Put one at 187. 48 or so. We'll put an offer there. If it does rip up to the upside, we'll get out of a third of it. And then we'll see about holding maybe the rest of the day. I mean, why not? The NASDAQ nicely done to the upside right here, trying to cook through 12,000. Maybe that comes. We're only 40 points, 50 points away from 12,000 right now. So this could be a good one. We're long JWN. That's the, we talked about this. Unfortunately, it's not going to be the trade of the day. It's not like searching that well, I guess, but great moves from 20.50. Then the break on the sticky note right there of $22. Nothing but love to the upside as JWN right now trying to return to this 23.50 area. What is the high of the day? 23.44. So we can get out. Yeah, whatever. It's this level basically. So, I mean, let's see if it takes it out. But this is not a horrible spot to get out if you are long JWN because it's just retraced right back to the high. Good spot maybe. We'd probably consider taking that out. Let's do that if we break it below this 50 period. 23.10 will get out of this JWN for a dollar winner.
Yeah, and a great look. It's been a great stock. Retail's been the place to be for trading this week. You mentioned 12,000 on the NASDAQ quickly. The S&P 500, you do have this high on the week here from 39.80 or so, which you got really close to a couple of times today. So, that's a little bit closer to its next resistance level than the NASDAQ. It does bear watching. Look, if you're in a long position or you're looking for a short, that's a key level you're going to want to watch. GameStop back on the prowl to the upside here. Is it not quite to 115. The lower high that it put in just now was still this 113.30 area. And every time I look over, I'm just sort of saying to myself, let it try to go to 115. Like, if you watched it, every single time it got past this 110, It eventually found its way to 115, like 3 separate times it got there. Now it seems like it's running into resistance lower. So I'm trying not to jump the gun here, but I'm probably going to take a shot at the 113 area, acknowledging completely that 115 is clearly the better level there on GameStop. Ooh, I thought Zoom was still breaking out there. Looks like it just pulled back a little bit. It was like at 120 in the money, and now all of a sudden only 80 cents, even though I thought the market was still heading to the upside.
Yeah, I still feel like it is here. We're going to look at Apple. I think taking out this high of 140. What is the high there on the day? It's not the high, sorry, this little level right there. 140.63. You know, if we can get able to get along through there, whoops, if we're able to get along through there, I think that's probably worth punching. So we'll do that here. It looks like it's trying to do it right now. And we're just getting our order set up to do that. 140, you know, we'll cross all the way up to 70 or something and see what we can do if it does take that out. Remember, we are in 2 longs right now, or 3 longs, sorry, Wendy's, which honestly, I mean, you want to talk about something that's barcoding right now? I mean, Wendy's doing absolutely nothing on that Nelson Peltz rumor of a takeover. They now have around 19 to 20% of Wendy's as it is. So, you know, people thought that this could get taken over, which I still think it can, but it doesn't look like it right now. It's going to do much. So we just have these trades in here. It's going to be a profitable name for us, but was hoping that it would break higher. If we take out this level, 1770 right there, that's where we'll get out. But let's see if it can sort of just naturally float a little higher. And there it is, man. We'll go new trade alert right now as we have Apple coming in. That long just punched through at 65. So there's the long right there. Let's see if we can get back up to day's high. All we need is the market to go, and we should have a banger on our hands right here for Apple. But again, relatively weak. Like, so that's the thing. We're noticing this is only up 0.21 versus the market 153. So, you know, this is not necessarily the right name. I'm just hoping that Apple plays catch up here and gets going with the market as well. So, you know, that's one of the plays. I think it's a little safer than a Facebook, not as whippy back and forth. So we'll see if it can respect some of these VWAPs and 140 or so to the downside. So this will be a hit if it doesn't go, but I'm pretty confident about this long. Let's see where it goes from here. The high it just put in was 80 there, 75. So the most it goes in the money is 10 cents. Let's see if it goes higher. Possibly averaging into this one all the way back down. It's going to be see what the futures do. But look what we're doing right now. And you got to understand that it's bouncing off 12,000. We've talked about that over and over again. If the NASDAQ can't hold these highs, then yeah, this Apple trade will be garbage. So will Netflix. But hey, we're here to trade. We're going to try to push some longs right now as the market definitely trending that way. Whether or not we have highs, lows, bottoms, middles, let's try to do our best to get the right prices in. And I mean, I'm just looking at this right now, like 139.50 or something back into here, I think is where we can hold this Apple trade to. So I'm going to average in. Next bid will be at around 140 flat, and then we'll go from there. But right now, it doesn't look like the market wants to go up. We're having to sit in these longs.
Yeah, it's like Zoom did get back to the high of the day, so I'm happy about it. But you know, you want to break more than this. Like ultimately, it's great. Don't get me wrong. Like as a day trader, you can trade inside of the range, and maybe if we just barcode around and it's a wide enough range that you can get in and out in both directions, fine. But it's also a lot, not easier to, but it's definitely better to trade when there's a clear trend and a clean trend. And as of now, I'm just sort of sitting in, got a couple of shorts, looking for a second long position if I can find one, otherwise just holding on to Zoom, which isn't ideal. Usually you want that defined direction after we get anything out of the Fed, and we're just not seeing it. I did get into GameStop, but it's a tight stop. It's not the 115 short, so I'm only giving that one to 113. I need to see Zoom go. Greg Moore, Tesla, 666 in the rear view? Oh, the other way. Okay, yes.
He wants to stack the cash.
Yeah, hit a stack in the cash.
There you go, got it.
There you go.
He's stacking the cash. So what was his trade there then? I haven't even looked at it.
I'm curious because it's in the rear view, but it's like $1 away. Like it broke up, it got to 668, and then pulled back to 660. So like you could have probably scalped that in either direction and made money. You could have had a quick little long for a couple of bucks. You could have shorted it for a few dollars. If you had the initial short at 2 o'clock off 666, that was good for 15 bucks. But that was pretty much the best trade unless you caught the bottom at 650. Otherwise, we're just holding this top. This is not that much different from the Zoom trade right now. Like it's just, that's actually trying to go. That's what I'm talking about. Let's go. Come on, Zoom. You were so strong yesterday. And you know what? The number one holding for Cathie Wood's ARK main fund should be breaking out the high of the day, obviously. And now it is. So let's go, Zoom.
Let's go Zoom. What's up, Alan Atkins? Yeah, look, I've been talking about NVIDIA pretty much all day that I really liked it. I really thought there was a great opportunity to buy this name before earnings. I expect them to be great on earnings. AMD had a fantastic earnings release, and you know, it went up, went down. I mean, I can't judge the price, but I really do think that NVIDIA is going to have a good earnings report. If you base it on AMD and where I think the future is going, I don't see them guiding lower or anything like that. Obviously, supply chain, but I mean, just do your channel checks, man. It's hard to get NVIDIA video cards. So, I mean, I think it's going to work. I like this name. And wherever you're long, I think you said you're long at 164 or something. Well done, man. I mean, that's what it all matters to me. Yeah, there it is. Alan Atkins right there. Yeah, I saw your note, so thank you for that. 164.85. Let's go, man. We'll stack the cash for you as well, as that's now $5 or so in the money, depending on your share size. I mean, look, I always say this, and I'll say it again right now, as Apple. We'll wait to see where Apple goes, though. We'll take a piece out right now. You're in the money right now on sort of a Fed day. You know, depending on how many shares you have, I don't think there's anything wrong with pairing some off. You see that I do that all the time, but I don't know your style. I don't know your risk tolerance or what you're planning to do with it. So for me, if I was $5 in the money right now on a beautiful rally day for the NASDAQ, which we know can turn around in power hour, which is 20 minutes away, I'd like to take some out. So that would be my advice. Whether or not you take out a quarter, up to you, but that would probably be the minimum that I would do right now. If you can, take some profit. That way, if you're planning on holding through earnings, I mean, don't like yell at me tomorrow if this stock gets absolutely crushed. I don't have that crystal ball for earnings, but I base it on AMD, best of breed, and NVIDIA's both of those. So AMD, they have the AMD tailwinds with them on their report, and they also have best of breed. So I like NVIDIA here, and I think it's a winner, but congratulations on the $5 winner. But it's not a winner until you take some, so that's why I think you should.
That's the key. You always want to make sure you're taking your profits. You got to pay yourself, right? Like it's what it's called in trading, right? Unless you cover, swing, day trade, whatever, you haven't made a dime. It's going to show as purple, but I just got out of Zoom at the top. I'm not even sure why it coded as a sell, but I'm not short at the high of the day on Zoom. It got to 102 and then put a tiny little reversal there right when the ES got to that 39.80 level. So like for me, that's, get out of that long position. If it breaks out, fine. I think like Tesla, most breakouts will give you a chance at a dip in an afternoon like this. So we'll see if we can't get back into it at some point. I did get that BKSY. It did make another push. I thought it was going to get to $3, maybe do that failure. Instead, it just decided to fall right off of 3, 297 in particular. It then barcoded for a little bit, popped right back up and tried to retest $3. So I jumped into the short in front of it. I would have traded it either way on a fail break at 3 or maybe just this push. But 3 is still in play on BKSY. It's not done just yet, but there was that nice little scalp trade for a bit of a pullback. Had to take it. Just one of those you're going to get in every chance you get. Unfortunately, and we'll talk about this in a couple seconds, GameStop, the tight stop at that 113, that's diddling in the middle, right? So I guess, you try not to risk too much there, but 115 is where it's at on that bad boy. We'll have to revisit it if it can get back to that 115.
Great job, Alan. That's what I'm talking about. Thanks for sharing that. 250 shares, I guess. You're in the money and you're a day trader. So I agree, man. Take out that 30%. And you couldn't have picked a better number. We like that. So good job on that. And I hope you just got it a little bit higher than this. But hey, take out 50 shares, 70 shares. Great trade there no matter what. Always bank your profits, because those of us that know, right? I mean, you've had many good days and many bad days trading. So when you're in the money and it's a good day, you should definitely treat yourself and then buy yourself something nice for that. So nice trade there. Always, whatever. Pick yourself up a nice shirt, whatever. You definitely want to do that. As my eye's still going at Apple here, I mean, it's the Netflix, for some reason, isn't doing anything. So, I mean, Netflix is truly barcoding. But again, with the NASDAQ trying to bounce here to the downside, and what I mean by bounce, it's bouncing off of 12,000. You can see now coming back in. So these longs might be squashed right now. So, we already have our targets. I am willing to get, I just got more Apple down there where I sort of was sitting there to get some more, but we are trying to respect some levels on Apple. So, if it comes back in and doesn't want to go, Apple now turning negative on the day. So watch out for this one, I already talked about it, this 139.50 area, little bit, that's 139.75. So normally we're playing off VWAP. I'm gonna give it a little bit more as it comes back in. So let's watch out for that 139.50 or so level there on AAPL. So yep, that's what I'm doing. We're gonna average into that one. It looks like our Netflix might come out here, but remember where our target is, and I'll just double check this for you. Yeah, basically 185. I mean, we break through 185 and we'll get out. So that still remains the same with an average incoming. So, if this does tank down a little bit into 180, 185, something like that around there, 185.50 or so, we'll average in. But that's what we're doing here on Netflix. And yeah, it's about that time. We delayed it a little bit because we did have the FOMC meetings. We've had tons of great trades today, but here comes Neil to review one. Actually, we'll go to Brendan first and then over to Neil with the trade of the day.
I just want to mention, guys, Chewy, heads up on Chewy. I believe they reported, I'll double check, but I believe they reported, but this just happened. For Chewy, up 7% here on a big volume spike. I didn't even realize this thing was 25 bucks. We'll have a look at Chewy coming up. As Sean was mentioning there, we'll take a second here, go back and review a couple of things that we were dealing with this morning. So many opportunities. If you joined us in the pre-market, make sure you're doing that every single morning. Neil is going to talk about one of his trades right now.
Yeah, this is one that it's unavoidable. We're going to talk a little bit about GameStop today. With all of the squeeze plays that happened, we could have talked about Dick's Sporting Goods. Certainly, Sean and I were both all over Nordstrom's, which was a great trade. But let's be real. When GameStop gets going, it gives you price action that is almost unprecedented. And we saw a lot of that here today. And a lot of our members and a lot of our viewers were talking about this getting going in early morning. I know Sean was looking at AMC there. It also made a move. We always want to set the stage with what's happened the last few weeks here. I actually pulled up a 60-minute chart just so you can get an idea of the upside room that it had. Everything you want to look for in a wipeout bottom, this had already put it in, and then was finding some support in that low 80 range. But if you look at where it had last fallen away from, you've got 115 here. The channel's 115 to 120. If 120 had come into play, I would have drawn the line for you. But 115, you've got 110 to 108, which was a hard floor. I didn't draw the 102, although that was just as good a price area. And so when you come in the morning and you see it go absolutely parabolic, now this morning I wasn't looking at GameStop. 0% chance. I know AMC was a little bit in play. I know Sean was talking about it, but it was really focused more on Nordstrom's, more on that retail space, and then Dick's went absolutely crazy, so we traded that, but was not looking at GameStop at all. And then as it got toward 100, I said to myself, I don't care about that 100 level. It's been through 100. I just want the 102. If you're going to counter trend trade, you can't chase the move that's already there, that's already been missed. So I say forget about that 100. Even if it gave you a scalp trade, it did a pullback, it's like forget about it. Don't. Only short it when it gets and tests that 102 level. And then you're going to see it actually makes a nice little pullback into 98. I hang on to a bit to see if it can go, and then we take our out when it retakes the high. If you are going to be doing this is GameStop. It's still heavily shorted. The usage is going up. The cost of borrows had only gone up as well. So the squeeze can be in play. So you don't hold it through. You don't average in. And then I simply wait. The next level up is 108. We showed you guys that on the 60-minute chart. You see what happens when it gets there. It gives you one curl, one shot, and breaks it. And then it's absolutely gonzo to the 110 level and then 115. Now this candle was utter and absolute nonsense at 115 because it did break 110 and then just shoot up to 115. I was offering 14 change. I was offering 13 half. I came down and got filled at 112. And then it pulled right back into 108. I was out of most of it on that kind of a move because as quickly as it went up, I was sort of anticipating it's got to test that level again, which it did. And this is the other thing. If you're trying to short a stock and it's only going up, it might get to your price. If you think you have a price that you like that's higher, well, you're against the grain. Wait for that price because that's what you wanted. You wanted 115, 115, 115. It broke one time, and then I just jumped right back into it when it put a wick top, and that's the trade that worked. And you don't try to hit that home run. I get it. It looks real sexy if you hold it to 100, but truth, what kind of a stock does that look like to you? That looks like a pretty strong upward trend. So you're going to make sure you play into it and understand that biggest biggest breakout that you saw here parabolically at 108, that's a reasonable level for a floor. Now, should I have traded that 113? Caught up in the Fed, and I even put a tight stop on it. I like 115, I like 115 only. If it gets back below this 108, yeah, then you can start thinking about another level breach. But until then, it's support. You've got to be able to be versatile as a trader. Know the setups that you're looking for, so when the volume comes in and the levels approach, you're not having to think about it. You know what you're waiting for, and you know where you want to execute, and you know what you're trying to avoid doing. And there's a lot of easy ways to make mistakes on this if you're hunting for the short. There are a lot of short traps in there, and you want to make sure you're dodging them, and if you get caught in one, stick to your route.
Sometimes the best moves come without even knowing they're going to happen. We weren't even talking about GameStop or AMC in the pre-market this morning, but wow, 26% for GameStop back to the upside on seemingly nothing other than, yeah, it's costing a little more to borrow shares to short. So there you go, back to the upside for GME. That's a link to the watch list. Make sure you grab that every single day, and then join us every single day at 8:30 Eastern. We go over the watch list. We get you set for the open every single day. Just mentioned Chewy there. Just quickly, guys, earnings June 1st for Chewy. So it wasn't actually overnight last night. There was a couple of price target cuts that I saw this morning, but a nice pop there for Chewy. Back to $25.
Damn.
Yeah, Chewy. Yeah, I remember getting into that one like in the hundreds or something. I believe it's a New York stock. Let's have a quick look. Yeah, there's Chewy. Chewy goes, oh, do we have that Brendan Dog thing there? I have the goat, but we do have a Brendan graphic for that one. There's a nice move to the upside, taking down that 24.50 on Chewy. If you're going to look at it for a longer time frame there, some of these bottoms, I mean, I don't know. I'd rather take this when it breaks through 26 right now. So Chewy's starting to go a little bit. While Neil was doing that, we were able to get out of some Apple as Apple started to go back up. Remember, there's the, okay, we are reloaded. So there it is. So we're reloaded on Apple, and we just got some out on the upside there. So buy there, get some out. Look, if it comes back in and fails this, I'm not going to hold the 139.50 again. Like I said, we're using more shares now and taking less moves because the market is just not directional. I mean, like, you want to make big winners on stocks? This is what's happening to the NASDAQ right now. This is called barcoding, back and forth. Would have been great to be sitting on the edges, right? Like if you're sitting down here when the Fed comes out, then yeah, Merry Christmas, man. I mean, you get a great little print down there to 11,800. And actually, now that we say Merry Christmas, I don't even know why this is still on there, but there's Santa Claus. Hey, what's up, St. Nick? Hopefully he's happy because he bought Apple on that dip, right? But we missed that right there. I'm hoping that instead of that lump of coal, maybe I'll get a few shares in the stocking this year. But there it goes back up to the upside. And we got to wait to see about this barcoding. If the market wants to break down, fine. But that's why when we're trading Apple, I'm not going to go much lower than this 139.80. Back to VWAP, fine. If it wants to break it, then I'm gone. But other than that, let's see if Apple wants to get going a little bit here. Only up 0.12. Normally we trade relative strength. Today, kind of the opposite, man. Like, I don't know, maybe we should be in that AMD or NVIDIA that's going a little bit crazier. But right now we're into this, and we're into Netflix. Let's see if we can get one of these to bump.
Yeah, I was just looking at that NVIDIA, and it's like, when the Fed came out, like I did try that one for a break, but then it was right on that reversal. Like everything was trying to take out the top, and I wanted to see that continuation. I liked NVIDIA for that, but when the top got rejected, it was just in, it was out. And this is what happens on Fed Day if you just sort of dig into it. Either the break works or it doesn't. That's the thing with breakout trading. It comes right back into VWAP, which is held pretty nicely. So I'm not going to play this up at the highs, which already failed. But if we dip back in, I think NVIDIA looks pretty good. I think it was Ari was mentioning just there. If we had to choose, if you guys had to choose, which meat would you choose for the rest of your life, beef or lamb? I was like, that's a very random question, but you know what it is for me? I'm a huge fan of lamb. I actually really love lamb. It's my wife and I. It's like
I love lamb too, but you're choosing lamb over beef rest of your life? What's your choice?
Lamb, I said.
Oh, lamb is your choice.
Yeah,
okay.
For me,
it's
an
easy
lamb.
beef.
I love lamb.
Let's go over to Brendan. Brendan, lamb or beef?
Ooh.
Rest of life.
It's such a random.
That's tough. That's really tough.
I mean, you're giving up a steak? Okay.
The lamb chops?
Marinated lamb?
Yeah, I'm giving up lamb chops over a steak. Hell yeah.
That's close. That's a close one. Let me think about that. Amazon, guys, just popped up on some volume there. Andy Jassy, CEO Andy Jassy, saying that he believes they should be able to get higher costs under control. If you remember back to their earnings report, that was one of the key notes that kind of stuck out was the rate at which their costs were rising. So he's saying, don't worry about it, it's fine. So Amazon having a nice day.
I choose trading over both of those. Yeah, look, I don't know. For me, it's an easy choice. I can't believe there's lamb there, but we'll see there. Yeah, this is why Sean is the people's trader. Okay, I'll take it. But lamb's getting a lot of love too. I like lamb as well, man. We made sure that when I threw my parents' 50th wedding anniversary, lamb was also on the menu. So I'm not trying to hate on lamb by any stretch of the imagination. But your boy still had a steak that night. So, it is what it is. Pease the people, but we got to go with what we like. Okay, great question there for sure. Netflix coming back in. We're going to average in one time. We've only taken that trade now. And again, if the market wants to go, great. I'm here, but we're not going to be here for a long time. If Netflix breaks below 185, then we're going to get out. But we're in trades. We're in 4 trades right now, and they're good ones. Apple, Nordstrom's, Netflix, and Wendy's right now. All to the long side as the NASDAQ is flirting with 12,000. Come on, NASDAQ. You know you want to go to 12K, baby. Apple in the money, but not by a lot. A whopping 4 cents. Let's see if we can get that to go. I'd love to look at a few new names for you, but honestly, that BKSY is up that 150% still, so that's moving as well.
Almost.
XOM, yeah, almost, yeah, 142%. We can have a quick look at that. Why is it?
Oh, no, so
what's the high of the day?
Flameboy was just saying, because that $3 that we shorted one time, it just gave you $3 again, or essentially, like the 290, like 295, it just gave it to you. So rinse and repeat. We've said this. If you're going to be in a range, take it inside of the range. That's what the advantage is of being able to trade this style. If it falls apart, fair enough, but you can bank on this on the way too. And if it breaks 3, heck, if you like the long, you can do the reversal into the long side of the trade. But this has been working off 3 now several times here. Glad you guys are seeing it, Brendo.
Just watching Tesla here, guys. A heads up, there was a move back to the upside for Tesla as well. Back towards day highs there on some volume. There was a recall for one of the permits they needed for a California facility that they were still trying to figure out that apparently has gone in their favor for the California plant. So would seem positive, not a huge deal, but seem positive for Tesla.
I really hate scalping so much, but honestly, if we're just going to drop the money and start stacking it up, I mean, that is what it is. We could buy some more lamb burgers with this money, but you can see straight up to the upside right now. I mean, we just took more out at 80 there, so it's 30 cents in the money. Look, I'm out of half now. I'm just telling you guys what my plan is there. So we've just gotten out. They've been good. Remember, our average price was 55 once we took that bid, right? So we have a breakthrough of 65, and then we took a 30, so give us an average price of 55. And all of these outs since that average price have been in the low 70s or mid 80s. So 20 to 25 to 30 cents so far as a victory for that. But we are starting. Okay, there's the last average in right now for Netflix. So we'll see. We're getting very, very close for this to tipping out. Our average price now on Netflix is $186.30. So again, if this drops down, it'll be $1.50 or so of a hit on Netflix. But hey, you trade accordingly. The spread is already like 20 cents, 10 cents, 20 cents when it opens up. So we understand the risk involved with Netflix, and it's already up that 3%. But again, this is kind of like trading strength as opposed to what we're doing with Apple, trying to find okay, there goes Apple right now, right back into 75 again. Should I just take this out? I don't know, man. Like, if these longs don't work, we're gonna be in trouble. So let's go one more here. If we can get an 83, bang. There's an out of 83, so no more getting out of Apple now. We're out of now 60% of this trade. Let's hold for the upside, and then let's go, man. Let's go Netflix, right back to the up, hopefully back to the upside into the 30s. We'll take a piece out in the 20s if we can get it, just to lighten the load off a little bit here. There it is. Yes, sir. Let's go up to the upside now. Netflix, let's run. We just took some out for flat there at 30. We'll see if it can go back up. And the reason why we got out, again, right back to the 50 period. So right there, sorry, out at 25 on the 50 period. Our average price 31. So flat trade there. Now we can enjoy, hopefully, the fruits of our labor if it will go back to the upside now. Sometimes you got to wait for these trades, but we're not waiting too long here as Apple right back. I said I wasn't going to get out, and then all of a sudden I see the dollar signs, and guess what key I'm hitting? Offer right now. So let's get out of another piece, and there it is, man. Yes, sir. We'll spin this right now because this is is what's going good for us right now is Apple, now 70 cents in the money and blowing to the upside. $1.50 in the money now for JWN. That took out the day's high right now as well. So we're cruising now. There goes Apple. This is why you got to hold this, man. Let's go Blue Jays. Let's go Apple. All the way to the upside. 141.18 is where we're trying to get out on that wick right there. Let's see if we can get printed. Upside goes Netflix as well, guys.
Yeah, just watching this Zoom 102, basically where it was before, 666, still looking like it on Tesla. I'm not really scalping a lot of these stocks. Like, so for Nordstrom's, I had 2 plays today. Simple. I like 23 to 25, or 23 to 23 and a half, and I like the 21 long when it established in the morning. So this is pretty binary for me. I like the long, I mean, above 23.50, if you look at the higher time frame here in the 15-minute chart, this is where the stop is. This is where the level is for me on Nordstrom's. And if it breaks down from here, great. But the same way I wanted the long all the way to 23, I want this 23.50 all the way back at least to VWAP or breaking out the top. And the reason for that is the channel, if you look at 23 and a half, it's up to $25. And if it stays in this range today, I'll take it out, whatever it is, what it is. But then tomorrow, it's the same area in play. It's this channel that has to break 23 to 23 and a half, and it's the top end that has room, another $1.50 to the upside. So not really changing the style of trade on Nordstrom's. It actually, next to Tesla, is going to end up being my next best stock on it, but it's just one of those things where you've got to trade your style, and it's valid as long as we're inside of this channel. If we break above it, yeah, I like the long above 23 and a half as long as we have time for this bad boy to run. Running out of it here today, but never running out of names with Brendan.
No, we mentioned this one kind of in passing this morning, also in the retail group, off of a good report. URBN, yeah, 14% to the upside today, just made a day high.
All right, yeah, just enjoying life right now. We got out of another piece of Netflix right here at 58 actually for that 60 cent win. We're just going to hold on for the rest. I mean, just to see what happens on this, as there it goes right up to the upside. Let's see if Netflix can't just enjoy a monster move here. Up to 188 would be super swell if that were to happen, and we'll take that out. We've been buying some Netflix on our own account. Hasn't really been great. Our last buy was like 173 or 172 or something. Follow me at Trader TV Sean, and we'll be able to see some of my longer term plays as I post them there. But here we go. If it can get going, I mean, the daily chart looks like nothing. Let's see the 20-minute chart. Again, that doesn't look too juicy, but there's the 188 that we keep talking about. So if it runs into this level, that's not a bad out. I'll draw the line there so you guys can see, like, not a bad out. I mean, we'll still hold some of it, but you've ticked out topside. I mean, the very top is 190. So if we can get this going, which it looks like we might be able to, then that's the win right there. But hey, like, your boy's not done yet, right? The People's Trader's here. This is $1 now in the money on Apple, right? We talked about this, why we liked it, where our outs were. Our outs were less than $1. Remember, we were going to get out at 139.80. Our average price now 140.30. So here it is, a nice little upside move as Apple trying to take out the day's high. So we did the right play here, man. Apple was up 0.1. Remember, Apple was actually flat and the market was up. And I was like, Apple's got to do some catch up right now. So let's see if they can get going. It looks like it's trying to stall out. So like maybe 141.35 is pipe dream. Let's get out of one more piece. And then if it takes it off, then we know we got something good, because we also have Netflix good. So we can get out a piece of Apple right now in case the market, look where we're bouncing off of, man, 12K again. So I talked about that earlier in the day when we were down here. I was like, is the NASDAQ going to have that run to 12K? And if it does, that's the spot you got to watch out for. So nice little move upside for Apple. Nice little move upside for Netflix. Obviously JWN as well. And then Wendy's, the barcode of the day, not doing anything here on that trade. So nice to see Nucor also back up. NUE up nicely today. Another 4% off of that yesterday as well. Back up to 128. This one danced low, man, on the daily chart. This got scary. Went all the way up to 180. My best out is in here, 170, but we still are holding shares. And I was like, oh man, did we ever screw that up? But now Nucor is starting to go back upside as well. So all is well on some of these names, but a lot of names need to get going. Watch Alibaba, guys. They report tonight.
Yeah, Baba got crushed earlier on today. I mean, I was actually about to talk about some of the Chinese names. Neo, weak, sitting at VWAP, Alibaba right at VWAP as well. Basically the same setup, but they got crushed midday and has recovered a little bit here. But market at the highs, BOVESPA off of those highs, relative weakness, right? So you're looking at the channel it's in. I like NEO, it's about the same thing, but NEO's closer to a breakout at 1455. I think in this particular case, you're looking at 82.75 to 83. It's a short area on Alibaba. It's just relative weakness. If you like a Chinese name that you wanted to play, NEO doesn't actually have to report tonight. They don't have that pressure. And 1455, it's barcoding at VWAP, showing some signs of strength there, guys. So I like both of these for the trade this afternoon. And if it gets out of the range, all the better. Don't sleep on Zoom. It's now tightening up this range at the top, getting really, really close to finally holding a bid above that 102. I got out in front of it, but there's always a chance to get back in, either dipping down back to 100 or breaking out through that high of the day.
We get so many questions around here regarding day trading and getting started day trading. We thought we'd take a second to answer one of those. That is, guys, if you had to start all over again, what would be your best advice? If you were starting out today, we're going to give you 3 pieces of advice for new day traders.
So the first thing I would say is find one strategy or one setup and start with that. Like it's keep it simple, stupid is the line that people usually always try to say to you. But if you find something that has a catalyst or has a setup that you like, then try to stick to that trade and then be very patient about it. So, I came in today, I'll give the example here. It happens to be on Nordstrom's. Now, Nordstrom's overall, it's got a 20% short interest. It had a decent earnings report. They had the buyback as well. But instead of it screaming to the upside, the level I liked was where it broke out from, back at 21. Now, the problem with this level is you're sitting here trading in the morning, and it touches that at 7:50 in the morning. Well, if you liked it after the open, novice traders shouldn't be trading in the pre-market. You actually had to wait. You couldn't sit there. It broke that. Yeah, you could buy it at 9:18, 9:20. But no, what I was saying in the morning, what I liked about this trade was allow it to open up and then show that it wants to establish above that price level. If that's what you think is your support that you want to buy in front of for your strategy and you want it breaking from that level, then allow it to open. Get all of this washout happening back and forth for a few minutes, and then when it reestablishes above, which it does, about 3 to 5 minutes in, then there is your long style trade. It also gives you an out to the downside, and you have to let that matriculate. So you have to be patient, you have to know what you're looking for. But the other thing about that is you can't be doing 20 other things while this is happening. You are watching that stock, because if you know you like that long at that level, well, then you've got to watch that stock at 9:30 so that you can make sure you get the entry point and then stick to that. A lot of traders get caught up trying to do 10 things at once, which, yeah, you can pull it off with stop orders and alerts and all these tools that you have to you, but that's asking a lot if you're starting out as a trader to try to have 20 or 30 ideas. Start with just one thing that you really like.
Yeah, look, I mean, my idea is going to be very, very similar to that. And I think you just got to find a mentor. You got to find somebody that you trust and that you like. And honestly, I'm happy to be your Huckleberry, to take a name from Neil right there. Well, but you can see right here, like I post a sticky note every single day. Plus we have the watch list. Like you got to get some ideas, and then hopefully you can understand, where these, I can just show you all these trades and why they worked today for here. But every single day I put a watch list out myself, which is the sticky note at TraderTV Sean on Twitter. And then we also have our morning movers. Both of these are completely free. So that's what I'm trying to say is like, find out why. There's JWN, here's what's going on, and here's the levels for it, right? So whether or not you want to trust me, whoever it's going to be, make sure that you understand kind of the things that you're doing and why you're making those trades. And I think that's my number one advice, because you can easily backtest any of your strategies. Don't go live, just sit there in simulation, see if some of the ideas that a guy like me or anybody else on Twitter or anybody you want to follow, what ideas do they have? If there's anybody brave enough to put levels like this on here to follow and actually stand by them, that's great. That's what I'm doing. And I also think looking at free watch lists, things like that, just be educated and be prepared, and then you'll get those big winners. They'll come through. You have to know what you're trading and why you're trading them, Brendan.
Nice. I'll wrap it up, guys, with the third one that's also very similar in the sense of when you're starting out as a trader, confidence is everything, and you will take losses and you will lose that confidence. What can help build that back up again is accurate record keeping. So number 3, keep accurate records as much as possible. And as you do this, you will see your ideas working and you will see the profitable strategies that work for you. And that in turn will bring confidence, guys. So there you go. 3 tips if you're just starting out in trading. Wanted to point this out real quick. This is the ES. There we go. This is the ES, so the S&P. This is 4,000. It's been a while, guys. 4,000, right above us.
Yeah, buddy. This market is ready to rock and roll. I mean, as we're doing that,
Money.
let's go right now. JWN at the high of the day. Netflix, we talked about 188. Hello, that just came in right now as that's starting to moon as well. Netflix, $3 in the money. JWN, $1.50. I feel like this is the morning all over again here. Apple, $1.20 in the money as well as that's taking off. I mean, look at these 2 averages in right there. Boom, look at the averages in on Netflix. You talked about having confidence, and so did I. That's exactly what it's about. If you have confidence in your trades, you can up your shares, you can get going. One thing that was very important that we might have missed on that, don't trade on margin if you're just getting going. You know, traders, traders like us, no problem. I feel like we have our ins, we have our outs. Hopefully no mistakes are made. But when you trade on margin, your account can get blown up, and you don't want that because you want to be around to trade for a long, long time. Don't take those 1 or 2 hits that basically end your career. So that's a little bonus track right there for you on there. So yeah, today, Ice Cube, another good day.
Yeah, and the other thing too is like you can stick, like we talk about stick to what works, right? But I wanted Zoom to the long side. We did take it. It couldn't get past that 102, so we got out. Well, it broke out, so we got back into the trade. And it's just, it could have done a pullback and it could have given us 100, but we just jumped right back into the same long, and now it's got some room to run. It's got some it's got some room to the upside, obviously, to this 108 level, but that was more, like that was pretty light volume, the last little spike up. Really, the big levels are at 110 here, but this is about finally, hopefully picking a direction to go into the close. And this is what usually happens when you have the minutes release, right? Like this is not like at 2 o'clock and then you just start going. No, it's more of a gradual figure it out and then eventually you catch a break. So know what you like to the long side, know what you like to the short side. So when the break happens, you're sitting in the right position, because I'll tell you, like I love trading Tesla. Tesla's a great stock. I got nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with Tesla. I like it. I trade it almost every single day. But guess what isn't breaking out of the high of the day? That 666, it does not want to trade away from that price. So unfortunately, this might not be the place to go if you want to try to catch a winner here. Maybe it goes. I'd love to see it happen, but it's barcoding. Meanwhile, you're actually getting breakouts on things like Zoom, things like Netflix, Apple's breaking out. If you're just trading the futures, it's also breaking out. Got to be in the right spot.
All right, guys. We're feeling pretty good, man. We'll raise the trophy up again. This is from Father's Day a couple of years ago. Father's Day 2020 from my kid right there. Sometimes I put my old sticky notes in here, by the way, as you can see. So see, right there, old sticky notes. But we're just relaxing right now. Netflix just went $3 in the money for us. JWN, man, that one took out that day's high. So I'm thinking right now, if we fail back in through 23, I mean, we're just riding this 50 period up here. So, 23.30, I guess, as a break could be our out. JWN today, for me, is actually going to be my number 1 stock, actually, when I'm out of it. So great trading there. And again, we talked about having confidence. Follow what you're talking about. We talked about that 22 break and how great how great that was when it was there. And it came through, and it's been great, obviously, to a nice little move to the upside. These are dollar wins. Now you're in the money at $1.50. Look at those takes also early on Nordstrom's. And there's Netflix. It's at day's high right now. So, yeah, buddy, it's a chicken dinner winner. I'll find out. Someone said, oh, it was Taco Eater there. He said we should have a segment regarding what my wife cooks. So thank you for following on Twitter. I'll post what tonight for dinner, although I already know what it is. It's pork tenderloin tonight for dinner. Pork tenderloin coming through because I have a 2-hour practice tonight with coaching T-ball. So she's going to throw that on the barbecue. Maybe I'll let Baxter cook that one up on the barbie tonight. So yeah, man, we're really happy with that. And yeah, pork tenderloin tonight on the barbecue. Sometimes you put like a little Dijon in there, little maple syrup in there, cook that up, and that's a beautiful little dish there. The pork tenderloin is in the building. And today, again, we could have a little bit, pretty much anything we wanted to. Today's another good day. We're actually up Actually, I think my net is very similar today to what it was yesterday. So far, so good. We're almost at the high of the day. If I clear all these out, we should be at the high of the day. So we're going to let this roll, man. $3 for Netflix. We picked that one out of the blue. Good name, strong name today. There goes Netflix. $3 now in the money. Apple $1.20. Nordstrom's $1.50. Let's go. Wendy's not doing anything.
Yeah, Wendy's not doing much of anything. If VGFC makes an actual move, I'll talk about it a little bit more. But GameStop just actually came upside. Finally made the break back up to 115, right? So we talked about, like whatever. Like the trade-off of 113, if you just hold on to it, it probably would have worked for like $2 or $3. But truth of the matter is that wasn't really the level. Now it's sort of digging back in towards those highs. That makes a little bit more sense. Gonna hold on to Zoom. Ideally, like the longs, now that we've broken 12,000 and breaking towards 4,000, ideally you want to see if you can't try to ride that into the close or at least into 350. For the record, I just messaged Arun. Outside of 4,000, he said there's a resistance at 40.50. So, if we get above that 4,000 level, you can always watch out for that to the upside. Be fantastic if we got there. That's a bit of a ways away. But, look for the key levels to the upside. Tesla broke again, but couldn't even get past 669. It's just, like that stock, it'll make a break, and then the sellers just jump in once it's like $1 above the previous high. And I think that's why you got to be in something which is a little bit stronger than that. But I still like GameStop off 115 until it doesn't work.
Well, I guess we can cancel our Netflix stops right now because this is at day's high, but we should do some work a little bit here. We just don't, whatever. I don't think it's going to fall back in as we're into power hour right now, and the NASDAQ is blasting to the upside. So, there it goes. Now we're $3 and more as it's taking down 189, hopefully 189. And that's why I want to do a little bit of work because earlier I looked at this on the 20-minute here for Netflix, and this high is 190 and a quarter. So, I don't know. Why can't we see that today, A nice little move up for Netflix starting the day at 178, trying to make the move now through. And if the NASDAQ wants to keep on extending, let's do that. We're in some monster trades here, and I apologize for not, taking anything else. I don't really see anything. If GME breaks through 115, I think that's also a long, but it's just bouncing off that right now. If you go to the 20 period, there's nothing here unless we zoom back out a little bit. Which you have to go back basically the beginning of the month to see the last time we broke through 115. So that's going to be a little bit of a key level. I know Neil's watching that. And I guess we can go over to AMC. The funny thing is, and it's like my spidey senses today were all over AMC. But the problem is, and you could see, I threw it in here, and I'll go back to the sticky note right here. I threw it in at the bottom. You guys, I know here, let me move this up a little bit so you can see this. It's right here, AMC 10. It's in here on the sticky note, but the problem is we never got to that level. So I was actually sitting here on AMC at 1025, right at this bottom, the pre-market bottom, basically, of what is that? Yeah, that's 1020, that's 1030. So it doesn't matter. No matter where I was, if you weren't sitting at 45, let's just say, you weren't getting the long, but the spidey senses were working. So pretty happy with that as it's up 12% today. So there goes AMC. Very, very similar to GameStop, man. They're both bumping up on these levels. So, one probably goes the other, but a little more action today, it looks like, on GME. So that's probably the name to watch. I don't know. I'm just going to hold all these longs, honestly. We're so far in the money that I don't really have an out for anything. We did talk about our Nordstrom out, which is right here, is going to be 30. That keeps climbing, though, right? So now I got to change this. Let's just maybe put a trailing stop at 20 cents. Like, this is 23.35. So I'm going to adjust that. If this comes back down to 23.35, my number one stock, although it might be Netflix by the time this is all done, 23.35 breaker on JWN.
Yeah, we're just looking at, right when BABA came into play, I was looking at NEO, and I actually had it up, and I was going to manually punch into it if it broke, and then I didn't put a stop order, which I probably should have done. Went over to BABA, analyzed that one, but the breakout, when the market took the top, NEO was just a little bit stronger, in my opinion, and had a nicer breakout level. Now you're seeing it get toward the high. Anyone did take this, it rejected 1480 to 15, and that's kind of big for it. If you look at the last couple sessions, it's had trouble getting out of this channel from 15 last couple of days. It's just made a nice bottom here. If you look at what's going on NIO, you can see a clear division. There's below this 14 to 1420 area when it's resistance, and then there's above it, and it's now back above it. And that's quite simply what it's looking for. So I'm not saying it's going up every single day here. But when you make a nice little bottom like this and maybe clear out of that 15, you definitely have some room to run into the upside. Like I said, I'm just going to hold on to Zoom. You can hold on to your longs if you want to try there. Tesla, I'm telling you, this thing does not want to go. I know everyone wants it to be a thing, but every single break gets sold on Tesla for now. So that's a tricky one. If you're in it, I don't know how you're holding on to it. It's almost too difficult to be able to do that. That's why I stick to something that is working. Zoom had a great report. They got that going with it just recently. They're up 10% actually right now, so pretty strong move. And again, you had several chances to get it. 100 came and went, but you could be sitting in the 100. You could have got back in at 102, whichever one you would have liked. It's then picked its direction, and there's room into that upside. And it's not the only name that sort of sits in that regard. One that you're not in Snapchat, are you?
No, I got out, yeah.
Oh, okay. It's going to load up here. Snapchat's also trying to get back up to its high. And I'm not saying this is going to happen today, but if you look at the double or triple top on Snapchat, I mean, if it breaks back up, remember, this was at $15, $16. It hasn't even gotten back to where like this thing flushed from on the earnings. So it's still got some room to run if it breaks. Do not sleep on something like this. It's got so much room to go that if it takes out a $14.50 tomorrow, today, whenever, you've got room up to that $16 range, right? It's so much room. It doesn't have to fill in the gap. It's 10% from that breakout at $14.50. So you should be filing that one away. I just got out of GameStop, so I just showed you real time about the difference between diddling in the middle and actually getting the short on. Like if you trade it at a level that you like, you're more likely to A, maybe be willing to get in a little bit earlier, B, hold on to it a little bit longer. Both of them worked. I just say if you have to do 10 times out of 10, it'll be trading off of a key level instead of trading out of the middle. Because if that 13 goes and I don't have a stop in, like what am I doing? Am I holding it to 115? Nah, I'm going to be scrambling and panicking to get out for $1 loss when I didn't have the tight stop in. So GameStop 115, this is a super strong name. Heck, man, it could still break out here. And if it does, 120 is the next level. That's $5 worth of upside.
We have some nice upside going on right now. We just put in an offer to get out of Netflix if it does dip below 188. I hope you guys are enjoying the show. And if you are, please hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, hit the share button. All three of those would be fantastic. Only 2.3K likes right now. Like, can we get that to 2.5? If you haven't done that yet, please do it. 4,200 people watching. This is a full day stream. We did that for you guys. So what I need you to do now is to hit that like button so that, we can tell YouTube, yeah, we like this show. We like the all day stream, because if you don't like the all day stream, we may go back and forth. So we're testing out a few things. Please hit the like button if you could do that. There it is. We're already at 2.5. So thank you so much for that. We'll do some backflips. Good. I know you guys love us. We love you as well. So thank you for supporting the show once again. All right, let's just go quickly here because Apple could fall down here. I don't want to make the mistake of not telling you guys where my out is, remember? And again, I'm giving you the exact same outs before they're my outs, right? There's a lot of, as I said, very few streamers will tell you where their outs are, where their ins are, if they're up on the day, down on the day, whatever. I'm here for you. My out on Apple, 141.30. So if we break back down below, look what this high is. 141.30. If it breaks right there, that's 40. And then right down a little bit lower is that 30 level. So 141.30, we're going to get out of Apple. So if that ticks down, that's my out. And then just the same thing on Netflix, man. If that breaks 188, then we're gone. Sure, it'd only be a $2.50 winner, but for me, that's diamond hands. So we're happy with that today. And again, I'm not going to sit here and comment on what you guys should do with your positions. These are mine and mine only. I act solely on everything that I see. And that's what I'm telling you right now about those names, with Palantir approaching $8 as well.
What was the note? There was news on Palantir this morning.
Was there?
You know what? Brendan tweeted something on Palantir. I think it might have just been another contract, but either way, that's another name. You get those consolidations, we make a temporary bottom. There's so many names that are poised to run that you got to be pulling up these charts, because if we actually get this leg up, hold 4,000 in the ES, you're going to be thinking about some of those FOMOs and where the legs are going to be. BKSY. I just wanted to call the stock Banksy for some reason. That was on the brain. I have no idea why that's the case, but it gave you that $3 level. It is starting to roll over. I'm always holding on to something for VWAP. It also happens to be around 250, but I'm going to get on the bid in front of this last sort of consolidation level, 255, 260, in case it continues to go back into the downside. Zoom just took out the high of the day. At this time, I'm thinking 105 at this point because it's a round number and we're running out of time, Brendo.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure everyone was up to speed. If you missed it this morning, Palantir was just the Stellantis news. So they already had a deal with Stellantis. They just extended that for another 5 years, I think it was, going forward. So yeah, I mean, positive overall, but a nice day for Palantir.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly. It was another contract, but again, something that they already had but announced. And this is what I meant by, I wasn't saying Palantir was breaking out of its channel right now, but if you look at these, put in a wipeout bottom, by any definition, puts in a wipeout bottom, puts in a consolidation higher off of that low. If you look at the bottom of that channel, that's about $6 to about $7.50. It's holding the $7.50 low. Can it break out at $8.50? Like, that's what you want to see next. And then if you continue that pattern, usually you're thinking 50 period or next level up, which is $10, right? That's what we're going to be looking for. You can set an alert when it gets to like $8.40, $8.50, so it's getting close to that breakout price. You can set an alert in front of 6 if you happen to like that. Lots of ways that you can play it there, guys. And it's just one of those things where it's a setup. We like multi-day breaks on that kind of a time frame, so we take them when they're going to be there. It's the same way that we'll take a short off a $3 level when Banksy or BKSY gets to a key level like that. You're just always going to be ready to take that action. Unfortunately, we'll see if it's unfortunate here. Unfortunately, one of the things I look for when looking for a short trade is going to be a wick off top. And that's what I just saw at 104. I was thinking 105 on Zoom there, but I just saw it break 104, get past a quarter, and then slam back into the downside. A lot of times that's where I'd be looking for a short trade. And if I think that it's a place where you think about going short, well, then sometimes instead of having it flush down the toilet on you, getting out of your long or taking the profit on your long is the other way to approach it. Zoom, it gave you multiple entry points. I had it at 100, you could hang on to it, or you could just take separate trades on the way up. I always feel after the Fed, I'm looking to get to the exits and bank the profit as opposed to just holding it one way. But I'm out of Zoom. That was a wick off top. Is it the top? I don't know. But if I was looking for a short on Zoom today, I'd be in it right now. Like if I saw that same thing at 115 on GameStop, I'd have that trade 10 times out of 10 to the short side. So I'm going to get out of my long when I see it. We'll see if it ends up being the right idea. Speaking of the aforementioned GameStop, I got some out in front of 113. I'm now looking for that 110. So 115 to 110. We are running out of time for it to go. The volume's dying down, but it's really starting to tighten up this range. And you can't ignore the fact that 1, 2, 3, now 4 times it's tested 115. And if there's a rule of thumb about a key level, support or resistance, the more times it tests a level, the more likely it is going to break. And guess what? There's probably more people short in front of it because it's worked. All that leads to not wanting to hold the bag or not have a chair when the music stops.
All right. Let's go. We just reloaded a coffee. We'll see what's going on right now. JWN. I mean, again, I want to get into more names. Let's check out AMD right now. It's only 3:22. I mean, AMD.NQ. Come on. There's many more minutes left in the day, and so we want to make sure. Oh, here we go. AMD pulling back in now for some reason. So we have our outs ready to go here on Apple and on Netflix. We just talked about that. Thanks to Bears vs. Bulls Media one more time for supporting the show and the moderating and everything like that. Great job, my man, for that. And then also more likes, guys. See if we can get to 3,000. We're at 2.6 right now. If we can get to that, let's check in on our XLE just because this is an investment that we have here that's been working out real well. I mean, oil's at 111 right now. XLE, hello. Okay, this is nice. All right. Didn't even know that this was at its all-time high. I mean, I don't know if it's all-time, but might as well be here. XLE, wow, that's a good investment in the portfolio right now. 86. Okay, we started buying this thing down here at 68 and talked about that. So that's going to be a good little bump up there for XLE. So great on that one, man. Making money on some of these names, against the NASDAQ. Like, I was just so loaded up with Google and Microsoft and all these big tech names in my portfolio. Had to add some oil. Obviously, I have Enbridge, and being here in Canada, we got lots of these names. So there's lots of exposure for me, but we definitely wanted to get into it again. Okay, here comes Apple. Let's just talk about this trade here as it's starting to fail back down in now. So 141.30 or so coming through on Apple. So watch out for the downside. That's our out, right? So we're 5 cents away now from getting out and taking just $1 winner on Apple. So it does go all the way to 141.80. We didn't take the top. That's what's going to happen for us. So getting ready to get out of that name. Wendy's, you know what? Let's just get out of Wendy's. I mean, why are we even in this name? Clearly not moving. We'll see if we get an offer down there or around 84 and get out of that one. Netflix, or 94, sorry. Netflix has still remained real high up. So I don't know, even in this pullback back down to the 50 period. And again, what are we bouncing off of? 12,000 right there on the NASDAQ, almost to the penny, 12,000. Got as high as 1235 there. But yeah, Netflix, again, look at what it was doing here. Kind of barcoding. We're able to get that dip. That's really the savior right there. But, if you're not willing to take risk, like I was willing to hold this $1.50 against me, Netflix. It's now $3 in the money. So like you got to put on some risk. We averaged into that one right there. So remember, that's 186.50. That's 185.50. Our ouch was going to be a break of 185. So it wasn't even $1.50 worth of risk. And now we're $3 in the money. So risk to reward ratio right now, more than 2 to 1 on this. Ciao. We'll see you around, my friend. Always nice to see you. Thank you. All right, so here we go. Just to recap there, that's going to be my out on Netflix, a 188 break. Oh, we just got out of of course, Wendy's. Of course, it goes up 2 pennies. But anyways, we get out right there at 194.
It always does.
Yeah, we only have one red name today, and it's going to be Microsoft, and we really kind of screwed that one up early. It's going to look like a screw up.
Yeah, screw softy. I don't mean that.
I know that was a bigger hit
it's
for
a
you,
great
but it
stock.
doesn't really matter. I mean, it went down, it broke levels. So I think that...
Actually, it's a good point. I want to go over this one because I've had... Every day this week, I've had the same worst loss, and it's essentially amounted to like the one stock that I'm looking at that's in bigger tech, I should say, because in smaller tech, in the parabolic movers, it's actually, you're getting follow through. But in bigger tech, there's been a lack of follow through unless it's a chip name, and it's like you'll get these great channel breaks, and then they don't really follow through until later in the session.
Tesla has been good, but you're right.
No, okay,
Microsoft.
Okay, so Tesla, fine, you're right. Facebook and Tesla have been good, but Microsoft just hasn't been able to do it. And you try it, and I've tried it multiple times, and it's gotten out of the channel, but after the Fed minutes. It didn't really go till after the Fed minutes. And it's just one of those things where if it's not really breaking out, then you've got to diddle. You've got to scalp, I don't think you want to diddle in the middle. Scalping is a little bit different from that because scalping means you're taking long in front of the support and then getting out in front of the resistance. And diddling in the middle is doing the absolute worst of it. But instead of trying to hold for this breakout to happen, like I wanted to sit in Microsoft all day long today into the Fed minutes, right? And it just didn't work. It ended up breaking the range in the bottom and you ended up taking the hit. Sometimes you've got to adjust to the market, and what worked last month or for like 2 or 3 months in a row isn't necessarily going to, continue to work forever. Now I get it. You're not going to completely abandon a strategy the first time it doesn't work, but 2, 3, 4 times shifting market or the week, yes, you can definitely make sure you're making those adjustments. And sometimes that's what it's all about here. Still love Softy. There's nothing wrong with the stock altogether, and yes, it is going up today. Not complaining about that, but yeah, you've got to be able to adjust on the fly at times.
All right, shout out to Miss V right there. We miss her obviously, and we are looking marketing at tradertv.live. I don't know, you know how to throw that up, Fahad? Nah. All right, we'll work on it. But marketing at tradertv.live. We're actually interviewing today. We had someone come through as well today. So if you are interested in a co-hosting position, not only would you get to sit beside Brendan Wickens, but he may become your friend as well.
And you get to see the hair every single day.
Yes,
even if we don't have it up, I'm going to throw it into the chat here. So
actually, you could just go. You could just go.
It's a $.
No, it's either that. It's either exclamation mark.
Exclamation.
There it is. I got it. Yeah.
Apply.
It's in the
Yeah, there
chat
you go.
right now, and we'll be up on the screen. Fod, just throw it whenever you want, doesn't matter.
Yeah.
That's going to be that one right there to go. We do have a new position alert as well. That's going to be AMD on the board, and we're just going to hold this basically breaking through the 50 period there at 93.20. We're going to get out if it breaks that to the downside. So that's another one that we're looking at. We just got another trade. So we're here it comes. Actually, I have the wrong price out. It's supposed to be 93.20, not 93.30. So 93.20. We're not going to hold this one for very long, obviously. If it breaks back down below, this is a light position. Here it comes. So it could break, and this will be a whopping 20-cent hit if it does indeed go. I'm just trying to see if the NASDAQ wants to hold 12. If it wants to hold 12, fine. If not, man, we don't want to be in anything. We're already long Netflix. Oh, there goes our Apple. That's okay. We're not going to do anything about that. We'll say WTF because we didn't notice it. But Apple, well, I mean, for me, boom. I mean, average, boomed it to the upside right there. Apple on the power hour, good trade for me. But yes, it does come out because we talked about that 140, 130, and there's the break right there. You know, I got to be a man of my word. Obviously, I wouldn't tell you my outs if they were not true. There's the out right there. Whether or not it goes up or not, I'm happy with it. You know, looking at this again, you know, I could have let it breathe a little bit more to this, and I don't know why I didn't do this. I think it was just based on this level here. But that 50 period is something normally that I trust. It looks like that might have been able to save me a little bit, but I can always get back in if I wanted to. We're not going to do that. There it is right there. We're hiring a co-host. So email us. You know, we're hoping that you'd have some sort of broadcasting experience. But again, you know, if you're passionate about it, hopefully we'll be able to work with you and train you up. So thank you one more time, Fahad. We can get rid of that. But that is what we're looking for. Hopefully bringing you a new co-host.
Yeah.
Soon.
And look, obviously, yeah, you like you said, broadcasting experience.
Yeah.
It helps, but like it's not like we have any. Passion for the markets is obviously a big one as well. And so someone's asking like, where is Arun? Arun's still around. We talk to him all the time.
He doesn't want to host.
I know, but he comes on every morning. You get a chance to see if you like the futures levels. You can watch every morning for them. He's always active a bit in the chat there. So we're all around here. That's the value of the trading floor. Like if I wanted to ask, yo, Greg, what do you think about Tesla 670? Like he'd just answer me right now. I could ask Luca. As a matter of fact, I wasn't really I saw the opportunity in Zoom because Luca was talking about it. I wasn't looking at it since the morning, and then he was talking about it right towards the end of the show, and I pulled it up. I was like, oh, this looks really strong and really good for a post-Fed minute trade. And next thing you know, there's good opportunities on it. So that's the value of the community in the trading floor. I'm out of GameStop because, look, we talk about taking the profit. Sometimes you get the home run, but you know what? You can hit the doubles and singles. The biggest trade off 115 was before the Fed, and to pull back to that 107, we talked about this already. But you wait for it to get past that 114 into the target range so that you're risking less than $1 so that you can actually capture that pullback, make 2 to 250 on that trade. And that's the idea. Sure, I was waiting for this to happen, and maybe it doesn't happen. Right? I don't know, maybe Netflix never comes to your price. But if you're not looking for it and it does, then you don't get the trade at all. Like I wanted NEO for a breakout. Guess what? When the breakout came, I said I liked it at VWAP, but I wasn't watching it when it happened and I didn't set a stop order, so no breakout for me. And there it goes. Now it's still up, it's still up like 20 cents, 20, 30 cents up from that VWAP breakout. Still looking relatively strong, but I'm not chasing it at 330. You've got to be on the stock and watching it. Of course, you only have so many eyeballs, so I always say set yourself some alerts. That's a great way to do it. Then you're not going to miss any trade. I was sitting on the bid of this BKSY at 255. It got to 260. I'm still looking for this to pull back in to that 250 level. But if it doesn't move in the next 10, 15 minutes, I'm just going to get flat on it. It's pretty strong, and often if these hold close enough to the high of the day, it's very binary. Either it flushes to VWAP or it takes out the top, and it would be a shame to let it take out the top when it's already worked.
So you guys know we like dime pieces, and that's another one right there. We took out a piece of AMD. We're going to wait to see if it can get back up through $94. So that's the next call right there. We were only risking 10 cents, so I took out 10% for 10 cents. So that's silly. I know. I feel bad saying it, but it looks like the NASDAQ is not going to hold 12,000 right now. So that's probably coming to the downside. And I'm honestly... I know, Niels, Yeah, you're not in any shorts. Oh, you're in those two. Okay, so
They don't count. They're like small.
yeah, I know. I just said because you're out of Nordstrom is what I was looking at.
I got stopped at 50s.
At 50s. Okay, so and I was going to say that's probably where my out's going to be right now. As you see, Nordstrom's, we're just riding this 50 period all the way up, right? And until it breaks it. So I've been updating you guys on this the whole time. And again, Nordstrom's been a monster trade for me today because we identified this on the sticky note and we just follow our plan. I feel like if we follow our plan on the sticky note every day, someone said these are like 90%. I think it was Dinesh or something on the chat. Look at Facebook, 182.50 for a break. We can check out where Facebook is right now. Let's just do that. Why don't we see where Facebook is right now? 182.50 on a break. So that's $2 in the money. Snapchat 13s. Let's have a quick look at where that is right now. Snapchat 13s is the call. How does 14.20 sound? We're long at 13 anyways. JWN 22. Let's check out JWN right now. 24, 23.60, right? We're still long. And then we have Wendy's. 18, that's at 18 now. That didn't do much, but hey, we won on Wendy's today. And then Apple, we were actually looking for the short, but honestly, we didn't get it. Apple really didn't do anything today. We can look at that again if you want. It's 141. We were just in Apple, right? Where is that? 141. So it's not, it's really no skin off our back there. But again, that's what we're looking for. So we may short this one on a breakdown. And then we had AMC 10. So, there's the sticky note for you. And so we're just going to now look. And I should do this, man. I should just I was talking with my kid about this. Making a program just takes all these and doesn't even worry about them. But, because I just get out too fast. Ooh, that's Apple. We're looking at Netflix is what I want to look at. A break of 188. That's about as clear as day, right? That breaks down. We're out of that one. That's that shelf right there. We can get out. We've given back a little bit. AMD flushed. Downside, so we're out of that right on the 50 period. Again, EMA, shout out to you, Mike Crehan out there. At Laced Up Souls, I'm not going to forget that. Thank you so much for all of them. I got on the customs today, but you sent me the Dunks and the Jordan Retro 11, so thank you so much for that. I'm never going to forget that one. But Snapchat, I was wondering about a short. There's the long that we had on. There's 13 right off the sticky note, and there's our out right here. So we actually got out at 14.13, which is right here, but we have to watch out for that one. I got to put this order in for JWN in case it comes a little quicker. That is 23.50. So break down through 23.50, and we will take $1.50 on this one, as well as Netflix in the money, $2.50.
And guess what's back? Redbox is back. RDBX on another power move. If you remember, everything is squeezed today. If it had a big short interest, decent chance it made a move. And this has got spades. It's got over 20% short interest, and it's got that 10%. Sorry, it's got that 10 million float, I should say. So relatively small float. Not relatively. That's just a small float. And it's got that short interest. It's right back to 7, but I'm showing you the 15-minute chart, and I was multiple shots at this at $7 in the last couple of weeks. Some crap, some very, very good that we got out of the too early on. But this is a pretty big level for RDBX. And almost more importantly, and I've made an effort to say I got to do this more. CBIO was an example of this where I actually had a long when you had a big failure on a breakout, and then it holds the most obvious and recent support level, consolidates, and then makes a break. That's not just a day trade. That also can be like a weekly kind of idea where it makes the break on one day, sustains it for the full day, pulls back the next day, and then holds that the following day, breaks back out. Well, it hasn't even taken that 7 level, so there's room to run. And if it takes out 7, I was cheating not showing you guys the daily chart. If it takes out 7, you got 8, you got 9, you got $11 up here. Lots of room to still run. The squeezes, are they going to sustain a couple of days in a row? I don't know. The last time they all started going, really, the first day was the top, and then they started teetering out a little bit, but that doesn't mean it has to happen here. Big level at 7 even, but more importantly, there's reasons to have been looking at this at $5. That's why I'm going through that setup. I like it, and it's easier to see on a daily basis because you just watch something at lunchtime when it's not moving. It's easier to watch it, but for this, you had to scan it for 2 or 3 days in a row, but it was worth your while if you did.
All right, so we're at the highest spot we're at all day, so we're going to go like that, and we're also going to go like that too, because bye-bye Netflix. See you later. Netflix just goes right It's not my number one stock. It was trying to get there, but it doesn't fail. It fails through. Sorry, 189 does not take that out. So we are out, and we got a great fill. So we got 187.88. So right now, whatever, that's flat. But when you're getting out, breaking 187 to get 12 cent slippage on Netflix, we'll take that all day, every day. And then we're out of our Apple on that break as well. Look how, guys, let's do it again. Like, how good is that out on Apple? It's just like all of my outs, I should probably be reversing into the shorts. Our out on Apple, look at our out on AMD right there. That perfect. Our out on, well, whatever. It's just Apple out and Netflix. Now, let's see where Netflix is. We'll see if this one goes down. I really like it because it's up 4%. Someone asked about my opinion on NVIDIA earnings. I've given them a few times. I think the earnings are going to be great. Now, whether or not the market, if you can find out, Brendan, maybe what day was AMD, because AMD had a monster report. They were great, and I'm just trying to find out, what was the move? Was it the 13th maybe for AMD, or it could have been this day as well, the 17th there. So, and I just want to say, they made a nice move back to the upside. So
May 3?
What did he say?
I think it was May 3.
Come to Brendan. Is he ready?
It was
May 3rd.
May 3rd.
May 3rd. Okay, so let's have a quick look at May 3rd there, then on AMD, and have a quick little look. So yeah, so there it is right here. So that started a nice move back for AMD. So this is May 2nd, that's May 3rd, obviously May 4th. So the second day, you went from a bottom of 85 to a top of 100. So you went up about 20% there off of AMD earnings. And I think, honestly, man, I really think NVIDIA is going to be an absolute monster as well. Why are they going to say anything different? I don't know. These are the two best semis to own. So I say long these names. The problem with me is I'm a little bit shook because this morning in the pre-market, when I got asked the same question, I don't even know if I got asked it, but I just went off and I was like, I need to buy more NVIDIA because I'm excited for their earnings report. Now look, could be disastrous, but if you go on AMD and NVIDIA, the two best names in the space, then, if one and the other, let's see what happens with NVIDIA tonight. But for me, I would rather be long than short. I am long, but I'm not long in any sort of a swing account. So let's wait to see where it goes. I like it. I like it a lot.
Yeah, and I really thought I got ahead of myself when I asked Aruna about levels above 4,000. I feel like that was a little bit of a jinx. So as you said, the market pulling back there. I know you got it the Apple. You had to, right? You can want the market to continue to breaking out, and then you're just holding the long into oblivion, put it into the close trade. But the truth of the matter is, and remember I said about Zoom, a wick off top, normally I'd be, if this was if this was something else, if it was a different stock, and maybe that shouldn't have been true, that we were looking for that wick off top for a short, well, you can at least get out of your longs. And that's part of why we talk about these levels, because as far as I'm concerned, there isn't a heck of a lot of difference, whether or not you were shorting that level or getting out of the top, or if you were trading BKSY from the morning and you're looking for where should I be getting out? I have no idea. You got this great breakout trade in the morning because you saw it somewhere, or it halted to the upside and you just took a shot at it. But what's your reason to get out? Well, it doesn't matter whether it's about shorting off of $3. It's a reason behind it. Why does a price action stall at a level like that? Maybe it's because everyone's looking back toward that consolidation and thinking, oh man, there's going to be sellers there. I better sell my shares before it. And short sellers like, I better sell in front of that before we get caught up in it. And then it pulls back. So that can work for the short to make money like it just did. Or you can be covering your long before everybody else does. And that's why it's about price action. It's about sort of figuring out key price levels and then using that to your advantage. It doesn't have to mean long at the bottom, short at the top. It can certainly mean where you can take your profit. And again, relative strength, relative weakness does matter as well. I kept saying I want Tesla to go, but there's just this stock refused. It refused to break higher. And you got to note that. There's just selling abound at the 666 level. I thought it would be a thing on the way down. It darn sure wasn't. But on the way back up, it's proving to be some resistance here, unfortunately, for Tesla, because the market kept extending higher. And other things were breaking out. You can't ignore that Tesla wasn't one of them. It's just the truth.
Yeah, so what's up, Rand? Look, Sean, first of all, right here. I guess you're talking about me, SEA, and that's fine. I don't mind the spelling there. Shout out to my Irish friends. But yeah, look, I'm actually long twice. So I went long Facebook earnings this last one at 172. That's come right back in. But yeah, I was long Facebook into earnings. And I'm not talking about swing accounts. I don't play earnings like that. I mean, I played Roblox, which was great when we played those earnings. This was in the fall. But like I said, I'm just long everything. I'm permanently long in my investment account. I just try to raise cash when stocks go to certain levels. So, that's where that advice is. And I guess you think it is, I like it a lot. From Forrest Gump. I was wondering about that Bears versus Bulls there because you said, I always say that I like it a lot, but I guess that's from
you didn't use it.
Forrest Gump. I don't know.
It's the way he says it. I like it a lot. I can't do it. I'm not an actor. Whatever.
I don't know.
No, it's Dumb and Dumber. Is it Dumb and Dumber?
He said Forrest Gump, but I don't know. But yeah, we could go Dumb and Dumber, Dumb. I don't know what you want to do that
They're
one.
classics.
But I'm Jim Carrey, so okay.
I'm a big Jeff Daniels fan.
Yeah, okay, good, perfect. So it works.
I love Jeff Daniels.
I just want to go Canadian, but I like Jeff Daniels.
He's underrated as a funny guy. If you're next to Jim Carrey, you're going to get overshadowed.
I mean, those movies are a little silly, but
so what?
So what? You know what you're getting into, right?
Yeah, baby. That's what. Look, I don't care. Like, it's sometimes you just want to watch something that's stupid funny, like Tropic Thunder. Like, that is one of my all-time favorite funny movies. I don't care what anybody says about it. Robert Downey Jr. is an absolute genius, and I will die laughing every time I watch it. I showed it to my dad, and he's like, he couldn't stop laughing. I'm the dude playing the dude. Pretend, like, he's eating it up because Robert Downey Jr., the guy is a national treasure. He's so good.
Great ending.
I just had to jump in, guys. This is going to come as no surprise at all, but The Newsroom, one of my favorite shows of all time.
Yes.
What did he say?
The Newsroom.
Oh, Newsroom. I can't. Like I said, I don't have any piece
Great
there.
show.
But so underrated. Any other underrated actors there, Brendo, that you can think of? I know you watch.
I'm a big Jim Carrey fan too. I mean, all of his stuff. Did you know he's a painter now? I saw a little bit.
Yeah.
I saw an hour-long thing on YouTube about him that was talking about how much he paints now. Anyways,
good for him, man. Hey, man.
Yeah. Yo, what's up, Prad? What, are you guys going golfing or something? Yeah. Oh, okay. Prad's in the golf shirt. He's got the CSE golf shirt on right now. Yeah. The Nike-sponsored CSE golf shirt on. Look at this guy, man. Prad, try to shoot under like 120 today, man. I think you can do this.
What's wrong with 120, man? That's what I used to shoot.
Par 61 or something. I don't know.
Okay, never mind.
Where are you guys playing?
Full course, 120 is not bad.
Oh, 9. They're playing 9 holes. Okay. So try to shoot under 120. Okay.
I was gonna say don't hate on 120. Some people that's a decent round for some people. I'm just.
It is. Yeah. No doubt.
Look, I know you don't shoot 120.
I've only been golfing once this year. I got to get out again, hopefully very, very soon. Brendan, we should do that at some point. I'm not blaming Brendan. We haven't organized anything, but we should.
It did sound like you were blaming him there.
I know. I am blaming him. Blame him for everything. No, but it's actually my fault. I can't find time to go. Just like I'd love to go with these guys tonight, but I have that past commitment. Hopefully my kids, not hopefully, they will grow up, and then I bring them into work. Shout out to Baxter back there. Okay, let's go. All right.
I'm just going to case close this one because I'm done with this.
Close that case.
It is now, it's gone up in smoke, that VGFC, so the very good food company. It's like when you're trading a penny stock or any kind of a stock that's been beaten up, realistically, it'll make a top and it's a good day, they're up 100%, but it's a wick off top and then it never really threatened back to the upside. So you just hold on to it pretty much all day long and then see what it can do, right? Like it never really threatened like it wanted to make a second move. All the volume was in the first 30 minutes or so. So shout out to everybody that brought this one to our attention. Again, you could be thinking about the reasons why you want to get out of that long. And I was hand over fist paying for locates when it got up to that price, and it just had to do with it being key level on the daily chart and then seeing that last parabolic move. And I'm telling you, I said this in the morning show, for a lot of these parabolic movers, forget about the first move and the second move. I want it to be at least second or third and coinciding with a big level on the daily chart. Otherwise, it's pretty much not worth it. So VGFC starting to come back in. We're about 2 minutes from the imbalances. They were pretty tiny. I think it was like 650 indicated to sell side.
All right.
So it's not gigantic, but the market is pulling back off that 4,000 on the ES. I think it has more to do with the fact that it was 4,000 on the ES than anything else. Like I don't think it was the imbalances. It was 12,000 on the NASDAQ and then 4,000 on the ES that we just pulled back from. So just sellers in front of key levels.
Yeah, I'm getting a little nervous because the reason why, first of all, and I put this in the chat, like why I did not short when I got out. The craziest part about all of this is, as I was getting out, I was reviewing the sticky note with you, and then when it said short Apple 140 to 141, well, that's right where we're in right now, 140.50. So I feel like that should have been a short running into 141 back to the downside. But right now, a little too risky, and I'm actually going to take this trade off. The trade I'm talking about is this AMD trade. I really liked a break right through here, 92.50 downside for AMD, because it already tested higher. We ripped that one, but hopefully we can get it right into there, 92.50 breakdown. If it is going to be a sell imbalance, I think it's going to come out a sell. But it's 650 to buy, or sorry, to sell, someone said there. So, yeah, you got to watch out for this 92.50 right there on AMD. And I'm not, it's like a breakout trade, and I'm not doing that on an event. So whether or not it's the market open, whether or not it's this kind of an event, or like an FOMC meetings like we had already today. And the funny thing is, the FOMC came out right here, and we went up, we went down, then we ripped up to the top side, broke 12,000, and now you're kind of barcoding where we were just minutes after the FOMC minutes came out. So with only a minute, and I think I said a minute a couple times there, with only a minute to go, AMD looking like it does want to test that 92.50. I feel like this is going to be a little silly for me not to take that short, but I'm not trusting this imbalance. I feel like the Nasdaq's not doing anything. Normally with the 600 million, it would be a good sell, so stay with us. The market is now up 1.45%. We'll see what happens when this Nasdaq. All of a sudden, I got like a raging headache.
Holding.
That's why I just went and grabbed an espresso there. I don't know what's going on with me. Probably drink more water.
Better not be the weather.
No, the weather's not turning. How was it when you went outside there, Brad? Nice? No, but the sky. Cloudy. Oh, you might be right. That might be right.
I'm not right. I've known Sean a long time, and it's just one of those. You always, anytime you say that, low ceiling, I'm like, oh goodness, we're gonna get a storm, because it's weird. Whatever, man. Every time you say that.
Not storm. Is it soccer tonight, or what day is soccer?
What day's today?
Wednesday.
It's swimming tonight. We had soccer yesterday.
It's indoors, right? I assume. Okay.
See, this is what happens when you have kids. It's like, what day is it today? I just said it's Fed day. I know it's Wednesday, but my brain's like, what am I doing
let's get
tonight?
Going here, Neil.
Here we come. The imbalances in 5 seconds. You got them?
Yeah, I got them. So we'll watch this out with 4, 3, 2, and 1. These are going to come out, and we're going to see what the Nasdaq wants to do right now. So we're down 1 point. Ooh,
Pinterest.
Big move down. I mean, we just moved down hard there. A nice little move to the downside there in the futures.
Wow.
It looks like my 92.50 would have been good there. Pins with a buy, but Apple is definitely saying, hold my Clementine, as it's going to the downside. It just touched 140 there. Wow, good outs on Apple. This is cranking to the lower side. I thought that was Costco, but it's Cisco right there with the sell side. We haven't looked at SoFi in a couple days. That's also there in a sell side. SoFi down to $7. Twitter with a sell as well. I know there's a lot of people interested in that one. But yeah, darn it, man. We definitely should have respected some of those. There goes Twitter. Actually, Twitter's not really moving. AMD, we were talking about shorting that 92.50. We had the right level, but too much noise there for that trade. Congratulations, anybody that respected that short. You might have just cashed out there a little bit. So that's a good play, as the NASDAQ did just turn down it only went about 0.3, right? It was 0.145. I think it got as low as 1.1 there or something like that. So a nice little move down for the NASDAQ. Congratulations. Came out, 1 point? There it is. Brendan just took it out. Wow, my head, man. 1.6 billion to sell.
You said SoFi. So SoFi, like on this big volume spike, it was 600,000 to sell. It popped right down into VWAP. Pinterest was the only big buy imbalance, and it didn't budge. I mean, at all. Like, obviously, with the market coming back like this, it actually started to come into the downside. And Brendan just mentioned this to me, and the first words out of my mouth was that wick real on DWAC? Does DWAC really go from 45.20 down to 44? And his answer was yes. So I'm not sure what caused that. I don't see it on the imbalance locator, but coincidentally enough, it dropped $1.50. Sometimes it tells you something about the bid on a stock when that happens, more so than any kind of a catalyst. But yeah, I'd be a little bit cautious with that. I'd be cautious with that. I didn't see it, but maybe I didn't scroll far enough.
It has to be. It has to be. Let's just see, because I see it on eSignal as well. Remember, it's a 25 It's one of the largest prints all day, but it's only, maybe it's not. It's only 25,000 shares. So it was the largest print in the last hour. So I'm just trying to find DWAC on here just to show you the kind of, there it is right there, DWAC. No, it was a buy. So there it is. It was a buy.
So weird.
And very small. Even if it was a sell, it's only 6,000 shares. So why was that a 25,000 share print to the downside right there? But anyways, there goes DWAC. So yeah, good call out for anybody on that one. I just feel silly. I mean, I couldn't have predicted that imbalance for Apple, but that's a great out for me. So I'll just go like, we'll do this because, you know, some of the calls that we've made today have been pretty juicy, including even just getting out of some of these trades. Like there's smelling that there's a problem, right? Out of Netflix right there, out of AMD. Not only were we out of AMD right there, but we also called that short breaking that level. But again, can't take credit for it. I don't have the trade on. And then during all of that as well, we did get out of Nordstrom's, which was right there. So we paid dividends on that one because that's heading to the downside as well. And just to let you guys know, we don't talk about it too often, but there are some Day Trade the World people watching as well. There are Toronto imbalances that come out at the same time. And just to show you guys, this is what they are. There's nothing spicy on that as well. But Bank of Montreal, Scotiabank. Oh, wait a second. We didn't even look at these names. Didn't they report? So let's see what BMO did.
Last night, yeah.
No, because you were like, it was banks that wasn't your bank. So BMO, okay, BMO was down. And I believe BNS also. This is my bank. Let's see if they're both flat on it. Ooh, didn't notice that one. Let's go, Bank of Nova Scotia. This is my bank that I'm invested in. I do hold ETFs as well, but the primary name in Toronto that I own is BNS. So the exposure in South America, I didn't think would be great, but that's a nice little move up. So the Canadian banks, boom, they've been really getting shellacked as well, man. Like these banks got crushed back down to December of 21 levels.
I'm buying. Like, to me, I haven't been buying much, but I'm just eating up TD stock. I like it. It's just I haven't liked a lot in this environment, but it's like I said this yesterday. I'll probably say it again. It's like at some point the banks become such a good value. The market's either coming back to them or they're going up to catch up. But Manuel just asked Neil long Zoom and GameStop. So two things. One, I don't think I long GameStop once today. I got out of Zoom. I got out of the Zoom long. I think it's really strong today, but I'm not looking at any of these as more than any day trades, especially GameStop. And I never went long GameStop. And I'm not going to trade it. I get it. It's back at 115. So yes, super strong. We talked about why not trying to hit the home run on these trades. Like just take your singles and doubles. It's not pulling back to VWAP. It's a little bit too strong to do that. But I wouldn't short it at 355, even if it's at the price that I like. You just mentioned earnings. A few of them on this board. We know NVIDIA, but some other big ones here, Brendo.
Yeah, a few to say the least. Some of the Chinese names coming through as well. Just remember, Baidu Alibaba, it'll be overnight. But, I mean, obviously it won't affect it until tomorrow. But, yeah, there we go for tomorrow.
All right. I mean, I think I've gone over NVIDIA over and over again. We did talk about Dollar General and Dollar Tree earlier on in the day. Snowflake's probably going to be in a little bit of trouble. Some of these newer names that have come out, especially data names like that are sort of a new technology that aren't really, I don't know if, I have to check Snowflake's PE. I'm not sure they're profitable yet. So that could be another problem there, like a Palantir, data analytics, Snowflake. So watch out for that name. I think they could also, I think all these names could beat, but they could also just absolutely get crushed. The biggest name for me tomorrow, although it's going to be NVIDIA because, quite frankly, a shareholder, and I really like NVIDIA, but I'm very interested to see what Alibaba says. If you come over here to the day chart, I hope there's not a storm, but my headache's getting worse. So 100 break right now could be in the play here for Alibaba. That would be like a 20% move up. So I don't know. I'm pretty sure that they'll be making a lot of cash over there. But just remember, China has a zero COVID policy. So they literally shut the whole country down, the whole city down, the whole region down if they get one case. So that should be good for Alibaba because it's a lot of online shopping, people sitting at home instead of going to stores to buy what they need. But I don't know how that's affected supply chain. I don't know how that's affected anything in China. Quite frankly, I'm not even sure we'll get the truth out of this company, but I do know that their accounting firm is PricewaterhouseCoopers, so they have American accounting rules all over here listed on the US. I'm in no way worried about them being delisted, but they are at their bottoms. I mean, the ultimate bottom 70, but who cares? This is just as close to a bottom as you may see for Alibaba. So down near $81 right now, ready to go. Please tell me Katrine's ringing the bell.
Oh, that's what I thought too.
All right, now we're happy to have Tony back in the building, just playing around.
One time.
Right now, one-time Tony coming through, and yeah, all is well. But Alibaba for me. Any names there for you? I mean, I know you talked about the dollar stores a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I think the dollar store names, because they're in the retail space, and it's about movement. Like, if it goes 10% and you're not trading it as a day trader, I know that's the first place I'm going to go to, because you saw Nordstrom's, you saw Dick's Sporting Goods, we've seen Target, we've seen Walmart. You got to stick to what's working. But you're right about, like, Baba. Oh my goodness, if it takes out the floor, it was such a ridiculous bottom that got made. Like, of all the wipeout bottoms that got made, Baba's might have been the most insane. I wasn't here, that's why I'm lamenting it, because I wasn't there that day when it got to that 73 shoutout. But if we break the floor, that's what you get to. But when you make a consolidation after a wipeout bottom like that, it works both directions. Like a consolidation after that higher low is great for a breakout. And we're going to get to trade off of this level no matter what tomorrow, and that's going to be $80 on Baba, one way or another. You hold it, you got to be thinking longs. You break it, you got to be thinking shorts, and you don't diddle in the middle. We got about 2 minutes until the close comes in. Everyone's excited around. Like, you guys can't hear it, but everyone always gets excited when it gets close to that close. That DWAC spike to the downside, it just immediately recovered, and looks like it's not really doing a heck of a lot. So somebody dumped shares, and looks like for now it was the wrong thing to do. I thought there'd be follow through. There absolutely was not. But it's right to point these things out when they happen. They can give you an indication what's going to be coming next. And for you AMC and GameStop apes, or I guess, do you call GameStop apes?
Yeah.
Yeah. 115. Going to close on the highs. GameStop up 29% and going to close on the highs. And, shout out to a lot of Michael. I know a lot of people were talking about this in the morning. What a great move it had here. Almost 30% on the session.
Okay, all right, guys, so thank you to John Reinhardt there on the chat saying that Snowflake's beat 3 straight quarters, but look at Snowflake, though. A high of 400, a bottom of right now, 132. So look out, man. Their income, net income, minus 700 million last quarter. Watch out for Snowflake. Could be a disaster, but hey, again, these beat-down names have a lot of room to run to the upside. So Snowflake coming back in now up 3%. So a good name here coming into roost. So watch out for Snowflake. I like it, but it's not what I like. It's what the market thinks about right now. All right, here we go. People loving the chat. They're calling him Tony Thai food? Like, what is that? What
I like Thai.
What are even some of these? No, I'm not making that up, guys.
Oh, it is there.
Yeah, it's there on here right now. But yeah, we love Tony, and there he is right now with only 10 seconds to go. Now less than that. It's Thai food Tony ringing the bell as we get ready to go. 3, 2, and 1. Kill it.
Thai food.
The man, the myth, the legend. Is Tony. We thank Tony a lot for that, man. And we'd love to have Tony back on the show, but let's be completely honest. He's back there. He's running some programs. He's doing everything. Come over here, Tony. Let's pound it out.
He'll be back this week.
There he is. Let's go.
You're back
Tony.
this week. I'm not going to say why, but you'll see him at some point this week.
Oh, yeah, we can announce it. Why not? You're taking one of the afternoons off.
I'm taking off early in the afternoon.
Which day?
It's Friday.
Okay.
So that I can get to camping. We got a new big tent that we have to try. I'm trying to be excited about it. I'm trying to be excited about it. My wife loves camping. Her family loves camping. My daughter loves it. I do it because you do whatever you got to do for your family. And for me, that means sometimes sleeping in a tent.
Wow. We've done the sleeping in a tent thing. Now we sleep in a cottage, so forget about the tent, but I like it, man. We have a great tent as well. Very, very fun. So come Friday, it'll be me and the Tiger Man. So watch out for that coming on Friday. Brendan, how did we wind up today, my friend?
Nice bounce back, guys, after the Fed minutes. Straight to the upside, in fact. Nice day. 1.5% for the NASDAQ leading the way. Full percent for the S&P and the Dow, back in positive territory as well. For Bitcoin, only just. Remember, this was down to start the day. Ethereum as well, down full percent when all was said and done. But hey, we'll take it.
All right, so someone's saying NVIDIA's going nuts, but I don't think, did it even come out yet? Nah, it didn't do anything. 171, watch out for NVIDIA. Remember, I like NVIDIA here. I think it's a good little call. Nice to see the NASDAQ staying up 1.5%. Let's watch out for NVIDIA earnings. They could be any second now. But yeah, we're really, really super fun here. It's been a great show. Thank you to everybody for watching. Thank you to our whole production team one more time. Maggie over there. I just saw Katrine. Liz is in the building right now. Thank you to our producer. Thank you to Lucas. Thank you to Fahad, Brendan. Great job today. Tony, we just got the props from there. Good luck to Trader Pratt. He's not at his desk right now. I think they're gone golfing, baby. So,
that's right.
Yeah, he's out of here right now.
And great job for Luca, and of course, Luca and Ian doing a fantastic job.
Nvidia right now is printing $10 either way.
That's not a real print.
It was. Yes, I was sitting here watching them.
That's a real print.
Yes, I was sitting here watching it. Now, whether or not it was a dark pool or not, but I don't think Nvidia's out yet.
Someone franked it.
But there it goes all the way to the downside. I think someone just got smoked there. So
got franked.
We'll wait to see what happens. But thanks, Brendo, for everything. Today's some good.
Not yet.
No, not out yet?
No.
Okay, good. So, all right, let's get out of here. We do have our trade of the day coming up. What was it?
Had to be
GameStop. It was GameStop.
Yeah.
So, guys, big time earnings coming through. It was a great day today. We will have another great day tomorrow. Let's hope these earnings come out on the right side for you. For everybody here at Trader TV Live, we'll catch you tomorrow, 8:30, bright and early. See you then.